France and Belgium, the destruction of capital. Russia was involved in a civil war and had effectively withdrawn from the global economy. American economic dominance was effectively unopposed. Point 21. A squandered peace. Woodrow Wilson, the wartime president of America, had set out a 14-point program for peace. This included such concepts as freedom of the seas and the removal of the economic barriers to trade. When he arrived in France for the Versailles Peace Conference in 1919, he was hailed as a hero by adoring crowds. But Wilson's idealism came up against two obstacles. First, there was the determination of the victorious powers, France and Britain, to get compensation for their losses and to ensure that Germany could not threaten them again. Second, lasting peace required a commitment by America to stay involved in European affairs. But while Wilson may have desired that, the American public did not. Wilson's attempts to get Congress to ratify U.S. membership of the League of Nations, the precursor to the United Nations, ended in failure. The effort destroyed his health and he was replaced by a Republican, Warren Harding, who campaigned on a policy of isolationism. The Versailles Conference was a failure. A sense that the treaty was unjust, because it took away German territory and landed the country with the blame for starting the war, fueled the rise of Adolf Hitler. Europe was back at war by 1939. In his book The Economic Consequences of the Peace, John Maynard Keynes attacked the idea of reparations. The economies of the Allied powers, he argued, would be best served by a strong Germany, not a weak one. His warning was ignored, because feelings were too high. Germany had, after all, insisted on reparations from France after 1871, see Chapter 8, and would have demanded reparations again from France had it been victorious in 1918. Shortly after the war, much of the developed world suffered a sharp deflationary recession. In America, this lasted from January 1920 to July 1921, according to the National Bureau for Economic Research. 22 Output fell by around 9% and unemployment reached 19%. 23 This was in response to tight monetary policy, as central banks, led by the Federal Reserve, tried to bring an end to wartime inflation. In this they were far too successful. Consumer prices fell by 13 to 18% and wholesale prices by as much as 36%. Fiscal policy was tightened as well, as governments tried to bring down deficits that had soared due to wartime spending. In Britain, government spending fell from £2.7 billion in 1917 to 18 to around £1 billion in 1920 to 21.24. Eventually, the Fed lowered rates and the U.S. economy bounced back quickly. But while the U.S. may have experienced the Roaring Twenties, things were not so great elsewhere. In June 1921, British unemployment passed 2 million and did not drop below 1 million before the Second World War. 25 Industrial relations were poor. The mines, under public ownership during the war, were handed back to the private sector. In 1926, the owners demanded lower wages and longer hours. When the miners refused, they were locked out of the pits. A general strike was called. Around 1.7 million workers took part, but the mood was scarcely revolutionary. Police and strikers even organized games of football. After 9 days, the strike was called off by all bar the miners, who held out for another 6 months. In the end, they were forced to accept the owners' terms. The interwar performance of the British economy has been given a revisionist polish by recent historians. 26 Growth in output per worker between 1913 and 1950, a period chosen to avoid wartime distortions, may have been worse than it was in the US or Canada, but it was better than that of France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands. 27 A poor performance in the 1920s was offset by a better one, in relative terms, during the 1930s. But the British faced much more competition in export markets, particularly from America, than they did before 1914. The industries that had driven Britain's 19th century rise, textiles, iron and steel, shipbuilding, were also under threat from overseas producers. In productivity terms, Britain was a long way behind the US. Germany's immediate post-war history was marred not just by the humiliation of Versailles but by attempted revolution on the left and paramilitary thuggery on the right. The Social Democrats who signed the Versailles Treaty were never forgiven by the conservative forces, which included many former soldiers. And the new Weimar Republic faced a seemingly impossible task. The German economy had been weakened by war and by loss of territory. In 1919, both industrial production and grain output were less than half pre-war levels. 28 With these reduced resources, the government simultaneously tried to provide welfare measures to demobbed soldiers and to pay its reparations bill. The temptation was to use the printing press to pay the bills. Bad move, inflation soared and the currency declined. Before the war, the US dollar was worth 4 marks, by the end of 1919, it was worth 47, and by November 1921, 363.29. Thus began the famous hyperinflation, an event that still affects German economic attitudes today. At its height, workers needed wheelbarrows and shopping baskets to carry their wages. Prices rose so fast that the bill at the end of a meal could be far greater than that advertised at the start. On a single day in November 1923, the price of a loaf of bread rose from 20 billion marks to 140 billion. 30 By that stage, it took 233 billion marks to equal a dollar. The economic impact was to wipe out the savings of the middle classes and, by and large, to erode the wage premium earned by skilled workers. These two embittered groups were to prove important sources of support for Hitler. Poland, Hungary, and Austria suffered similar inflationary problems. Hyperinflation had occurred before, in the Confederacy during the Civil War, for example. And it would occur again in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, and in modern developing countries such as Zimbabwe and Venezuela. Eventually the debased currency becomes literally not worth the paper it is written on. People turn to alternative currencies, such as the dollar. In Germany, stabilization was achieved with the help of a new currency, the Reichsmark, and through an international agreement known as the Dawes Plan. This cut back Germany's debt service obligations, while a foreign loan was organized, with the US providing half the money. 31 This set the pattern for the rest of the decade. Germany was kept afloat with the help of American loans, which, in turn, helped to keep reparation payments flowing. For a while, the German situation looked hopeful, and in the 1928 elections, Hitler's Nazi Party received just 2.6% of the vote. France emerged from the war with substantial losses of both manpower and money. In the early 1920s, the costs of reconstruction were funded by government borrowing and the French franc steadily depreciated. In 1925 and 1926, it fell as far as 41 to the dollar, making it worth just over 2 US cents. 32 It had been worth 5 to the dollar, or 20 US cents. In 1913.33 there was an inevitable flight of capital overseas, as French investors anticipated the imposition of higher taxes to reduce the deficit. In 1926, the crisis was resolved as Raymond Poincaré, the Prime Minister, cut the deficit without resorting to a wealth tax. The franc stabilized at $25 and France started to attract large quantities of gold. The success of these orthodox policies made France very committed to the gold standard, which it rejoined in 1928. In contrast, America seemed to have a trouble-free 1920s. Between 1921 and 1929, it managed an average real growth rate of 5% a year. This was a period when many households started to get electricity and acquire household goods like irons, vacuum cleaners, radios and, of course, cars. Real wages for industrial workers rose by nearly 25% in the 1920s. 34. All this was achieved without any inflationary pressures. Thanks to a burst of deflation at the start of the decade, the U.S. price level at the end of 1928 was well below its level at the start of 1920, and on a par with the level at the end of 1921.35. There was thus little need for the Federal Reserve, The central bank established in 1913, to increase interest rates or otherwise tighten credit conditions. A combination of easy credit and a roaring economy led to a stock market boom. Trading volumes on the New York Stock Exchange rose from 1.7 m shares a day in 1925 to 4.1 m in 1929. Some investors could acquire shares by paying just 10% of the purchase price, with the remaining 90% being borrowed. The amount of money lent by stockbrokers rose from $1 billion at the start of the decade to $8.5 billion at the 1929 peak. 36. Borrowing money to buy shares seemed like a no-brainer when the market was going up. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was 97.8 at the start of 1924, and it began 1929 at 307.95. Share prices had trebled in 5 years. 37 The peak of 381 was reached on September 3, 1929. The corporate sector was doing well in the 1920s, but not that well. The best long-term valuation measure for shares is the cyclically adjusted price-earnings ratio, which compares the share price with the profits earned by companies, averaging them over 10 years to allow for the effect of the economic cycle. From a ratio of 6 at the start of 1920, this measure climbed to 32.6 in September 1929. In other words, if you bought a portfolio of shares, and each company paid out all of its profits to investors, it would take nearly 33 years to get your money back. Such a ratio assumed a lot of optimism about profits growth. It would not be surpassed until the dot-com boom in the 1990s. 38. The stock market was not the only source of speculation in 1920s America. There was a land boom in Florida, again financed on margin. Investors could make a non-refundable down payment with the rest due in 30 days. 39 Many speculators had no intention of paying the rest of the money. They hoped to sell their stake to someone else before the 30 days were up, the so-called greater fool theory. The bubble burst by 1926 and the fallout was largely local. But the lesson that easy credit often served to inflate asset prices would need to be learned again and again. The Soviet alternative. Russia had entered the First World War to protect its Slavic ally, Serbia. Its potential power had so worried the Germans that they devised a plan to outflank the French forces and achieve a quick victory in the west, before turning back to the east. They needn't have worried so much. As it turned out, the Russian government under Tsar Nicholas II was hopelessly inefficient at prosecuting the war, despite its vast manpower. Worse still, the Tsar failed to ensure that enough bread was delivered to the towns. As the war dragged on, with little hope of it ending, strikes became widespread. After the army garrison in Petrograd joined the strike 40, the Tsar abdicated in March 1917. A provisional government was formed, but it made the fateful mistake of continuing the war. Soldiers were deserting in their droves, many of them returning to their farms, where land was being seized from the old aristocracy. The economic crisis deteriorated, with urban prices more than doubling between March and October 1917.41. The provisional government proved to be a leadership without followers, and the Bolsheviks were able to seize power with relative ease in November. 42. In his eagerness to consolidate power, Lenin, the leader of the Bolsheviks, accepted a harsh peace at the hands of the Germans. Under the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918, Russia lost territory that supplied half its grain, coal, and iron. A civil war with anti-communist forces followed, in which diseases and malnutrition killed 8 million people. By 1921, even after some of the territory lost to the Germans had been restored, Russian factory output was an eighth of its pre-war level. The Bolsheviks implemented their program by nationalizing industry, banking, and transport. 43 But in 1921, in the face of a naval mutiny, Lenin retreated from communist purity and agreed to a new economic plan. Peasants were allowed to keep some of their produce and sell it in the market. They could also hire their own labor. Private shops could operate and some light industry was left in private hands. A revival in agricultural production and in the overall economy duly followed. But Lenin died in 1924 and the new economic policy was eventually abandoned by his successor, Joseph Stalin, who favored rapid industrialization and the collectivization of agriculture. The paranoid Stalin was convinced that rich peasants, termed kulaks, were holding back grain supplies. In 1930, he drew up a plan to send 60,000 kulaks to labor camps and move another 150,000 into exile in places like Siberia and Kazakhstan. 44 Anyone who refused to take part in farm collectivization could be denounced by their neighbors. In the early 1930s, the seizure of grain from Ukraine, and a policy that stopped farmers from moving in search of food, resulted in some 4 million to 5 million deaths, or 13% of Ukraine's population, in an episode known as the Holodomor. 45 Farm output dropped by a quarter between 1929 and 1932 and many peasants slaughtered their livestock rather than surrender the animals to the government. 46 Not until the mid-1950s did agricultural output consistently regain its pre-1914 levels. 47 The Soviet Union's industrialization plan was much more successful. The first 5-year plan set unrealistic goals, which were, in some cases, not reached until 1960. But industrial output rose 170% between 1928 and 1940. People were forced off the farms and into manufacturing. The non-agricultural workforce rose 190% over the same period. 48 The Soviet focus was on heavy industry, iron, steel, concrete, and tractors. Investment rose from 8% of GDP in 1928 to 19% in 1939. One of the reasons that the country triumphed over Germany in the Second World War was that its industry was able to produce vast quantities of tanks and ammunition, despite the loss of territory. Many left-wing observers were impressed by Russia's industrial growth and contrasted the Soviet Union favorably with the Depression-hit West. But Russia might well have grown fast if the revolution had never occurred. One study compared Stalin's record with a counterfactual, which assumed that the pre-1913 trends in Tsarist Russia had continued. It found that the loss of welfare, as measured by aggregate consumption, between 1928 and 1940 was around 24%. 49 And that figure does not account for the human cost of the gulags. The gold standard revived. The war had brought a lot of economic and financial, as well as physical, destruction. So policymakers had a hankering to return to pre-war conditions. In particular, after the surge in wartime inflation, they wished to see a return to the gold standard. The rapid rise and fall of prices in the immediate aftermath of the war was unsettling, and suggested that floating exchange rates were a cause of instability. Furthermore, a fixed exchange rate was perceived to be a good form of discipline, stopping governments from cheating creditors by repaying them in depreciated currency. In Britain, many believed that the decision to return to the gold standard after the Napoleonic Wars had been the key to the country's 19th-century success. But a return to the gold standard was deeply problematic. The pre-war standard worked because there was rough parity between the big economies of America, Britain, and Germany, with France a bit behind, and a willingness to cooperate to keep the system running. But the spirit of cooperation was damaged by the disputes over reparations and wartime debts. Gold bullion was now unequally distributed. The three big European economies, Britain, France, and Germany, had half their pre-war level of reserves while, by 1923, the US had 3 times as much gold reserves as the three of them put together. 50. Since the European central banks lacked gold, they held the currency of other countries instead. Some dubbed the system the gold exchange standard. By the end of 1928, foreign exchange was 24.5% of total reserves, compared with 15.9% before the war. 51 This created a potential source of instability. If one country left the gold standard, their currency would fall, and that would cut the value of other countries' reserves. Faced with this threat, the temptation was to sell the currency of any country that looked in trouble, increasing the risk of damaging speculation. The second problem was that war had massively pushed up the debts and price levels of many countries. Returning to the pre-war exchange rate was like binge eating for 6 months and then trying to squeeze back into your sports kit. Britain, in particular, was obsessed with returning to the pre-war exchange rate against the dollar. But its competitive position vis-a-vis the US economy had deteriorated significantly since 1913. Keynes, in another of his polemics, wrote that Britain's decision to rejoin the gold standard in 1925 at a rate that was 10% too high was the equivalent of a 10% cut in wages. 52. The pre-war gold system had also operated with a fair degree of bluff. Britain's gold reserves were quite thin considering its prominent position in international trade. At times of crisis, such as the Barings collapse of 1890, see Chapter 8, the Bank of England depended on help from others. International cooperation was needed to keep the system going. After the war, that was harder to achieve. The Federal Reserve was now the world's most important central bank, given the strength of the U.S. economy. But American politics was isolationist and the Fed had to be careful about appearing to put the interests of other nations ahead of those of the U.S. In 1927, the Fed cut interest rates by half a point in order to ease pressure on the pound. That gave an extra fillip to the stock market, and marked the start of its steepest climb. It would double in the next 2 years. Cooperation became more difficult after that, especially as Ben Strong, the head of the New York Fed and a close ally of the Bank of England, became ill and died in 1928. The seeds of the Depression may well have been sown that year. Worried about stock market speculation, the Fed pushed up interest rates 4 times from 3.5% to 6% and drained liquidity from the system. The French acquired $300 million of gold, or 3% of global reserves, as they came back on the standard. 53. At the time, Keynes warned in a letter that I cannot help feeling that the risk just now is all on the side of a business depression. If too prolonged an attempt is made to check the speculative position by dear money, it may very well be that the dear money, by checking new investments, will bring about a general business depression. 54. He can't be given too much credit for successful forecasting, as he lost a lot of money in the 1929 crash. The initial impact of restrictive U.S. policy was felt overseas. Germany had been dependent on American lending, but that dried up as the money stayed at home, attracted by higher rates and booming share prices. German unemployment rose from 1.3 million in January 1928 to 1.9 million by the start of the following year and was 2.5 million in the spring. 55. With British gold reserves dwindling, the Bank of England raised rates to 5.5% in February 1929, even though unemployment was 1.5 million. Faced with a similar problem, the German central bank pushed rates up to 7.5%. This was the logic of the gold standard. Maintaining the exchange rate took priority over the health of the economy. Under the Dawes Plan, Germany was set to step up its reparations payments in 1929, which would reach the equivalent of 5% of GDP. A conference early that year almost broke down before Germany agreed to make payments of $500 million a year, or around 4% of GDP, for 36 years, with a further set of payments that would only come to an end in 1987. 56. The concept of such an extended commitment was absurd. It was only a few months before creditors agreed to a temporary cut in payments, and even then a loan was needed to allow Germany to pay its reparations in 1930. The crash and after. Tighter credit put the brakes on the global economy. American goods exports declined after March 1929 and U.S. industrial production peaked in July. 57. The U.S. recession actually started in August 1929, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research. 58. The stock market's high for the cycle occurred shortly after, on September 3. In that same month, the business empire of the British financier Clarence Hatry collapsed. He was sentenced to 14 years for fraud, and, in the resulting panic, some British investors may have cut their holdings in the U.S. market in order to cover their losses. 59. The big sell-off on Wall Street came in late October. The U.S. market fell 4.6% on Wednesday, October 23, and the next day, Black Thursday as it was dubbed, there was record trading, with the market falling 11% at one stage. Even bigger declines occurred on the following Monday and Tuesday, pushing the Dow to 230, or 40% below its early September high point. 60. Those people who had bought stocks on margin were desperately selling stocks to cut their losses. The contribution of the Wall Street crash to the Great Depression is still debatable. The event was so dramatic that it may have been a case of the post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy. Just because the crash came first, does not mean that it caused the depression. 61. There did seem to be an immediate economic impact, with industrial production falling in both October and November. But the Fed did its best to help, cutting rates and injecting liquidity into the banking system. By April 1930, no leading company or bank had failed, and share prices were trading around their level at the beginning of 1929.62. The biggest problem may not have been the stock market but a resurgence of nationalism. Even before Wall Street's collapse, the U.S. Congress was debating whether to increase tariffs. The Smoot-Hawley tariff worked its way through Congress in the first half of 1930, despite a letter from 1,028 economists opposing the idea in the New York Times. The bill increased tariff rates from an effective level of 35.65% to 41.14%, not that huge a rise. But because the tariffs were set at a flat rate, their impact increased as prices fell in the subsequent deflation. The effective tariff rate reached 59%.63. It is not clear how big a role the Smoot-Hawley Act played in the Depression, but it was a needless measure. As the 1,028 economists pointed out, U.S. factories already produced 96% of the manufactured goods that their citizens consumed. If America wanted its wartime allies to repay their debts, those countries needed the ability to sell goods abroad, and tariffs made this more difficult. Canada, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Switzerland all retaliated with tariffs of their own. Trade went into a downward spiral. With the developed world turning protectionist, independent countries in Asia and Latin America naturally turned in a more nationalist and insular direction. These countries started to seize foreign-owned assets, and in 1938, Mexico nationalized American and British oil companies. Even India, still subject to British rule, was making 70% of its own steel in 1938, up from 14% in 1919.64. This process would continue, with a vengeance, after the Second World War. Latin American countries were badly hit by the Depression. 10 countries in the region suffered an export drop of more than half. Chile's exports fell by 83% and its income per capita dropped by a third. 65. The crisis accelerated over the course of 1930, when industrial production fell 20% in Britain, 25% in Germany and 30% in America. 66. Banks started to fold, with 600 U.S. institutions failing in the last 2 months of 1930. The most serious demise was that of the Bank of the United States in New York's Bronx district. The collapse was partly due to a seeming reluctance to bail out the bank's 400,000, mainly Jewish, depositors. The American government had yet to introduce deposit insurance. So the rational response of bank creditors was to withdraw their money from a troubled bank in case the rumors were true. A run could thus become self-fulfilling. And a bank that was losing deposits would be forced to demand that businesses repay their loans, causing a wave of corporate failures in the area. Things were going wrong in Europe too. In March 1930, the German coalition fell when the Social Democrats refused to cut unemployment benefits. President Hindenburg, the wartime general, took the chance to install a cabinet of experts, which would rule with the help of presidential powers. This government was led by Heinrich Brüning, a former army officer who hoped to see the monarchy restored. Brüning imposed deflationary measures, cutting government spending, including unemployment benefit. 67. This only exacerbated the anger among those who were out of work. In the September 1930 election, the Nazi Party received 6.4 m votes, becoming the second largest in the Reichstag. Together with the communists, anti-democratic parties received almost a third of the vote. Financial chaos then played its part. In May 1931, Credit Anstalt, Austria's leading bank, failed. The French blocked an international rescue of the bank because they were concerned about plans for a customs union between Germany and Austria. In July, Donat Bank, Germany's second biggest, also failed. As with US bank failures, the result was a hit to confidence. Also in July 1931, a committee recommended that the British government react to its budget deficit by cutting public spending, including a 20% cut in unemployment benefit. That put enormous pressure on the minority Labour administration, which had not been elected to inflict poverty on the working classes. A cabinet meeting agreed to around half the proposed cuts, including a 10% reduction in benefits. This was a classic British compromise, although the cabinet only passed the vote by 11 to 9. The Bank of England insisted that further cuts were needed in order to restore investors' confidence and maintain the link to gold. But the bank refused to tell the government the actual level of reserves, and Montague Norman, its eccentric governor, left work on July 29 feeling queer, and may have suffered a nervous breakdown. He did not return for months. Under pressure, Ramsay MacDonald, the Labour leader, agreed in August to take part in a coalition government that was dominated by the Conservatives. Spending cuts were imposed, but reserves kept dwindling, and a naval mutiny at Invergordon in Scotland caused alarm. On September 19, Britain abandoned the gold standard. "Nobody told us we could do that," Sidney Webb, a former Labour minister, lamented. It was a deeply symbolic moment. Britain's embrace of the gold standard had been seen by many countries as a crucial part of its success. If it gave up the fight, why should others continue? At one stage, 47 countries were on the post-war gold standard. By the end of 1932, only 7 major nations stuck to it. 68 in a democracy, asking the voting public to endure financial hardship in order to protect the wealth of a minority creditor group was too difficult a task. Freed from the need to protect their currencies, nations that abandoned gold could, and did, cut interest rates. By itself this gave a shot to economic recovery. Currency depreciation also gave them an advantage in export markets, if only for as long as their competitors did not devalue. In aggregate, the effect was to loosen global monetary policy, and thus to help global recovery. The crisis also brought a burst of common sense to the issue of sovereign debt. Since 1919, America had stubbornly resisted any link between the reparations owed by Germany to the Allies, and the money owed by the Allies to Washington. But in June 1931, Herbert Hoover, a more interventionist president than he has been portrayed, proposed a general moratorium on debt payments. The French delayed their agreement long enough to force Germany off the gold standard. Hoover's moratorium expired after a year, but at the Lausanne Conference in 1932, Britain and France suspended repayments. Germany never paid another pfennig. France defaulted on its payments to the US as well. Overall, interwar politicians were caught on the hop by the crisis of the 1930s. The scale of the collapse was beyond their comprehension, and they were at a complete loss for answers. New leadership was required. Roosevelt and the New Deal. Between August 1929 and March 1933, U.S. industrial production fell by 55% and wholesale prices dropped 37%. The unemployment rate in the U.S. rose from 4.6% in 1929 to 24.9% in 1932. 69 Car production fell by 2/3, as did business investment, while GDP dropped by a quarter. See chart. More than 1,000 U.S. banks closed in every year from 1930 to 1933,70, and as deposits vanished into thin air, the money supply fell by a third. 71 Commodity prices were particularly hard hit, with wheat prices falling by 2/3 in 2 years. 72. Source: Madison Project Database. This created a problem, defined by the economist Irving Fisher as debt deflation. The income of farmers depended on the level of crop prices and thus dropped by around 65%. 73 But the value of their debts was fixed in nominal terms. The same problem was true of property owners, their rental income fell but their debt payments were unchanged. The natural inclination was to sell assets to try to pay off the debts. But a fire sale of assets only reduced prices, making the deflationary problem worse. Germany, which suffered an economic catastrophe on a similar scale, turned to the Nazis. In July 1932, the Nazi Party became the largest party in parliament, with 37% of the vote. At the end of January 1933, Hitler was installed as Chancellor, although conservative politicians believed they could control him. By contrast, in November 1932, the Americans voted for a completely different figure, Franklin Roosevelt. He was an American drawn from the upper classes, who had been stricken by polio in the 1920s, but still served as governor of New York from 1929 to 1932. Blithely confident in his own judgment, Roosevelt had no clear policy positions. During the 1932 campaign, an aide presented the candidate with two speech drafts, one in favor of high tariffs, one against them, and was told by FDR to weave the two together. 74 The best summary of his approach was this quote: "The country needs and, unless I mistake its temper, the country demands bold, persistent experimentation. It is common sense to take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it and try another. But above all, try something." 75. Not everything worked and some of Roosevelt's measures were overturned by the Supreme Court. But he had the ability to communicate his confidence to the general public. His famous declaration in his inauguration speech that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself was followed by his fireside chats over the radio to explain his policies. At a time when democracy seemed to be faltering, Roosevelt's administration was a shining example of a government that was at least trying to do its best for ordinary citizens. His first task was to deal with the banks. The governor of Michigan had declared a statewide bank holiday on February 14, before Roosevelt was inaugurated. This was an era without credit cards, debit cards, or any form of electronic payment. Consumers and retailers depended on cash or checks, which usually needed a bank to cash them. Depositors in other states did not wait for their own banks to falter and took out their cash as quickly as possible, which only led to more financial difficulties. By Inauguration Day on March 4, 28 of the then 48 states had enforced bank holidays, while another 10 had partial closures. 76. Roosevelt promptly closed down all the banks, and for a while, the economy had to get by with ease. Some cities even issued their own local currencies. After 9 days, the first banks were allowed to reopen in a three-stage approach. The soundest banks were reopened first, then a second tier of banks, to which the government had provided financial support, while the weakest banks were closed for good. Roosevelt explained the process in one of his fireside chats on March 12. He was clearly convincing. The next day, as the banks reopened, people queued to deposit money rather than take it out. 77. There followed a blizzard of activity in the first 100 days of office, a record that subsequent presidents have struggled to match. Emergency relief, in the form of soup kitchens and blankets, was provided to the poor. A work program was set up to generate employment. The Tennessee Valley Authority was set up to provide power and jobs in a depressed area, and the Agricultural Adjustment Administration was established to boost crop prices. Activity revived, with industrial production rising 28% between FDR's inauguration and the end of the year. 78. The most momentous step was to abandon the gold standard. Gold exports were suspended on Roosevelt taking office, and in April 1933 he announced that he was dropping the link to gold. One of his aides pronounced that this is the end of Western civilization, but the stock market climbed 15% in the next few days and the deflationary spiral was broken. Inflation averaged 3.2% a year between FDR's announcement and October 1937. 79 Eventually, Roosevelt settled on a gold price of $35 an ounce, a big leap from the $20.67 level that prevailed before 1933. In practice, this was a massive devaluation of the dollar. But if Roosevelt had the aim of injecting demand into the economy, as Keynes would have suggested, he was far from consistent. Another of his early measures cut $1 billion from public spending, including a 15% reduction in the salaries of federal employees. In contrast, the National Industrial Recovery Act aimed at getting private sector companies to increase the minimum wage, gave unions more rights to bargain for higher pay, and encouraged companies to band together in cartels so that they could increase prices. The latter act signified the great break in Roosevelt's policies from the past. Whereas many presidents, such as Calvin Coolidge, in office from 1923 to 1929, believed that the federal government should do as little as possible, FDR was an instinctive activist. He built the foundations of a U.S. welfare state through the Social Security Act of 1935, which offered pensions for those aged over 65, although not for the self-employed or for farm workers. The act also introduced unemployment benefit. In theory, the pensions were financed by deductions from workers' wages. In reality, what people paid in was not entirely related to what they got out of the scheme, and the Social Security Trust Fund has always invested in government bonds, a claim on future taxpayers. But Roosevelt proclaimed that we put those payroll contributions there so as to give contributors a legal, moral, and political right to collect their pensions and their unemployment benefits. With those taxes in there, no damn politician can ever scrap my Social Security program. History has proved him right. Among Roosevelt's other important reforms were the introduction of deposit insurance, which reduced the temptation for bank runs, the Glass-Steagall Act, which separated commercial from investment banking, and the creation of the Securities Exchange Commission to regulate the finance sector. The idea was to make sure that the riskiest parts of banking, linked to asset trading, did not pull down the conventional business of taking deposits and making loans. Things went wrong in Roosevelt's second term. Frustrated by its rejection of some of his legislation, he unveiled a plan to pack the Supreme Court with friendly justices, and managed to unite Congress against him. Taxes went up, in part to fund Social Security, while the Fed tightened monetary policy. 81 In 1937, the economy fell back into recession, with industrial production dropping 30% between August 1937 and January 1938. 82 This was the third worst recession of the 20th century, with GDP falling 10% and unemployment rebounding to 20%. Recovery began in 1938 when policy was loosened again. The dangers of tightening policy too early in a recovery had been made clear. The Nazi alternative. The Depression may have brought Hitler to power, but this was not because the Nazis had a fully fledged economic program. They did not adopt work creation as a core policy until the spring of 1932. 83 A public works program was announced in June 1933, although the plan was merely an extension of a program suggested by the previous administration. The initial efforts focused on land clearance in rural areas, but a good deal of the stimulus money was diverted to finance military infrastructure such as airfields and barracks. The Autobahns, oft-cited as Hitler's great economic achievement, had a military aim as well, getting troops quickly to Germany's borders. Very few Germans owned cars in the 1930s. Hitler may have championed a people's car, but the regime did not manage to deliver a single Volkswagen to a civilian customer. 84 Nor were the roads that great at creating jobs. After a year, only 38,000 workers were involved in their construction. 85 Almost half of German output growth between 1935 and 1938 was directly due to rearmament. But this was still effective in terms of generating work. By the end of 1936, unemployment had fallen by 3/4 to 1.5 million. The German aeroplane industry went from employing 3,200 people in 1932 to 54,000 in 1935 and 250,000 in 1942, for example. Growth was very much focused on heavy industry rather than consumer goods. Private consumption in 1935 was still below its pre-crisis level. 86. Still, together with his foreign policy successes, Germany reoccupied the Rhineland in 1936. The decline in unemployment probably strengthened Hitler's appeal among the German people. Opposition was very difficult, as the trade unions had been smashed and many left-wing supporters were sent to labor camps. German businessmen enthusiastically funded the Nazis as a way of reducing the power of the workers. They paid a price for this in terms of taxes and heavy regulation, with industries herded into compulsory cartels. Exports were subsidized and imports restricted. A bureaucracy was created in which importers needed licenses to obtain goods. In effect, a wartime regime was already in place. But profits rose, as the economy recovered and foreign competition was restricted. German imports in 1938 were 59% below their pre-depression level. 87. While the Germans had jobs, their real wages in 1938 were lower than they were when the Nazis took power, and they were consuming less milk, eggs and meat than they did before the Depression. 88. This was guns not butter, as both Goebbels and Göring accepted. Furthermore, the thuggishness of the regime was very quickly apparent. A boycott of Jewish businesses was announced on April 1, 1933. Jews who tried to flee the country in response to Hitler's threats were subject to a heavy tax. In 1934, the left-wing elements of the Nazi Party were purged in the Night of the Long Knives, when hundreds were murdered. Much worse was to follow. The concentration camp at Dachau had opened by March 1933. Just a month later, 4 Jewish inmates were shot trying to escape, and in May, 4 trade union officials were beaten to death by stormtroopers. The nightmare had begun. War again. World War in 1939 was not as surprising as it had been in 1914. Hitler's territorial ambitions had been very clear from the start and other powers were rearming in consequence. In Asia, Japan had been locked in a struggle to control China since 1931 when it invaded Manchuria. Full-scale invasion followed in 1937. Economic factors were important drivers of conflict. Japan perceived itself as being short of raw materials, particularly oil. Southeast Asia was a tempting target thanks to oil in Indonesia and agricultural commodities elsewhere. In July 1941, after the Japanese moved into French Indochina, the U.S. froze Japanese assets and imposed an embargo that blocked most of Japan's oil imports. This tempted the Japanese into attacking Pearl Harbor as a way of eliminating the American threat. The initial Japanese successes brought a lot of territory under Japanese control, and Keiya Okanorai, the finance minister, said the country would pursue a so-called policy of exploitation. In the peak years, Japan managed to extract around a quarter of Indochina's GDP. 89. One of the German war aims was Lebensraum, or living space, a policy of territorial expansion in which Germans could settle in annexed lands, while the native population was deported or exterminated. Such territories could in addition supply food for the conquering country. Germany was also dependent on imports for 60% of its pre-war oil supply. The decision to invade the Soviet Union was driven, in part, by the desire to capture the oil supplies in the Caucasus. More conventional loot was another goal. When Germany annexed Austria in 1938, it doubled its foreign exchange reserves. 90. The Nazis were ruthless in exploiting the countries they occupied. One study found that, in the peak year of 1943, Germany extracted 55.5% of French GDP. The total bill for the occupation period was around 111% of a single year's GDP for France, a figure far higher than the German wartime reparations that dogged the interwar period. 91. Other estimates suggest that, from all occupied countries, Germany managed to extract a sum equivalent to 40% of its domestic tax revenue. Poland had the misfortune to be occupied by both Germany and the Soviet Union. During the war, it lost 65% of its industrial plants, a third of its railway lines, and more than half its livestock. 92. There were periods of intense hunger in occupied Europe, including famines in Greece in 1941 and 1942, in the Netherlands in 1944 and 1945, and in Germany at the end of the war and beyond. In occupied Poland in 1941, the average daily energy intake was around 900 calories, a healthy diet is around 2,500 for a man and 2,000 for a woman. 93. As noted in Chapter 6, Bengal suffered a terrible famine under British rule. Economic resources played a large part in the Allied victory. Britain and France alone, if their empires are excluded, had only 70% of the GDP of the Axis powers of Germany, Italy, and Japan. But by 1942, both the US and the Soviet Union had joined the war on the Allied side. So even though Germany had occupied much of Europe, the Allies now had a GDP that was 30% higher than that of the Axis. In terms of munitions, the advantage was much greater, with the Allies producing 150% more than the Axis powers. 94. In those countries that were directly affected by the fighting, the economic impact of the Second World War was devastating. German GDP rose in the early stages of the conflict, but by 1945 it was nearly 20% below its 1939 level. A similar pattern was seen in Japan, where 1945 GDP was 22% below its 1939 level. In France, the decline was almost half, in Italy a third. 95. Conversely, in America, the war provided an enormous economic stimulus, which turned out to be far more effective than any of the New Deal programs. Production of war-related goods, aircraft, ships, tanks, guns, and so on, grew from 2% of GDP to 40%. Real GDP grew by more than half between 1939 and 1945. Unemployment fell from 14.6% in 1940 to 1.9% in 1945. And the government's role expanded enormously from 9% of GDP in 1939 to almost 47% at the peak in 1943.96. As with the First World War, the 1939-45 conflict brought more women into the workforce, largely to cover for males who had been drafted into the military. The emblematic American figure was Rosie the Riveter, a cartoon character used in government campaigns. At the end of the war, many women lost their jobs again. Still, by 1950, the proportion of American women who were in paid employment was around 10 percentage points higher than it had been in 1939. 97 Women would enter the workforce in much greater numbers in subsequent decades. The good news. While the geopolitical environment may have been toxic, the 1914-45 era saw both new technological innovations and the diffusion of previous advances. This was the period when American factories reconfigured themselves to take advantage of electric power. By the mid-1930s, passenger airlines were operating in planes that were 130 times more powerful than the machine developed by the Wright brothers. 98 The first synthetic nitrogen fertilizers were sold in the 1920s, a development that would massively boost crop yields. Another boost to agricultural productivity came with the adoption of tractors. Hardly any farmers owned one before 1914, but by 1945 there were more than 2 million in use in the U.S. In total, the tractor saved 1.7 billion man-hours of labor by 1944.99. From this period, consumers began to benefit from a much wider range of products, particularly in the U.S. The first self-service supermarket was opened in 1916 by Clarence Saunders, founder of the Piggly Wiggly chain. Clarence Birdseye developed frozen food in 1926 and it was on sale in the 1930s. 100 The first refrigerator was sold for $900 in 1916, more than the cost of a Model T Ford, and by 1937, nearly 6 million fridges were being made each year in the U.S. 101 Air conditioning, which had been invented before 1914, spread round the country. By the late 1930s, most cinemas possessed it. After the Second World War, Air conditioning would make it possible for the U.S. population to shift south and west. In another boost for human comfort, the proportion of Americans with indoor flush toilets rose from 20% in 1920 to 60% in 1940.102. The first televisions were developed in the 1920s and some broadcasting occurred in the 1930s, albeit to tiny audiences. New materials were created. DuPont first produced nylon stockings in 1939, and the first 4 million pairs were snapped up within 48 hours. But the supply of nylon was interrupted by the war effort. When sales resumed in 1945, the queue to buy them in Pittsburgh numbered 40,000 people and was a mile long. 103. The Second World War also saw the large-scale production of penicillin, the introduction of synthetic rubber, in response to wartime shortages, and the development of new technologies like radar and the microwave. Enormous advances in productivity were achieved in wartime conditions. The time taken to produce a ship at the Richmond, California yard fell from 355 days to 12 days. After the war, these techniques were applied to consumer goods. Finally, workers were also able to achieve better conditions in the interwar period. In Europe, the working week fell from 56 hours before the First World War to 48 by 1929, while 2-week annual holidays became common. 104 For workers who managed to keep their jobs, deflation also meant that their real wages generally rose during the Great Depression. 105. Economics rethought. The Great Depression was a challenge to the traditional understanding of economics. Short-term economic disruptions had occurred before, but the system had shown that it could adjust to a shock. The rottenness would be purged from the system, as Andrew Mellon, Hoover's Treasury Secretary, put it. Inefficient businesses would fail, but new companies would emerge and hire the laid-off workers. If prices were too high, they would fall until buyers were found. If wages were too high, they would fall until workers found jobs. The Depression showed that this did not happen automatically. In his General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, published in 1936, Keynes outlined why this might be. When firms laid off workers, or cut their wages, those workers had less money to spend. If this happened across the economy, there might be a general shortfall of demand. So why didn't new businesses spring up and hire all those unemployed workers? The problem was uncertainty about the future prospects for the economy, and thus the profitability of investment. This uncertainty is all the greater when the economy is struggling. Businesses will be reluctant to invest, whatever the level of interest rates. They may prefer to pay down debts, or hold cash. Keynes described this as a liquidity trap. Instead, Keynes said that the government should step in and boost demand. In the short run, governments face no practical limits on their borrowing capabilities since investors tend to regard government bonds as a safe asset. The government could then employ people in, say, construction projects. These workers will then spend their wages elsewhere, boosting demand for private sector goods. In a sense, it doesn't really matter how the workers are employed, the government could bury £5 notes and wait for the private sector to dig them up, he quipped. The result of this government spending will be a multiplier effect in which demand created is greater than the size of the stimulus. In practice this did happen, although, unhappily, spending on rearmament was the most effective tool for ending the Depression. Orthodox economists were far from happy with Keynes's theory, not least because it prescribed a much bigger role for the state than had been seen in the past. The critics argued that government spending would be inefficient, and that it would crowd out the private sector. Later theorists argued that the policy mistake in the 1930s was not the lack of fiscal stimulus, but the failure of central banks to prevent the collapse of the banks and the shrinking of the money supply. Some said that consumers would react to news of a tax cut, or a public spending increase, by anticipating that future taxes would have to rise to pay for it. This was known as rational expectations theory. But it seems doubtful that anyone who is not an economist would ever think along those lines. Keynes's book was published well after the launch of the New Deal. but his ideas very much set the tone for the post-war era. Politicians had no desire to see a repeat of the 1930s, and Keynesianism offered an alternative. 2 world wars had also made them much more receptive to the idea of government involvement in the economy. The tone had already been set in Scandinavia. In the course of the 1930s, Sweden instituted work creation programs, unemployment and health insurance, maternity and child care, subsidies, school lunches and higher pensions. 106 And in the post-war era the Swedish model would prove even more alluring to Europeans than the American one. 11. Transport, the vital network. High above the magnificent marble hall of New York's Grand Central Terminus, there is a glass walkway from which you can gaze down at the 750,000 passengers who pass through the station every day. As each traveler scurries off in a different direction, it is hard not to be reminded of the frantic activity within an ant's nest. Just as each ant has a purpose to its apparently random path, regular passengers know their best route through the maze of walkways and tunnels on the 49-acre site. In the morning rush hour, a train arrives every 47 seconds, allowing commuters to arrive at their place of work in Manhattan. The cathedral-like hall of Grand Central might not still be with us if past owners had had their way. In 1961, they petitioned to lower the ceiling to 15 feet and install 3 tiers of bowling alleys in the space. 1 Luckily for commuters, and a few film directors, they were turned down. New York would be unable to function without Grand Central, which brings passengers from the north, or its sister, Penn Station, which ferries commuters from New Jersey and Long Island, nor indeed could it manage without its extensive subway system. Manhattan's streets are clogged enough with trucks and delivery vans, without adding millions more car drivers to the mix. Few commuters probably pause to think about the effort of coordination that was required for them to make their daily journey. Above their heads on the 6th floor of Grand Central, a room full of controllers monitors the arrival and departure of trains on the station's 42 tracks. When I visited, a train was being taken round the loop track that surrounds the station so that it could change direction, an extremely rare event. But in economic terms, the steps taken to make the commuter's journey possible are almost beyond counting. The trains are made by 2 companies, Kawasaki, a Japanese firm, and Bombardier, a Canadian company. The signaling system comes from Alstom, a French multinational, and trackside power is through ABB, a Swedish-Swiss multinational group. But that is only the start of it. The LED lights that illuminate the magnificent zodiac ceiling on the main concourse were made by Toshiba, a Japanese company, and the marble surrounds came from Italy, as did the expert restorers when the station was revamped in the 1990s. Until then, the ceiling was black from cigarette smoke, while the station itself was a notorious hangout for the homeless. Few commuters wished to linger. Now Grand Central is a tourist destination in its own right. 10,000 people come every day just to have lunch, not to catch a train. Those lights, those trains, those power companies depend on raw materials that have been dug from the ground: steel, aluminium, and copper wire. Someone had to design and build the train seats, including the textiles needed for the seat covers. The generators needed to power the station, housed deep within the basement, had to be built, and of course the electricity generated from fossil fuels, which had to be extracted from the ground. The food served in the station is grown all round the world. And all the raw materials had to be brought to the station by ship or by truck. Taking us to another degree of separation, the ships and trucks had to be built, as did the containers in which the goods were transported. Furthermore, someone had to build the ports at which the goods were offloaded and the roads on which the trucks traveled. All told, many millions of workers were probably involved at some stage or another in the process of bringing each and every commuter to work. Our global transport system takes people to work, but also sends them on holiday, allows them to visit relatives, and brings them goods from all over the world. As wealth is spread round the globe, more people are able to travel. Around 4 billion passenger journeys were made by plane in 2017, almost double the level of 2005.2 in terms of trains. Around 3 trillion passenger kilometers are traveled each year, with over 1 trillion each in China and India. And both figures will be dwarfed by car use. The average American travels around 18,000 kilometers a year in their automobile. 3. Changes in transport have been incredibly influential in the development of the world, and of its economy. The first boats allowed humans to reach the Pacific Islands from Asia more than 60,000 years ago. 4 For thousands of years, transport by boat was by far the cheapest way of transporting bulky goods. Steadily, the design of boats was improved, with the addition of lateen sails, the rudder for steering, the compass for navigation and so on, as we saw in Chapter 4. Chinese shipbuilding was well advanced by the 12th century, using iron nails, double hulls with watertight bulkheads, and even lifeboats. 5 Better boats and navigation techniques brought the Europeans to Asia and the Americas in the late 15th and 16th centuries, and allowed the Europeans to dominate the Indian Ocean trade. The railway and the steamboat brought American agricultural goods to Europe, and took European immigrants back to the Americas. The advent of the railways also allowed people to travel for their holidays for the first time. The train encouraged workers to move to the suburbs. The very concept of a commuter, someone who traveled a long distance to work, was unknown until the Victorian age. The first commuter railway line started operation in 1836 from Greenwich in southeast London to London Bridge. The term commute comes from American railways, which offered a commutation, or reduction, in fares for regular travelers. But many early London commuters traveled by a horse-driven public carriage, or omnibus, rather than a train. 6. The car gave a new impetus to the expansion of cities. The proportion of Americans living in suburbs rose from 20% in 1940 to 33% in 1960 to 11 million of the 13 million houses built between 1948 and 1958 were suburban. The giant container ship allowed goods to be shipped cheaply, boosting world trade volumes and globalization. The aeroplane took tourists and business people all over the world, encouraging the development of multinational corporations. And all these forms of transport required large amounts of energy, ushering in further economic changes. See Chapter 5. For much of human history, there were only 2 ways of transporting goods and people. The first was by land, either on foot or with the help of a pack animal, a camel, a horse, or a mule. With the exception of specialized horse-based messenger services, such as the Mongols possessed, this was a slow process. It was also expensive and risky. The other way to move goods was via river, sea, and canal. This too was slow and risky, pirates, shipwrecks, but it was cheaper, and boats could carry more bulky items. The development of powered transport, the railway, the internal combustion engine and the aeroplane, was genuinely revolutionary. As Grand Central does every day, a big city must move millions of people from their homes to their workplaces and back again, with a minimum of disruption. A lucky few may live close enough to walk to work, and some will brave the traffic on a cycle. But the vast majority must come by car, bus, train, underground and overground, or ferry. A disruption to the transport system is the economic equivalent of a heart attack. When researching this book, I was in Boston during a snowstorm. The offices and many shops were closed. Almost the only vehicles on the streets were snow plows, which struggled with their Sisyphean task from dawn to dusk. The development of the railway and the economic shift dubbed the Industrial Revolution were intertwined. Coal was needed to power the engines, and the trains ran on iron, later steel, rails, so the growth of the railway boosted both the mining and iron industries. Indeed, the coal industry sparked the idea for the railway. Men or horses had been used to haul goods on wooden rails since around 1350, moving a cart on rails required only a sixth of the energy needed to transport it on a bumpy track. 7 The steam engine was originally developed to pump water out of the coal mines. Richard Trevithick, a Cornish engineer, then had the bright idea of putting a steam engine on rails, he managed to haul a load of 9 tons at 5 mph. 8 Coal production creates a powerful incentive to improve transport, as coal needs to be shifted from a single spot, a mine, to the city's. 9 George Stephenson, the man usually credited with inventing the railway, built his engines for hauling coal on the Stockton to Darlington line, and the first French railway, pulled by horses, was in a coal-producing region. Coal was not the only emerging industry of the time. The creation of the Liverpool-Manchester line was driven by the need to get cotton from the former city's port to the latter's mills. And the railway was also associated with the development of another revolutionary technology, the telegraph. In 1848, around a half of Britain's railway tracks had a telegraph running alongside. 10. It was one thing to haul coal or cotton, but another to carry people. Some feared that passengers would have their eyes damaged, or be driven insane, by traveling at high speed. The first railway accident did not take long. At the opening of the Liverpool and Manchester Railway in 1830, William Huskisson, the Home Secretary, crossed the line to speak to the Duke of Wellington and was struck and killed by Stephenson's engine, the Rocket. But people quickly overcame their fear of the Iron Horse. 500,000 passengers travelled in the first full year of the Liverpool-Manchester Railway's operation, with some taking special trips to horse race meetings. The technology spread remarkably quickly. The first section of the Baltimore and Ohio Railway also opened in 1830, while Belgium and Germany began operations in 1835, the Austrian Empire in 1838, and Italy and the Netherlands in 1839. It became much cheaper to transport goods as a result. In Germany, the price for carrying a ton of goods on the railways in 1850 was a quarter of the cost of road transport in 1800. This was an enormous boost to economic efficiency, and trade across the country became much more attractive. 12. Such was the enthusiasm for the new technology that many countries saw periods of railway mania as investors poured capital into new lines. At one point in the 1830s, planned railway investment in Britain equaled 8% of GDP. There were too many lines, on too many competing routes, for them all to succeed. After 1845, railway shares lost 2/3 of their value, dropping to pre-1835 levels. Among those who lost money were Charles Darwin and the Bronte sisters. 13. The building of the American railways involved an extraordinary combination of outright chicanery and government support. Congress believed that the railroads would bring progress but did not want to tax their constituents to pay for them. So they subsidized the companies by granting them land. For every mile of track they built, they would get 12,800 acres and any iron or coal underneath it. Union Pacific received land grants equal to the size of New Hampshire and New Jersey combined. 14. It cost the government nothing since the land was effectively confiscated from Native Americans. There was an enormous railroad boom after the end of the Civil War. The South's relative lack of a network had weakened its campaign. The national system doubled in miles from 35,000 in 1865 to nearly 71,000 in 1873, and, during that period, the two coasts were symbolically linked when the Transcontinental Railroad met at Promontory Point in Utah. But as in Britain, the sponsors had overestimated demand. A financial panic in 1873 saw widespread bond defaults, and by 1878, railroad share prices had fallen 60%. 15. Synchronize your watches. The railways affected more than just the way we traveled. They changed our measurement of time itself. When the railways began, time was set at the local rather than the national level, based on astronomical observation. East Anglian clocks were a few minutes ahead of those in London. Plymouth, in the southwest of England, was 20 minutes behind. In that era, this created no practical difficulties. Anyone who owned a watch would adjust it on arrival in a new place, by observing the town clock. But passenger railways required a timetable so that journeys could be planned, and the companies shifted to the national standard, as derived from the Royal Observatory at Greenwich. For a while, Many places still distinguished between local time and railway time until Parliament imposed uniformity, in the wonderfully named Time Act of 1880.16. The U.S. had a similarly chaotic time system, with Illinois and Michigan each having 27 different time zones. The country's trains, traveling vast distances, had to cope with all this, as well as with the inherent uncertainty caused by rudimentary technology and a variable geography and climate. That made the trains very unreliable. The phrase "to lie like a timetable" entered into common parlance. 17 Standard Time, with 4 zones for the US, and an extra zone for Canada, was agreed by the railways in 1883. Congress did not catch up until 1918.18. Railway journeys were initially too expensive for ordinary workers. To ease the burden, Britain ruled that railway lines should provide certain journeys for only a penny a mile. Later on, light railways or trams were built in many city centres. These were cheaper than trains and could carry more people than buses. By making it easier and cheaper to travel to work, trams and trains made it possible for workers to escape the cramped and unsanitary conditions that blighted Victorian cities. London opened the world's first underground railway in January 1863. In its first year of service, the Metropolitan line carried 9.5 million passengers for a fare of a penny each way. Initially it was a very unpleasant experience, as the trains were powered by steam and ventilation was poor. It was more than 30 years before Hungary became the second country to build an underground railway. The Budapest Metro opened in 1896.19. The railway was not the first transport revolution in America. As with Britain, it was preceded by a frenzy of canal building. Canals are an ancient technology, and were a major part of China's transport system from the 5th century CE. In 1681, the French opened the 150-mile-long Languedoc Canal linking the Bay of Biscay with the Mediterranean. The aim was to avoid the long trip around Spain. 20 But the Industrial Revolution gave canal building a new impetus. Bulky goods needed to be transported over long distances. The Bridgewater Canal took coal from the Duke of Bridgewater's mine to Manchester and was estimated to have cut the cost of coal in the city by 50%. 21 Until the railway, transport by water was much cheaper than transport by land, although roads were being improved in the late 18th century, cutting the journey time between London and Edinburgh by around a half. 22. The first great American infrastructure project was the Erie Canal, which was designed to link the Great Lakes with the Hudson River and thus New York. This was very much a government-driven idea, with New York Governor DeWitt Clinton raising the money from the legislature. Construction of the 363-mile canal on a route that went through a mountainous area, and involved a 600-foot cumulative height difference, was so complicated that the project was known as Clinton's Folly. But it worked. Before the canal was completed in 1825, a ton of flour worth $40 could be shipped overland from Buffalo to New York in about 3 weeks, costing $120. On the canal it could be transported in 8 days for $6.23. The Port of New York, and thus the city, was given an enormous boost by the resulting canal traffic. Canals were a cheap way of transporting bulky goods. Britain has more than 3,000 kilometers of canals, and the networks of Amsterdam, Bruges, and Venice are popular tourist attractions. But they could not compete with the speed of rail travel, and their golden age was over by 1850. The car. If the railway created a transport revolution in the 19th century, the car was an even more transformative technology in the 20th, creating a huge manufacturing sector, transforming the layout of cities, and building its own subculture of drive-in movies and drive-through restaurants. The first petrol-powered motor vehicle was built by Carl Benz in Mannheim in Germany in 1885. At around the same time, Gottlieb Daimler, another German, created a motorcycle by attaching a petrol engine to a purpose-built frame. 24 The early vehicles were rudimentary, but the idea was quickly developed by other pioneers such as Armand Peugeot and Émile Levasseur of France. Initially, cars were the playthings of aristocrats and rich businessmen. They only became a mass market when Henry Ford of Michigan launched the Model T. Ford was, like many other early auto leaders, both a visionary businessman and a thoroughly nasty person. In 1920 he published a series of pamphlets with the title The International Jew, the World's Foremost Problem, which earned him a citation in Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. As late as 1939 Ford sent Hitler a check for $50,000 on his birthday and, in the following year, claimed that international Jewish bankers had caused the outbreak of war. Louis Renault was another anti-Semite and Nazi collaborator. The British car maker William Morris funded Sir Oswald Mosley, Britain's wannabe Führer, and Giovanni Agnelli of Fiat backed Mussolini. 25. Perhaps there is something about being a pioneer in a fast-expanding industry that creates delusions of grandeur. However, luck as much as skill played its part in the pioneer's success. Henry Ford's first car business failed and he was sacked from his second, which became the Cadillac Motor Company. His third business focused on the Model T, a car that was pretty crude. But it was cheap, and it became even cheaper when Ford introduced the automated production line, an idea that may have occurred to him when he inspected the distribution system of Sears, the giant retailer, the previous year, where they used conveyor belts to speed the flow of merchandise. 26 The assembly line increased efficiency significantly, a process helped by the fact that Ford was producing a single, simple car. The time taken to put together a chassis fell from 748 minutes to 93.27. Ford had discovered a virtuous circle. Greater production speed meant lower costs, and lower costs meant higher sales, which reduced costs even further, and so on. The real price of a Model T fell by 80% and sales rose from 10,000 a year to more than 2 million by 1925.28 in total. 16.5 million Model Ts were sold, and it was not until 1972 that its sales record was overtaken by the Volkswagen Beetle. 29. In his early years, Ford was famous for treating his workers well, paying them Christmas bonuses and increasing pay to $5 a day in 1913. But this was something of a Faustian bargain. Workers were not allowed to sit or talk on the factory floor, and officials even visited their homes to check on their behavior. In the 1930s Ford's hired goons beat up, and even shot, labor activists. 30. By that stage, Ford had lost his dominant position in the industry. Consumers' tastes gradually became more sophisticated, they wanted more than the plain, monochrome Model T. 31. A rival group consolidated many of the early brands under the banner of General Motors. Alfred P. Sloan, GM's boss, was a new kind of corporate leader, not a pioneer but a general manager. He developed a tier of brands, from the Chevrolet to the Cadillac, catering for all kinds of customers, spent money to advertise them, and instituted annual model updates, to encourage customers to upgrade. 32. As the world's most prosperous economy, with a huge domestic market, America came to dominate the car industry. In 1950, the US produced 3/4 of all the vehicles in the world. But other countries developed their own mass-market models, from the Volkswagen Beetle to the Citroën 2CV to the Mini, a symbol of Britain's swinging 60s. The car quickly became an integral part of modern culture. Passing the driving test was a rite of passage for American teenagers, giving them the freedom to escape from their parents' control. Iconic brands were celebrated in popular music. The Beach Boys, in a reference to Ford's Thunderbird, promised fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes her T-Bird away. Prince hymned the Little Red Corvette, and Chuck Berry sang of the joys of driving even when there was no particular place to go. A car was seen by many as a personal statement. A sports car symbolized carefree hedonism, a Rolls-Royce or Cadillac was a sign of having made it in society. These cars required a lot of infrastructure to support them. Filling stations appeared in the U.S. in 1905 and the first drive-in service station was opened in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1913.33. The first motel was built in California in 1925, but the term only came into common use after 1945. In 1951, Kemmons Wilson, a house builder, became frustrated while on vacation with the poor choice of places to stay. He founded a chain named Holiday Inn, after the movie starring Fred Astaire and Bing Crosby. He gave each room air conditioning and a TV, and the first hotel had both a restaurant and a swimming pool. Franchising the idea allowed it to spread across the country, and, by the early 1970s, the chain had more than 200,000 rooms. 34. As well as needing somewhere to stay, drivers needed something to eat. The first drive-through restaurant opened in 1947 in Missouri, and Jack in the Box, a drive-through burger chain, began in 1951. McDonald's didn't open a drive-through until 1975. 35 shopping centers with their own parking lots emerged as early as 1907, but the first enclosed shopping mall was built in Minneapolis, where the winter weather can be brutal, in 1956. By 1987, shopping malls accounted for more than half of all U.S. retail spending. 36 To cater for entertainment, the first drive-in movie theater was opened in 1933, although the phenomenon really took off in the 1950s. One site had space for 2,500 cars. 37. All this created the familiar layout of the outskirts of American cities, a long strip of highway dotted with gas, petrol stations, car dealerships, fast food restaurants, and mini or strip malls. These outlets catered for the many millions of people who lived in the suburbs. The number of suburban shopping centers rose from 8 in 1946 to more than 4,000 by the late 1950s. 38 But they also hollowed out the centers of towns, since motorists were put off by the prospect of congestion and a lack of parking space. Anyone who could not afford a car, or was too infirm to drive, was out of luck. Many American cities have made limited provision for public transport. Most importantly, the age of the car required lots of roads. Back in 1919, a young Lieutenant Colonel Eisenhower took part in a cross-country convoy of U.S. Army vehicles that took 62 days to get from coast to coast. Many parts of the trips involved dirt roads and mountain trails. As Supreme Commander of the Allies in the Second World War, Eisenhower admired the German autobahns. So, when he became president in 1953, improving the nation's roads was a major priority, not least for national defense. In 1956, he managed to push through a program to fund the interstate system of motorways, funded by a fuel tax. Eventually, 46,000 miles of motorway were built, allowing goods and people to move all across the continent. 39. These early road-building schemes were a classic example of how government-funded infrastructure can boost economic growth. But at a certain point diminishing returns start to set in. Many modern cities like Los Angeles are built around the car but are beset by traffic jams. The rapid rise in car use in the developing world has led to similar problems. Thailand, Indonesia, Colombia, and Venezuela are all deemed to be more clogged up than the US, while Moscow, Sao Paulo and Bogotá are among the 10 most congested cities. 40. Building more roads might seem to be the answer, but studies show that this simply encourages more traffic. If a city increased its road space by 10% between 1980 and 1990, the amount of traffic rose by the same amount. 41. This is an example of the tragedy of the commons. In trying to exercise their own freedom, the decisions of individual drivers lead to congestion. Drivers in the world's big cities lose almost $1,000 a year through being stuck in traffic jams. 42. Indeed, our love affair with the car has soured a bit since the 1950s, which many motor enthusiasts regard as a golden age. Back then, fuel was cheap and American car designers indulged their imaginations, creating monster vehicles with grills that looked like sharks' teeth and tail fins that resembled rockets. In the subsequent decades, the drawbacks of our enthusiasm for cars began to be revealed. In 1965, Ralph Nader published Unsafe at Any Speed, a book that detailed the poor safety records of many cars, which at the time lacked seat belts, airbags, and other features later regarded as standard. In 1967, the British introduced a legal limit for drivers' alcohol consumption. US states followed suit in the late 1970s. These safety measures did reduce road fatalities, which peaked in absolute terms in the US at 55,000 per year in the late 1960s. In terms of fatalities per mile traveled, the rate has halved since that period. 43. Big changes also came in the 1970s when the surge in oil prices that followed the Yom Kippur War, between Arab nations and Israel, encouraged fuel-efficient cars. The giant gas guzzlers produced by Ford and General Motors lost market share to smaller Japanese imports. Governments also encouraged manufacturers to improve fuel consumption. The small car phase did not last that long. When oil prices were low again in the 1990s, consumers bought larger cars in the form of sports utility vehicles, SUVs, and minivans. But these were fairly boxy vehicles with nothing like the fripperies of the 1950s models. The big development in recent decades has been the rapid adoption of cars in the developing world, particularly in China. Global car sales in 2017 were 79 m, more than double the 1990s average. 44. But the trend may head in the opposite direction in the rich world. Young people struggle to afford car ownership and can rely on taxi services like Uber, short-term car hire, or shared ownership, for the journeys they need. In the future, autonomous vehicles may provide another option. Of course, cars are not the only motorized vehicle on the roads. Trucks or lorries play a vital part in taking goods direct to retailers and to our doorstep. According to the American Trucking Association, the U.S. alone has 3.6 m heavy-duty trucks, which, between them, transport 10.5 bn tons of freight a year, 71% of all the goods moved within the country. 45 other countries are equally dependent on these giants of the road. As this book was being written, the Brazilian economy was hit by a blockade of truck drivers protesting against higher fuel prices. 46. In 2015, when heavy rains swept away part of a road in Mombasa, Kenya, the result was a 30-mile tailback of trucks that lasted 3 days. 47. The box that contains multitudes. A trucking magnate also helped change the nature of international trade after the Second World War with a simple innovation, a standard metal container. Without it, the ports of Felixstowe and Singapore, featured at the start of this book, could not operate anything like as efficiently. The old docks operated in a rough and ready fashion. Goods were placed in the hold in a higgledy-piggledy fashion and unloaded again in the same way. It might take a week or more for the ship to be offloaded. A job as a docker, or stevedore, was highly prized. But the work was dangerous and insecure. The men lined up at the gates each day looking for employment. In addition, labor relations were poor and strikes were common. Dockers' wages could eat up half the costs of an ocean voyage. 48. Indeed, an academic study found that the handling of cargo was almost as labor-intensive after World War II as it was during the beginning of the Victorian Age. 49. In the 1950s, a businessman called Malcolm McLean tried to tackle the inefficiencies of the industry. He wanted the containers carried on his company's trucks to be loaded straight onto ships. But this required wholesale changes in the design of ships, the operation of docks, and the working conditions of dockers, something that was bound to be opposed by the unions. So he established a new port in Newark, New Jersey, on the other side of the river from Manhattan. On April 26, 1956, the first container ship, SS Ideal X, set off for Houston, Texas. Cranes that could lift the boxes on and off the redesigned ships had to be installed. And agreement was needed on a standard for container size. Initially, this was based on a 20-foot-long box called a TEU, 20-foot equivalent unit, although modern boxes tend to be 40-foot long, or 2 TEUs. It was not until the mid-1960s that containerization really took off. The Vietnam War gave the process a boost since the U.S. military found that using the metal boxes cut their transport costs in half. The long-term savings in shipping costs were even greater, from $5.86 a ton to 16 cents. In addition, ships were unloaded in less than a day, reducing idle time. Petty theft fell sharply, cutting insurance costs, and container ships required fewer crew to operate them. In the decade after 1966, international trade in manufactured goods grew at more than double the pace of either manufacturing output or global GDP. 50 Some people estimate that the container was more influential than international agreements on tariff reduction in increasing global trade in the second half of the 20th century. Indeed, analysis suggests that trade between developed world countries that adopted containers rose almost ninefold over a 20-year period. 51. Unions fought a rearguard action against the shift, but they were bypassed. The port of Felixstowe owed its rapid rise to a union ban on containers in London ports. In turn, this meant that manufacturing companies moved, since they no longer needed to rent expensive space in big cities in order to be near the docks. The result was a huge decline in blue-collar jobs in areas like Manhattan and East London. Without containerization, it would be impossible to run the kind of global supply chains that multinationals operate. Indeed, it would also be impossible for companies to have low inventory levels. They can have minimal supplies of stocks because they know they can resupply themselves quickly. All this from the adoption of a humble metal box. Jet setters. If we could transport our great-great-grandparents forward in time, what might surprise and alarm them most? It could, of course, be the sheer volume and speed of traffic on the roads. But surely the most astonishing sight would be the huge metal objects traveling overhead, without any apparent means of propulsion. The first powered flight by Orville and Wilbur Wright in North Carolina in 1903 lasted for only 37 meters. Almost 5 years elapsed before a plane managed to fly for a kilometer. But after that, progress was rapid, with Louis Blériot crossing the channel between France and England, a journey of around 31 miles, in July 1909. During the First World War, military men saw the potential for aeroplanes for reconnaissance, and the first fighter and bomber planes emerged. A commercial use for airlines wasn't immediately obvious in the aftermath of the war. Early planes were not robust enough to carry passengers. But an airmail service was created after 1925, and Charles Lindbergh, having been the first man to fly across the Atlantic, piloted Pan Am's first service to South America in 1929. By the late 1930s, the DC-3 was large enough to seat 21 passengers. Shirley Temple, the Hollywood child star, was the first passenger to buy a sleeping ticket on a flight. 52 Early airlines realized what Thomas Petzinger dubbed the first rule of airline economics: if a plane is going to take off anyway, any extra payload in the form of passengers or goods is almost pure profit. 53. In the early years of commercial aviation, flying was seen as a glamorous business. People would dress up to go on a flight. But only the well-off could afford it. All this changed significantly in the 1970s. Jimmy Carter signed the Airline Deregulation Act in 1978, bringing to an end a 4-decade period in which routes and fares had been tightly controlled by the U.S. government. In 1960, U.S. airlines carried 62 million passengers. By 2017, they carried almost a billion. 54. The first British package holiday was created in 1950 by a Russian émigré called Vladimir Rates, who offered tourists a 6-hour journey, including a refueling stop, to a campsite in Corsica. 55. In the 1960s, Clarksons introduced cheap flights to Spain, spurring the huge development of the Costa Blanca. Exchange controls, which stopped Britons from taking more than £50 out of the country, initially limited the market. But the trend was clear. The introduction of bigger jets such as the Boeing 747 allowed both airlines and travel companies to increase the economics of scale. The airline industry may have grown hugely, but it has not been enormously profitable. Warren Buffett, probably the world's most successful investor, once quipped that if a far-sighted capitalist had been present at Kitty Hawk, he would have done his successors a huge favor by shooting Orville down. 56. There are huge costs involved: planes that must be bought, or leased, and maintained, landing slots at airports, and large numbers of staff. Fuel costs can be highly volatile, as can passenger numbers in the face of economic downturns and terrorist incidents. The companies promise a regular timetable, so the planes must be flown whether or not they are full. Many of the pioneering names of the industry are no longer around, companies such as Pan Am, TWA, or BOAC, which merged into British Airways. Their frailties earned them ironic nicknames such as Pick Another Airline Mate, Try Walking Across, and Better on a Camel. Low-cost airlines such as EasyJet, Ryanair, and JetBlue have eaten into the business of the traditional carriers. Non-Western carriers have emerged, such as Emirates, based in Dubai, and China Southern. Today, flying is a far less glamorous business for most passengers, a combination of cramped seats and extra charges for taking your own luggage. But the economic impact of the industry has been enormous. Aeroplanes don't just carry people. Federal Express, UPS, and other logistics companies carry large numbers of parcels round the world. At UPS's Louisville site in Kentucky, 2,000 packages arrive every 17 seconds and rattle round 155 miles of conveyor belts. Around 250 flights depart every day, and they can be loaded and unloaded within 20 minutes with the help of some fancy automated equipment. 57 Thanks to these hubs, we can order goods from all round the globe and expect them to arrive within a few days. Internet shopping is thus boosted, and traditional retailers are threatened. The ability to travel the Atlantic in one hop destroyed the business of the old ocean liners, which took at least 4 days to make the trip. But the arrival of jet transport gave people with quite modest means the chance to visit countries all over the world. Under Chairman Mao, only a few privileged Chinese people were able to leave the country. Even in 2000, the number of overseas trips made by Chinese citizens was just 10.5 million, by 2017, it was 145 million. Not everyone sees the growth of global tourism as a boon. Airline travel contributes to global warming through the burning of fuel and the vapor trails in the atmosphere. Hordes of tourists marching over the most popular sites can ruin the landscape and drive away wildlife, and beautiful stretches of coastline have been turned into long strips of concrete and neon. Diseases like SARS can spread more easily in the airline age. But the sector has a big economic impact. In 2016, the World Travel and Tourism Council estimated that the industry was responsible for 109 million jobs and made a direct contribution to global GDP of $2.3 trillion. And hundreds of millions of people look forward to their annual holidays as a chance to escape from the stresses of work, get some sun, and enjoy the cultures and cuisine of another country. This was simply not possible for most workers even 50 years ago. Indeed, the combination of the car, truck, train, plane, and container ship means that the ordinary person can live further from work, travel further for their holiday, and buy goods from further away than ever before. Globalization is literally dynamic. More change is on its way. Driverless cars and trucks will reduce the death toll from road transport. Electric cars will make our streets less polluted. Drones and pavement traveling robots will deliver our goods. And a greater emphasis on home working will reduce the need for the daily commute. Our grandchildren may not understand the concept of a rush hour at all. 12. From the Wonder Years to the Malaise, 1945 to 1979. The 3 decades after the Second World War were a period of increasing prosperity in the Western world. In France, they were known as Les Trente Glorieuses, in West Germany, as the Wirtschaftswunder. Unemployment stayed low and there was barely a recession. The consumer goods that had been invented in the previous 50 years finally came within the reach of most families. All this happened because the developed world avoided many of the mistakes that followed the First World War. After 1943, it became fairly clear that the Germans would be defeated and the Allies started to plan a post-war settlement. Among the first issues to be settled was the monetary system. A return to the full gold standard seemed out of the question, not least because the U.S. economy was even more dominant than before. But politicians worried about adopting floating exchange rates, which seemed a recipe for chaos. A conference was duly organized at the Bretton Woods Hotel in the mountains of New Hampshire. Harry Morgenthau, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, said at the opening ceremony that we came here to work out methods which would do away with the economic evils, the competitive currency devaluations and destructive impediments to trade, which preceded the present war. The British were represented by their top economist, John Maynard Keynes, and the Americans by Harry Dexter White, a Treasury official who was passing secrets to the Soviet Union, according to KGB archives. White was not a communist and may have naively believed he was helping world peace. Keynes favored an ambitious scheme in which countries with both trade deficits and surpluses would face constraints, rather than all the pressure falling on the deficit countries as happened under the gold standard. Trade balances would flow through a clearing union, a bit like the banker in Monopoly, which would oversee the system. The accounts of this union would be maintained in an artificial currency called banker, a way of avoiding dollar dominance. A country with a large deficit would be forced to devalue its currency and a country with a surplus would be required to revalue. But the Americans were suspicious. It was clear that the US would be a surplus nation and that many other countries, including Britain, would run trade deficits. Keynes's scheme sounded like a way for other countries to buy goods from the US while paying funny money in return. What emerged instead was the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Its role was to act as a lender of last resort for countries in balance of payments difficulties. White made sure that the size of the fund was much smaller than Keynes desired. Again, the Americans feared that a large fund would leave them financing the rest of the world. The second element of the system was the World Bank, which was initially set up to provide loans for post-war reconstruction. That role was superseded by the Marshall Plan, see below, and the bank eventually specialized in making loans to the developing world, particularly to finance infrastructure projects. A tradition quickly developed that the World Bank would be chaired by an American and the IMF by a European. The exchange rate system that emerged was a more flexible version of the gold standard. Most currencies were pegged against the dollar, which was linked to gold at $35 an ounce. Other central banks could exchange their dollars for gold at that price. Crucially, countries had the flexibility to devalue, or revalue, their currencies in a way that did not require leaving the system altogether. This avoided the need to impose harsh deflationary measures in order to defend the currency, the dilemma that had tormented policymakers in the 1920s and early 1930s. European countries, which naturally struggled to create goods for export in the midst of post-war chaos, duly devalued en masse in 1949. All currency systems are subject to a trilemma, in which countries can choose two options but not all three. The three options are a fixed exchange rate, an independent monetary policy, and free capital movement. Under the gold standard, the currency was fixed and capital could flow freely. But monetary policy had to be adjusted in order to maintain the currency peg, with interest rates rising or falling regardless of domestic economic conditions. The Bretton Woods system chose a different pairing. Exchange rates were fixed but countries had freedom, with some limits, to adjust their own monetary policy. The only way such a system could work was by restricting capital flows. If they had not been, investors would have been free to move their capital to whichever country had the highest interest rates, confident that they could not face a currency loss by devaluation. Exchange controls blocked this kind of speculation. Rather than return to the protectionist policies of the interwar period, the Allies aimed for free trade. In 1947, representatives of 23 countries signed a General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, which operated on the most favored nation principle. That meant that any reduction in trade barriers between two signatories was extended to all members. Further GATT rounds followed in 1949 and 1951, and by the following year, import tariffs in most European and North American countries were around half their pre-war levels. 2. After the war, Germany was divided into 4 zones, run by the Americans, British, French, and Soviets respectively. No monetary reparations were imposed on the Western zones, which eventually became West Germany. Some patents and trademarks were confiscated, and the US recruited top German scientists like Wernher von Braun. 3. The Soviet Union, which had suffered disproportionately from German occupation, took much material out of East Germany, as well as its own crop of scientists. Another important development was that the Americans took up a global role, in contrast to the retreat into isolationism of the 1920s and 1930s. They were smart enough to realize that a more prosperous Europe would be a lucrative market for US exports. And they also feared that economic collapse in Western Europe would lead to further gains for communism. George G. Marshall, a former general who was Secretary of State under President Harry Truman, proposed a program of European aid. Western European nations eagerly accepted it, but Eastern European governments, under instructions from the Soviet Union, rejected it. The Marshall Plan eventually provided $13 billion of aid between 1948 and 1952, or around 5% of US GDP. 4. In effect, the Americans lent the Europeans the money to finance their trade deficits, and the Europeans used that money to buy American goods. In Japan, the Americans also refused to impose a Carthaginian peace. Wartime destruction had been immense, including the terrible atomic bomb blasts that devastated Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan had lost 80% of its ships, a third of its industrial machinery, and almost a quarter of its land-based transport. 5. The Americans allowed the emperor to stay on the throne but purged the military and introduced a pacifist constitution. Land reforms were introduced to boost small tenants, at the expense of big landowners, and greater rights were given to women. 6. Proposals to break up the conglomerates, zaibatsu, were watered down, while plans to dismantle the nation's factories were also ditched. The economy struggled for a while, with prices rising 13-fold in the 3 years after the war. 7. But the economy was given a boost by the Korean War of 1950-53, when its factories supplied the American forces with equipment. The U.S. ended its occupation in 1952, although it retained military bases, largely on Okinawa. The European recovery. Conditions in the immediate aftermath of the war were terrible. In Hungary, a hyperinflation emerged that outranked even that achieved by the Weimar Republic. At one stage, the inflation rate in Hungary reached 41.9 quadrillion %, 419, followed by 15 zeros, and the central bank issued a 100 quintillion pengo note, 1 followed by 20 zeros. In many German cities, including Berlin, Hamburg, and Dortmund, more than half the homes had been destroyed. Between 18 million and 20 million people had been made homeless. Chaos meant that hunger was widespread. In the spring of 1947, people living in German cities were consuming only 800 calories a day. 8. In the Soviet Union, 32,000 factories had been destroyed, while Yugoslavia had lost a third of its industrial wealth. 9. In 1945, as many as 17 million people in Germany were displaced, with more than a third being foreign laborers who had been forced to work for the Nazis. After the war, around 11.7 million Germans were expelled from their homes in Poland and Czechoslovakia. 10. The sheer scale of destruction brought some advantages. Far-right politicians had been discredited for a generation, as had any appetite for military adventure, on the European continent at least. Millions of people could leave the military and take more productive jobs. They could also move away from the farms. In 1950, half of the working population of Spain, Portugal, and Greece was employed in agriculture. The same was true of a third of Austrians, almost 30% of French workers, and nearly a quarter of West Germans. 11. As they shifted into industry and services, these workers became much more productive. West Germany also received an influx of around 8 million workers in the immediate aftermath of the war, and another 3.8 million people before East Germany built the Berlin Wall in 1961. Europe also enjoyed catch-up growth that reflected the lost investment of the war years. By 1949, industrial production in all the countries participating in the Marshall Plan, bar West Germany and Greece, was higher than it had been in 1938. There was an investment boom as industry replaced destroyed and outdated equipment. In West Germany, gross fixed investment reached 18% of GDP, compared with 11% before the war. The shift in France over the same period was from 12% to 17%. West Germany had to sort out the monetary chaos that had followed the war. This required, for the second time in a quarter of a century, a new currency, with the Deutschmark replacing the Reichsmark in 1948. The reform came with a relaxation of rationing on key items of consumption. The effect was dramatic, with industrial production rising 50% in the second half of the year. As the European economies gathered speed in the 1950s, they were able to make enormous productivity gains as they caught up with American technology and methods. West Germany averaged 6.4% per year in the decade, Italy 5.9%, and France 4.3%. 13. So many resources had been devoted to defense spending that European consumers had not been able to buy the goods, such as cars, that a great many Americans enjoyed. Indeed, in 1950, a large number of European homes lacked even indoor plumbing. So there was plenty of pent-up demand waiting to be satisfied. West Germans owned just 200,000 cars in 1948 but 9 million by 1965.14. The West German economy became an export machine, driven by the production of capital goods. An enduring aspect of the German system was that the big manufacturers had a strong relationship with a group of smaller suppliers, known as the Mittelstand. The French economy laid a greater emphasis on planning than did the German, and had particular success in car manufacturing, thanks to Citroën, Peugeot and Renault. Italy had its strengths in Fiat, the car manufacturer, chemicals companies like Edison, and the fashion industry. The Netherlands had Philips, the electronics group, a successful chemicals industry, and, from the late 1950s onwards, enjoyed a gas boom. Western European prosperity was thus widespread. Common market. At the start of the 20th century, Europeans felt that they dominated the world. The only challenge to their power was the US, which was largely a home for European migrants. Things looked very different after 1945. Eastern Europe was now dominated by the Soviet Union. Russia had always been a relative outsider among the European powers, but at least under the Tsars its royal family was related to the other monarchs. Stalin was a much more alien, and threatening, leader, with an army strong enough to defeat Western Europeans, if they did not have the shelter of the American nuclear umbrella. The Russians also operated a spy network across the continent, including such high-profile figures as Günter Guillaume, the personal secretary of Willy Brandt, the West German chancellor. So if Europe was to recover, the countries needed to cooperate. In 1949, the first step, encouraged by the Americans, was the creation of a European payments union that would help with the financing of temporary trade deficits. A more momentous development occurred in the following year with the European Coal and Steel Community, the forerunner of the European Union. The aim was to create a common market for these two vital materials. 6 nations joined the club: Belgium, France, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and West Germany. They would go on to be the founder members of the European Economic Community, EEC, in 1957, under the Treaty of Rome. The treaty aimed to get the 6 countries to eliminate all internal tariffs and to have a common external trade policy, a customs union. It took its time to succeed, as internal tariffs were not quite eliminated until 1968.15. From the start, the EEC had a complex political structure, with a commission, in effect, a civil service, based in Brussels, a parliament that alternated between Strasbourg and Luxembourg. The duplication was a needless expense, the European Court of Justice to enforce the rules, 16 and a Council of Ministers, to thrash out agreement between governments. The EEC had a political as well as an economic aim. By linking the European economies more closely together, it was hoped that war between the countries would be unthinkable. There was also something of a bargain between Germany and France, the former wanted tariff-free access for its manufacturers and the latter wanted financial support for its farmers. This led, in 1962, to the Common Agricultural Policy, CAP, which offered subsidies to food producers and protection against imports from outside the area. The CAP has been one of the most controversial elements of the European project, being expensive for consumers and taxpayers, and on occasion leading to overproduction, as in the cases of the Butter Mountain and Wine Lake in the 1970s. Britain opted out of the EEC at the start, partly because it felt closer affinity with the Commonwealth, a club of states that had been part of the Empire, and with the US. In addition, Britain was not invaded in either World War, so did not feel the same need for common security. In 1960, Britain was a founder member of the European Free Trade Area, EFTA, along with Austria, Denmark, Norway, Portugal, Sweden, and Switzerland. 17 Like the EEC, EFTA aimed to eliminate tariff barriers, but it lacked the EEC's political aims. It was solely a trade arrangement. But EFTA was never likely to rival the EEC as an economic area. All of the member countries bar Portugal traded more with EEC countries than with each other. Britain's trade with the EEC grew faster in the first half of the 1960s than with other EFTA members. 18 So in 1962, the British government applied to join the EEC, only to be rebuffed by the French president, Charles de Gaulle. 19 Britain continued to worry that it was falling behind European living standards and, in 1967, it applied again, and faced a second veto by de Gaulle. The UK only managed to join the EU in 1973, along with Denmark and Ireland, after de Gaulle left office. The move was designed to stop the rot in Britain's economic performance. In 1950, the UK's per capita GDP was almost a third larger than the average of the 6 original EEC members, but by 1973, it was 10% below it. 20. In the immediate post-war period, Britain made an enormous effort to repair its position, restricting domestic consumption through rationing and focusing on overseas trade. By 1950, the country produced 22% of global manufacturing exports. 21 Yet it was dogged by balance of payments issues and sterling crises, and by its poor industrial relations record. By the end of this period it was known as the sick man of Europe and was forced to turn to the IMF for a rescue package in 1976. The social market economy. Post-war politicians were determined to avoid another period of hardship like the Great Depression. First, economic policy aimed to keep unemployment low. Second, governments set up a system of benefits to protect the poorest in society. This policy shift towards much greater government intervention was driven by a bipartisan consensus. When the Republicans regained the presidency of the U.S. in 1953, Dwight Eisenhower did not seek to roll back any of the welfare programs introduced by Franklin Roosevelt. In Europe, many of the leading parties after the war described themselves as Christian Democrat. While happy to ally with the U.S., Christian Democrats worried that the free market could be both intensely disruptive and a potential recruiting sergeant for the communist parties. The French and Italian communist parties were particularly strong in the 4 decades after the war. The European approach had emerged in some smaller countries like the Netherlands and Sweden before the war. One feature was that the leading employers and trade unions bargained for wages at the national level, and avoided costly and bitter industrial disputes. The leading banks and companies were closely linked, with representatives on each other's boards. Private business was allowed to operate, but taxes were high, both to limit the scope for inequality and to fund the welfare state. The model protected the right to own private property, albeit subject to some restrictions. Tenants were safe from arbitrary eviction by a landlord while rent rises were capped. One German historian described the approach thus: the market as an allocation mechanism is altered in order to attain results that are seen as socially acceptable. 22. European governments also owned significant chunks of industry. In Britain the mines and railways were nationalised after the war, along with the power generators and the steel sector, which subsequently bounced between the private and public sectors a couple of times. The post office and the main airline were already in public hands. France nationalised the utilities and the car maker Renault, in retaliation for the owner's alleged collaboration with the Nazis. In the 1960s there was an effort in many countries to build up national champions in sectors such as aerospace and electronics, in a belief that this would enable Europe to close the gap with the US. In part, this motivated the creation of the Anglo-French supersonic airliner, Concorde. Mergers were encouraged in the hope that large companies could benefit from economies of scale. 23. Alfred Muller-Armack coined the term social market economy for a structure that was a middle way between socialism and a laissez-faire economy. This structure also attempted to balance the aims of economic efficiency and income redistribution. 24 Welfare programs were a key part of this balance. Varieties of the social market economy appeared in the British settler colonies of Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. In colonial times the Australian economy had prospered by exporting wool to Britain, before a series of discoveries in the second half of the 19th century led to the development of gold, lead, zinc and copper exports. Pensions were introduced there before the First World War, and more welfare programs, including unemployment insurance, were introduced during the Second World War. The Canadian economy had been built on raw materials, initially fish, fur, and timber and, later, wheat. The economy suffered during the Depression but rebounded in the Second World War, thanks to military spending, including U.S. bases. The boom continued after the war, helped by the discovery of new oil fields in Alberta. The Canadian government introduced welfare measures such as free childcare and old age pensions and, in measures passed in 1957 and 1966, brought in a publicly funded healthcare system that is a marked contrast with the private system of its southern neighbour. New Zealand was a prosperous economy in the aftermath of the war, with the fifth highest per capita GDP in the OECD, a club of developed economies. 25 The country had introduced a range of welfare benefits in 1938, including pensions, unemployment pay and sickness benefit. All three dominions attracted lots of emigrants from the UK, and all benefited from being able to sell raw materials to the developed world during the post-war boom. The Great Compression. The post-war era was marked by a sharp reduction in inequality within the Western economies. Inequality has been a part of society ever since mankind shifted its economic focus from hunter-gathering to farming. Walter Scheidle's bleak assessment was that a reduction in inequality normally required one of four shocks: mass mobilization warfare, revolution, state failure, and lethal pandemics. 26 In other words, the cures for inequality are worse than the disease. In its early stages, industrialization seemed to increase inequality. When the overall economy grew, most of the gains were made by the owners of capital, the factories that churned out textiles, and the mines that dug out coal. Thomas Piketty, the French economist, has argued that the key equation that drives inequality is when the return on capital is higher than the economic growth rate, RG, in his formulation. Capital in this sense means wealth. If the return from owning land, or equipment, or financial assets is greater than the growth of GDP, then the rich, who own most of the capital, will keep getting richer. 27. But the trend did seem to change as industrialization developed. British inequality peaked in around 1867 and US inequality in the early 20th century. 28 Simon Kuznets, the economist who devised GDP measures, see Appendix, suggested that inequality would decline as societies became richer. More people would be educated, and would be able to take high-skilled jobs. They would also demand policies that redistributed income in their favor. The very high taxes required to finance the two world wars clearly made a dent in inequality. Britain had already imposed inheritance taxes before 1914, and some of its great country houses were requisitioned as schools or convalescent homes during the conflict. In France, the value of the top 0.01% of the country's estates fell by 90% between 1914 and 1945. When the US occupied Japan after 1945, it levied a property tax with a top rate of 90% and transferred 70% of the property of the richest 5,000 households to the state. 29. Taxes remained high after the war. The highest marginal rate of U.S. income tax was 91% as late as 1962,30, while the top tax rate in Britain in the late 1970s was 83%, with an extra 15% rate on investment income on top, taking the total to 98%. This was the era when many wealthy people made great efforts to avoid tax, with the Rolling Stones fleeing to France to record Exile on Main Street, while the Swiss banking secrecy laws provided a home for hidden fortunes. Tax was not the only factor that reduced inequality. In the labor market, wage differentials narrowed after 1945, whether measured in terms of education, job experience, region, or occupation. The main driver seems to have been that there was a rise in demand for unskilled labor, as the economy expanded and unemployment fell, while the supply of skilled labor, thanks to greater education, increased. 31. All told, the income share of the top 1% of the U.S. population peaked at nearly 50% in 1929 and then dropped to between 30% and 35% for much of the period between 1942 and the late 1970s. Inequality started to widen again at the very end of our period. 32. Superpower status. Some Americans look back to the post-war period as a golden age, although not African Americans, who were still denied their civil rights. America's economic dominance was overwhelming. In the immediate post-war period, it accounted for half of the world's manufacturing output, producing 62% of its oil and 80% of its cars. 33. Growth was spectacular by pre-war standards. The U.S. economy grew 3.8% a year between 1946 and 1973.34. There was still scope for plenty of productivity gains, as techniques learned in wartime production were applied in the private sector. As well as its enlightened policies on free trade and overseas aid, the U.S. developed a better trained workforce via measures like the GI Bill, which helped military veterans to retrain, and the expansion of universities. Almost twice as many people took undergraduate degrees in 1970 as in 1950. This was the era when Americans got TVs, freezers, and record players, when they moved to the suburbs and drove to shopping malls and fast food restaurants, and when they bought ever more elaborate cars. They took paid holidays and drove to resorts in Florida or on the New Jersey shore. Blue-collar workers in the car and steel industries could earn a high enough wage to support their families and buy their own homes. In 1950, only 29% of women worked, but, by 1970, that proportion rose to 42%. And retiring workers could count on a state pension, as the Social Security system kicked in, while many received a company pension as well. The U.S. lifestyle, as exemplified in its movies and pop music, set the standard for consumers all over the world. The Japanese miracle. Japan's defeat had a silver lining. As in West Germany, militarism was discredited. The country's pacifist constitution meant that Japan could leave defense to the Americans and concentrate on building up its economy. The government had no intention of simply leaving growth to the market, setting up the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, in 1949 to coordinate activity. In the 1950s, MITI prioritized the expansion of traditional heavy industries like coal, iron, and steel, while in the 1960s it favored other industries like electronics and cars. Favored companies were given tax breaks, offered the best locations, and given permission to expand faster than other groups. 35. Economists debate whether MITI played a vital role in boosting growth. The bureaucrats were often unpopular with the businesses they regulated, particularly in later decades. Honda, now one of the world's most successful car makers, was discouraged by MITI from moving into the sector. 36. But Japan's tradition of consensus meant that these rows rarely came out into the open. Policy was fairly stable, since, while the average tenure of a Japanese prime minister since the war has only been about 2 years, The Liberal Democratic Party has been in office for the vast majority of the post-war period. Success came on many fronts. Between 1950 and 1965, Japanese steel production increased more than eightfold. In the 1950s, Sony developed the transistor radio, the first in what would be a long series of popular electronic innovations. In the course of 1967 and 1968, Japan overtook France, Britain, and West Germany to become the second largest economy in the free world. 37. For a while, made in Japan was a synonym for cheaply made, shoddy goods in Western markets. But the Japanese were influenced by a management guru called W. Edwards Deming, who emphasized that manufacturing was vulnerable to a loss of quality through statistical variation. Managements that focused on reducing that variation could improve the overall quality of their goods. Responsibility for improving the quality of goods could be passed to groups or circles of workers, see Chapter 7. 38. By the 1970s, the quality of Japanese goods had improved by so much that American rivals were completely surprised by the competitive threat. In 1950, American car workers were 3 times more productive than their Japanese rivals. By 1980, the Japanese were ahead. 39. Mao and China. The 19th and early 20th centuries were dismal ones for China. Its economy was overtaken by the West, and it suffered the indignities of the Opium Wars and the forced opening of treaty ports. In 1911, the infant emperor was dethroned and a republic declared. Sadly, the result was not a democracy but a long period of warlordism where there was no central authority. The dominant figure who emerged was Chiang Kai-shek and his Kuomintang party. Although Chiang was a brutal leader, he struggled to impose his authority in the face of Japanese invasion and communist rebellion. The economy suffered accordingly. During the Second World War, inflation also surged. The cost of living in Shanghai in 1946 was 900 times its level at the start of the war with Japan. 40. After the war, Chiang Kai-shek steadily lost control of the country, and the Communist Party under Mao Zedong seized power in 1949. Mao inherited a much weakened country. In 1820, Chinese incomes were on a par with those in Europe, but by 1950, Angus Maddison estimated that Chinese incomes were only a tenth of European levels. 41. Mao turned out to be a brutal ideologue. An early sign of his approach came when 99% of businessmen in Shanghai were held to be guilty of at least one crime and 500 were executed. Deaths in the aftermath of the revolution have been estimated as being anywhere from 800,000 to 5 million. 42. The more people you kill, the more revolutionary you are, Mao said. Like Stalin before him, he favored a policy of rapid industrialization and the collectivization of agriculture. Between 1955 and 1956, the proportion of peasant households that were collectivist rose from 14% to 92%. 43. Among the most deadly follies of Mao's rule was the Great Leap Forward, a plan launched in 1958 to increase industrial output rapidly and overtake Western economies. This involved the setting up of backyard furnaces in the countryside, in which farmers made iron and steel from pots, pans and doorknobs. As peasants were taken off the farm for forced labor projects, famine spread. Rice and wheat output fell by around 40% between 1957 and 1961. 44. A crazy sidebar to the scheme was a campaign to eliminate sparrows, because they ate grain, by making such noise that the birds could get no rest. The sparrows duly died and so were not around to eat the pests that devoured the crop. Historian Frank Dickiter, who combed through Chinese records, estimated that 45 million people died. People resorted to cannibalism and eating mud. Mao's callous response was to say that when there is not enough to eat, people starve to death. It is better to let half of the people die so that the other half can eat their fill. 45. The follow-up came in 1966 when Mao launched the Cultural Revolution, designed to drive bourgeois and revisionist elements out of the party. Young people joined the Red Guard and humiliated local leaders, imprisoning them or pushing them out of the cities into the country. The Red Guards proclaimed fanatical devotion to the thoughts of Chairman Mao, as detailed in his Little Red Book, and his picture was everywhere. In effect, he was the most powerful and terrible emperor in China's history. Some revisionists offer praise for Mao, pointing out that economic growth was a little under 3% a year during his rule. But much of this was a catch-up after the dismal performance in the first half of the 20th century. Between 1950 and 1973, per capita GDP in China rose 87%, in Taiwan, ruled by the exiled Chiang, it rose fourfold over the same period, and in Japan, sixfold. 46 China was only able to enjoy a similar rate of growth under Mao's successors. The Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union had suffered most in the battle with the Nazis, with perhaps 26 million dead, 11 million of whom lived in occupied territory where they were often worked, or starved, to death. But the regime contributed its own brutalities, with 600,000 sent to the labor camps during the war, some for offenses as trivial as admiring an American Jeep. 47. If Soviet citizens were hoping that victory would bring a relaxation of Stalin's grip, they were disappointed. The focus remained on industry, rather than agriculture, on investment goods, not consumption. Peasants were taxed heavily, and in 1952, the average urban wage was no higher than it had been in 1928. In 1953, the year of Stalin's death, 5.5 million Soviet citizens were still in labor camps. 48. In the aftermath of the war, the Russians held on to those parts of Eastern Europe they had already occupied, and installed communist governments in countries, like Czechoslovakia, that showed signs of edging towards independence. The Soviets brought the same emphasis on industrialization to their occupied territories, with each country required to produce a 5-year plan. To combat the appeal of the Marshall Plan, Stalin created the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, or Comecon, in 1949 to tie together Eastern Europe. For much of the next 4 decades, countries in the communist bloc traded largely with each other. As in the West, there was a post-war recovery, with most countries surpassing pre-war industrial production levels by 1949. Unemployment fell sharply as workers were mobilized into what was, effectively, still a wartime economy, with coal, iron, and steel the favored industries. In the long run, however, the problem was that every country in the Soviet bloc was trying to produce the same kinds of goods. Who were they supposed to sell them to? The lack of price signals also meant that there was no incentive to produce goods that consumers wanted. The Hungarian footwear industry in the 1950s produced 16 kinds of shoes, not as a result of demand, but on the basis of which were easiest to make. 50. Attempts at reform occurred, including giving local managers more power and allowing a free market for prices in some areas. But there was little encouragement for private markets to develop. Indeed, managers had an incentive to produce more goods, regardless of the quality. Whenever reform went too far, and looked like challenging communist power or doctrine, it was crushed, as in East Germany in 1953, Hungary in 1956, or Czechoslovakia in 1968. Many observers were seduced by the military might of the Eastern Bloc, and its success in heavy industry and the space race, into thinking that it was stronger than it was. Paul Samuelson was one of the most esteemed American economists of the era, but he consistently overestimated the potential of the Soviet economy. In the 1961 edition of his textbook for undergraduates, he predicted that Soviet national income would overtake the US in 1984 or 1997. In the 1980 edition, he went for 2002 or 2012.51. The resource riches of the Soviet Union did prove a boon, particularly when oil prices rose sharply in the 1970s. Even so, the contrast between the lifestyles of consumers in the Eastern Bloc and those in the West was very apparent. The developing world. Neither South Korea nor Taiwan would have been an obvious pick to be a fast-growth economy in the immediate post-war period. In 1950, per capita GDP in the former was $854, in 1990 and in the latter $924.52. Korea was about to suffer invasion and a 3-year war with the North. Taiwan was adjusting to its new exiled Chinese rulers. Even in the early 1960s, the average income of South Koreans was 30% lower than that of either Haiti or Ethiopia. In the 1950s, it followed a policy of import substitution that delivered little growth but allowed domestic industry to develop. The key policy shift was an export drive from 1962 onwards. Between 1962 and 1979, Korean exports grew at an annual rate of almost 34% while GNP increased by an average rate of 9.3%. Manufacturing and mining grew from 12% of the economy in the mid-1950s to 30% in the late 1970s, while agriculture's share more than halved. There was a rapid expansion in South Korea's steel, shipbuilding, and car-making industries. This was not a free market story. The government invested heavily in infrastructure, and provided subsidies, tax breaks, cheap loans, and import protection for favored industries. Industries tended to organize in big conglomerates called chaebol, which had close links with government. It is also worth noting that this economic expansion was achieved before South Korea's shift to democracy. Perhaps the key elements of the country's success were the outward-looking focus, the partnership between government and industry, and the well-educated workforce. 53 As Acemoglu and Robinson point out 54 one could not have a better contrast in the effect of economic policies than the two Koreas. Before the Korean War, the peninsula had a long period of shared culture and language with most of the industry in the north. South Korea became one of the richest countries on the planet and, eventually, a democracy. North Korea is a hereditary dictatorship, marked by repression, famine, and poverty. As with South Korea, Taiwan's growth surge was driven by an export boom after 1960. In the early years, this was dominated by relatively simple products such as clothing and footwear. It was not until much later that the country moved into more sophisticated products like semiconductors and electronics. 55 The export boom was encouraged by a 19-point government plan. It was, in part, focused on emulating the Japanese example and also driven by the need to find new sources of revenue to replace U.S. aid. The result was an economic growth rate of around 10% a year in the 1960s and 1970s. 56. Singapore, a city-state that gained independence from Britain, and then Malaysia, and Hong Kong, a city that stayed under British rule until 1997, were if anything even more successful than South Korea or Taiwan. Their success owed much to governments that were determined to let business prosper and that had an outward focus. Perhaps this was natural since both cities had huge harbors that made them centers of trade. But together with Japan, these countries formed an appealing model for other countries looking to become prosperous. In 1950, Asian GDP per person was less than a third of that of Latin America and Eastern Europe, and even below that of Africa. By 1973, Asian GDP had grown fourfold in real terms. 57. India's post-war economic history was decidedly mixed. The region gained independence from Britain in 1947 in a chaotic process that divided the subcontinent into three: India itself and the largely Muslim Pakistan and East Pakistan. The eastern region eventually split off to become Bangladesh. In all three countries, population rose sharply after independence. The Indian population was 345 million in 1947 and reached 1 billion by 1999.58. As noted in Chapter 2, from the late 1960s, the region benefited from the Green Revolution, as seeds developed by Norman Borlaug were combined with increased fertilizer use. In India, life expectancy at birth rose sharply from 32 to 51 between 1950 and 1968, as death from diseases like cholera declined. Jawaharlal Nehru, India's post-war leader, was a great believer in state planning and unleashed the first of a series of 5-year plans in 1951. His aim was to build up heavy industry and for the state to control the commanding heights of the economy. But the key difference with South Korea and Taiwan was that Nehru had little interest in foreign trade and relied on foreign aid to fund vital imports. New businesses also faced excessive regulation, dubbed the License Raj. 59 All this left Indian growth lagging well behind that of China, let alone the Southeast Asian tigers. In the late 1950s and late 1960s, India managed respectable per capita growth rates of more than 2% a year. But in the early 1960s, and throughout the 1970s, annual income growth was less than 1%. 60 Jagdish Bhagwati, an economist, argued that India's socialist planning system did not give more people access to goods and services but merely allowed the well-connected to jump the queue. 61. The post-war history of Latin America was dogged by military coups and populist politics. As mentioned in Chapter 7, the favored policy was import substituting industrialization, ISI. The idea was to develop the manufacturing sectors that had brought the West prosperity and to reduce the dependence on raw materials that were so volatile in price. Industry was supported with subsidies while the state's role was expanded, creating jobs for the middle classes. 62 To the extent that this strategy had any success, it was by shifting resources out of agriculture and into manufacturing. There was growth of more than 5% a year in both the 1950s and 1960s. 63 However, populations were rising rapidly, particularly in the cities, and in per capita terms, growth was a less impressive 2.6%. And ISI produced inefficient companies making inferior products. By 1973, Latin America was exporting just 3 to 4% of the manufactured goods it produced, compared with 50% in Taiwan. 64. Post-war Latin America also suffered from an inequality problem. The top quintile, 20%, of the population received 60% of income, compared with 45% in the developed world. 65 Some attempts were made to reform the distribution of land but, with the exception of Cuba, which fell to Fidel Castro's communists in 1959, little was achieved. In Cuba, the top deciles, 10%, share of income dropped from nearly 40% to 23% in the 1960s. 66. It was in the 1970s that Latin America's problems really started to become clear. Salvador Allende was elected as president of Chile in 1970 with 36% of the vote. He embarked on a rapid program of nationalization, including the banking system, and accelerated the seizure of property from large landowners. Big wage increases were granted and public sector employment rose 40% in 3 years. By 1971, the public sector deficit was 15% of GDP. This was financed with printed money, and, by 1973, the deficit was 30% of GDP and inflation reached 600%. 67 There then followed a coup in which the Air Force bombed the presidential palace. Allende committed suicide and General Augusto Pinochet took over. Argentina had a similar experience. Juan Perón, an army colonel, was the best-known populist in the region and ruled the country from 1945 to 1955 before being pushed out in a coup. He regained power in an election in 1973, ushering in a wave of violence that eventually led to a coup against his widow, and successor in office, Isabel, in 1976. By this stage, inflation had reached 750%. 68 As in Chile, the new regime took a brutal approach towards opponents, torturing and executing many, leaving families desperately searching for news of the disappeared. The peculiar tragedy of Argentina was that it was one of the 10 richest countries in the world in 1914. But the war and the depression were devastating for its main focus, exporting meat and grain, and after 1945, just as the world was opening up trade again, Perón shifted the country towards protectionism. Over the last century, the country has suffered several episodes of high inflation and has defaulted several times on its debts. By the end of the 1970s, the defects of the Latin American model were fairly clear: too much debt, inefficient industries, and too much state control. In 1979, the Brazilian government owned 28 of the country's 30 largest firms. 69 Those defects would prove catastrophic in the 1980s. Africa, alas, also had limited economic success in this era. The continent largely managed to throw off its European colonial masters, with the obvious exceptions of South Africa and Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia. But the newly independent countries were dependent on commodity exports, and were often run by kleptocratic dictators. The per capita growth rate from 1950 to 1973 was 2%, below the world average, and half the growth rate of Western Europe. The collapse of Bretton Woods. In 1960, an economist named Robert Triffin predicted to the U.S. Congress that the Bretton Woods system would eventually collapse. His argument related to the conflict between the dollar's domestic and international roles. The dollar was the centerpiece of the Bretton Woods system since it was the currency to which others were pegged. That meant that central bankers in the rest of the world wanted to accumulate dollars as part of their foreign exchange reserves. In a crisis, they could sell their dollars and buy their domestic currency to support their exchange rate. But how could central banks accumulate dollar reserves? The answer was for their nation to run a current account surplus. By selling more goods than they bought, they would acquire dollars from abroad. If all countries managed to do this, America would be required to run a current account deficit. But a series of trade deficits would sap foreign confidence in the stability of the dollar, causing the system to break down. 70. Roughly speaking, this is indeed how the crisis unfolded. The Bretton Woods Conference gave other central banks the right to exchange their dollars for gold. But by 1966, foreign central banks and governments had $14 billion of dollar reserves. The US had $13.2 billion of gold reserves, but only $3 billion of that was available to pay foreigners, the rest was needed to back the domestic money supply. 71. At the time, the US was pursuing an expansionary fiscal policy, with spending outstripping tax revenues, as President Lyndon Johnson tried to finance both the Vietnam War and his war on poverty, including the Medicare and Medicaid health insurance programs. The American authorities tried various expedients to stop the dollar outflow. In 1963 and 1964, they passed the interest equalization tax, making it less attractive for Americans to buy overseas assets. But that change merely encouraged the development of a new financial market, whereby foreigners lent and borrowed dollars from each other. This euro-dollar market, as it became known, quickly became a home for global capital, and a crucial factor in the development of London as an international financial center. After 1966, however, the problems started to multiply. Private investors demanded to exchange their dollars for gold. In 1967, in the face of its repeated trade deficits, Britain devalued the pound for the second time under the system. In the following year, the US stopped redeeming privately held dollars for gold. The IMF created a new composite currency, the special drawing right, as an alternative to the dollar. But the pressure continued, with foreign investors swapping their dollars for German marks and Japanese yen, since gold was not available. 72. In a sense, this was inevitable. The Bretton Woods system had been set up at the end of the war, when European and Japanese economies were shattered and the US was dominant. Eventually, Germany and Japan, in particular, recovered, and their exchange rates should have appreciated to reflect this shift. The German mark and Dutch guilder revalued in 1961, but this was not sufficient, nor was another mark revaluation in 1969. As the anchor of the system, the US was the only country that was effectively subject to the traditional gold standard constraints. But American politicians had no desire to tighten domestic policy, and thereby threaten their re-election prospects, in order to maintain an international agreement. In 1971, President Richard Nixon suspended the convertibility of gold, and imposed a 10% surcharge on imports, as a way of forcing other countries to revalue their currencies. Later that year, the Smithsonian Agreement devalued the dollar, pushing the gold price up to $38 an ounce, and allowed other countries to fluctuate within bands against the American currency. But Nixon was unwilling to adjust U.S. policy to make the Smithsonian Agreement work, memorably telling an aide, "I don't give a shit about the lira." 73 By 1973 the dollar was floating against other currencies. The Europeans did not like the idea of floating currencies at all. The motivation behind the common market was to integrate European economies, making it easier for them to trade with each other. But exporters and importers found it more difficult to trade if currencies were floating. A French manufacturer importing parts from Germany might find that the price had risen sharply because the franc had dropped against the German mark. Alternatively, a German manufacturer who agreed to be paid in francs might find that the receipts were worth much less in terms of the mark. In 1972, the 6 members of the EEC duly established the snake, a system whereby their currencies could move against each other within limited bands. The name came from the expectation of wriggling currency movement. Britain joined and then withdrew after 2 months. The underlying problem with the snake was that the West German economy was stronger than many of the others in the group, and there was a natural tendency for the mark to rise. Despite 2 revaluations of the mark, the French withdrew from the system in 1974 and again in 1976.74. The first attempt to align European exchange rates thus proved a failure. Milton Friedman, the U.S. economist, argued that floating exchange rates could be an improvement on a fixed rate system, provided that flexible rates were accompanied by a policy regime that could control inflation. First of all, he was a great believer in free markets, which would be more likely to establish the most appropriate exchange rate than central bankers or politicians. Second, fixed rate systems required a lot of adjustment in wages and prices. It is far simpler to allow one price to change, namely, the price of foreign exchange, than to rely upon changes in the multitude of prices that together constitute the internal price structure, he wrote. 75 By and large, since the 1970s, the big global currencies, the dollar, yen, and mark, later euro, have floated against each other. The collapse of Bretton Woods was a watershed for the global economy. Gold and silver had played a monetary role for thousands of years. Paper currency was, in theory, just a claim on those metals. Now the last remaining link was gone. Each nation had fiat money, where money was what the government declared it to be. Creditors no longer had the certainty that they would be paid back in a coin of the same value. In truth, the change had been a long time coming. The Federal Reserve did not have enough gold to back every single dollar in issue. So if the public were happy to use a currency that had only a tiny gold backing, it was not a big leap to use currencies that were not backed by gold at all. Nor was it obvious why the amount of global currency should be linked to the gold and silver that miners could find. Lord Addison, a British peer, said that he was not convinced that to dig gold out of the ground in South Africa and to bury it, refined, in a cellar in the United States, in fact adds to the wealth of the world. 76. But the worry was that, freed from the constraints of an exchange rate peg, government would simply debase their currencies and let inflation rip. Looked at from the perspective of the gold price, that has indeed happened. In 1970, with the gold price at $35, a dollar bought a 35th of an ounce. At the time of writing, the gold price was $1,232, so a dollar was worth less than a thousandth of an ounce. OPEC and inflation. The collapse of the Bretton Woods system was followed almost immediately by the inflation that many had feared. In the US, the inflation rate rose from 5.8% in 1970 to 11.1% in 1974 and 13.5% in 1980.77. In Britain, the annual inflation rate rose from 6.5% in 1970 to 22.7% in 1975, and did not fall below 5% until 1983.78. In Japan, inflation reached 23% in 1974.79. What caused these price rises? This was an era before central banks had independence, and Arthur Burns, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, found it difficult to tighten monetary policy in the face of opposition from President Nixon. U.S. money supply growth was above 12% in 1971 and 1972, while real short-term rates were negative, inflation was higher than the interest rate, from 1973 to 1979. In Britain, controls on bank lending and credit creation were relaxed and there was an explosion of lending, particularly to the property sector. Money supply growth was 23.6% in 1973 and 25.5% in 1974. Real British short-term rates were negative from 1970 to 1979 and were minus 13% in 1975.80. Rather than tighten fiscal or monetary policy, many governments opted for statutory, or voluntary, restraints on wages and prices. In 1971, President Nixon imposed a 90-day freeze. Britain, meanwhile, had a series of incomes policies, sometimes compulsory and sometimes hammered out after negotiations with the trade unions. The aim was to imitate the West German example of industry-wide agreements between management and unions. But the approach had lots of problems. No government could control the prices charged by overseas suppliers. So any retailer or manufacturer that relied on imported goods would have to swallow the increase in costs. If they could not afford to do so, they would simply fail to offer the product. The result would be widespread shortages. In response, governments could and would offer exemptions to some businesses. But that only angered workers, who saw prices rise but were barred from getting wage rises in compensation. Strikes multiplied. Furthermore, incomes policies may have restrained inflation in the short term, but as soon as the regime was relaxed, prices and wages took off again. Inflation was also driven by what economists love to call an exogenous event. On October 6, 1973, during the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, a day of fasting and atonement, Egypt and Syria launched a simultaneous attack on Israel. The war came after Israel's rapid success in the previous 1967 conflict, which resulted in the occupation of the Gaza Strip, Sinai, the West Bank of Jordan and the Golan Heights in Syria. That led to the long series of Palestinian protests against the occupation that continue to this day. The Israeli forces were caught by surprise in 1973 and turned to the US for help. That caused outrage among the Arab nations of the Middle East, many of which were members of the Organization of Oil Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. Their first step was to declare an embargo on oil exports to the US and the Netherlands, key Israeli allies. They also demanded a higher price for the oil they did export. Within 3 months, the price had quadrupled. 81. This was an enormous shock to the oil-consuming countries in the West. In the US, gasoline, petrol, had been cheap for so long that the public had become used to driving huge, gas-guzzling cars. Lines formed at gas stations, with some offering fuel only to regular customers. The crisis proved great news for Japanese car makers, whose smaller, fuel-efficient vehicles started to gain market share. The national speed limit was lowered to 55 miles per hour. Nixon asked homes to turn down their thermostats to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius, in winter, and some towns turned off their Christmas lights. In Britain, where the miners compounded the problem by going on strike, the country was placed on a 3-day week. For policymakers, OPEC's actions posed a difficult problem. Clearly, higher oil prices pushed up the headline rate of inflation. The classic policy response would be to increase interest rates to try to bring inflation back down again. But higher oil prices were also a tax on Western consumers. Money was taken out of European and American wallets and sent to the coffers of the oil producers in the Middle East. As a result, businesses and consumers had less money to spend at home. The effect was to weaken the Western economies. The US suffered 5 quarters of falling GDP in the period between the middle of 1973 and the spring of 1975, at a time when inflation was rising sharply. 82. This combination of a weak economy and higher prices led to the creation of a portmanteau word, stagflation. It caused economists to rethink their ideas. Previously, they had thought in terms of a trade-off between unemployment and inflation, known as the Phillips curve after the economist who described it. The aim of policymakers in the 3 decades after the Second World War had been to keep unemployment as low as possible, without letting inflation rip. As we shall see in Chapter 16, the crisis eventually led to a redirection of economic policy, in part driven by the monetarist and small government ideas of Milton Friedman. It also led to a retreat from the Keynesian agenda. At the 1976 Labour Party conference, Jim Callaghan, the British Prime Minister, proclaimed, in words written by his son-in-law, the economist Peter J. "We used to think that you could spend your way out of a recession and increase employment by cutting taxes and boosting government spending. I tell you in all candor that that option no longer exists, and insofar as it ever did exist, it only worked on each occasion since the war by injecting a bigger dose of inflation into the economy, followed by a higher level of unemployment as the next step. The malaise." The 3 decades after the war may have been a period of rapid economic growth, but that did not automatically translate into voter happiness. The young people who came to maturity in the 1960s were particularly fond of protest. A series of student demonstrations and wildcat strikes in France in 1968 were so alarming that, for a time, President de Gaulle fled to a military base in Germany. In America, there were 2 big causes. Civil rights protests by African Americans had begun in the 1950s, after nearly a century in which they had been denied the right to vote in the former slave states, and had been forced to use inferior eating, travel, and education facilities. Those injustices were redressed in the 1960s, but many African Americans still felt that they suffered from racism and discrimination. The second cause was the Vietnam War, in which many young Americans were drafted to fight in Asia for a cause in which they did not believe. Better off whites were able to avoid service, so the burden fell disproportionately on African Americans. At the Democratic National Convention in 1968, protesters were beaten and gassed by Chicago police. In 1970, 4 unarmed students at Kent State University were shot dead by the National Guard, while protesting against the bombing of Cambodia. The era was marked by 3 big assassinations in the U.S., of President John F. Kennedy in 1963, his brother Bobby in 1968, and Martin Luther King, the civil rights leader, in 1968. And terrorism flared up in several places. In Northern Ireland, Catholics who had been treated as second-class citizens by the Protestant majority, began a long period of protests that quickly deteriorated into shootings and bombings by the Provisional IRA and rival Protestant groups. Palestinians hijacked a number of commercial flights and murdered Israeli athletes at the Munich Olympics. In Italy, terrorists carried out a number of attacks, including the kidnapping and murder of Aldo Moro, a former prime minister. West Germany had the Baader, Meinhof gang, and the US had the Weathermen and the Symbionese Liberation Army. Politicians struggled to cope with these developments. After all, by creating the welfare state, they had hoped to protect workers from the vagaries of the economic cycle and to head off popular discontent. As has already been noted, this was a moment when economic inequality was lower than at any other point in modern history. But this was an era of rights politics, marked not just by the U.S. civil rights campaign but by the rise of feminism and what was then known as gay liberation. There was a sense that materialism was not enough, since many people sought to improve their social status and to pursue their lifestyle choices. The environmentalist movement got going in this period, sparked by the publication in 1962 of Silent Spring, a book by Rachel Carson about the adverse effects of pesticides on wildlife. The pollution caused by modern industry was an increasing concern too. In 1956, after a series of deadly smogs, Britain passed the Clean Air Act, which limited the burning of dirty fuels, like coal, in cities. The idea that London is perpetually shrouded in fog has been harder to eliminate. The US passed similar acts in 1963, 1967, and 1970. Water pollution was another issue. In 1967, the SS Torrey Canyon hit rocks off Cornwall, spilling 100,000 metric tons of oil into the English Channel and covering local beaches with sludge. 83 2 years later, The Cuyahoga River in Cleveland was so polluted that it caught fire. 84 President Nixon responded by setting up the Environmental Protection Agency. As well as pollution, many worried about scarce resources. In 1972, a think tank called the Club of Rome published a book called The Limits to Growth, which predicted that mankind would start to run out of resources in the 21st century and that this would lead to sudden and uncontrollable decline in both population and industrial capacity. The book was much ridiculed in later years, but, since the crunch point was not due to occur until around 2070, the authors have yet to be proved wrong. 85 A much more pessimistic forecast appeared in The Population Bomb, a book published in 1968, which wrongly forecast mass starvation in the 1970s and 1980s. The clear lesson to all pundits is to set your forecasts so far in the future that if your prediction proves false, you will no longer be around to find out. Trade unions were at their most powerful in the post-war years, thanks to a low level of unemployment and governments that supported their right to organize. In the 1960s, there were strikes at General Motors and Chrysler plants in the US, and teachers' strikes in New York and Florida. Britain was beset by strikes, including those by postal workers, building workers, and the miners. The last of these brought down the Conservative government in 1974. There were mutterings at the time that the country was ungovernable. In 1979, Jimmy Carter, a decent man who turned out to be an unsuccessful president, gave a speech to the American public that was a long way from the upbeat message that politicians like to deliver. He spoke of a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis that strikes at the very heart and soul and spirit of our national will. We can see this crisis in the growing doubt about the meaning of our own lives and in the loss of a unity of purpose for our nation. 86 It became known as the Malaise speech, and it did nothing for Carter's popularity. The ideological tide was turning and the Western economies were about to head in a new direction. Power shifted away from politicians and towards the technocrats who ran the central banks. 13. Central banks, money and technocrats. Every day we are involved in acts of faith, whether we are religious or not. When we go to work, we trust that we will be paid at the end of the week or the month. When that pay comes, it will be in the form of pieces of paper or, more usually, an entry in a computer that we call our bank account. And when we spend that money by cash, card, or bank transfer, the store owner trusts that those pieces of paper, plastic cards, and computer entries have value. 1. Our collective faith in the value of money seems to be justified because the system works. Everybody is happy to accept paper and plastic because they know that everybody else is happy to accept it. The high priests of this faith are the world's central banks. Like Goldilocks, they have to ensure that there is not too much money, so as to cause inflation, or too little, so as to cause recession, but an amount that is just right. In the decade since the 2008 financial crisis, the power of central banks has increased. They have bought trillions of dollars of assets in an attempt to revive economic activity. Every utterance of the chair of the Federal Reserve, or the European Central Bank, ECB, or the governor of the Bank of England, is pored over by investors as if it were Holy Writ. Their forecasts move financial markets and their policy changes affect the cost of lending for homeowners and businesses, and the returns for savers. In deciding how the global economy performs, the big central bank governors have more influence than most prime ministers and presidents. It is not an easy task. Central banks can be attacked for keeping monetary conditions too tight, leading to economic misery, for bailing out banks when they go astray, or for pumping up asset prices and boosting the wealth of the rich. In a sense, this criticism reflects an underlying problem. Governments have asked central banks to pursue several goals at once. They have been required to stabilize currencies, fight off inflation, safeguard the financial system, and revive economies. Often it has proved impossible to achieve all these goals simultaneously. The very first central bank was Sveriges Riksbank in Sweden, set up back in 1668. The celebrations over its tercentenary in 1968 saw the creation of the Nobel Prize in Economics. But the template for central banking as we know it was the Bank of England. Its creation was an expedient to deal with a financial crisis. William of Orange had become ruler of both Britain and the Netherlands in the Glorious Revolution of 1689. The British had invited him to overthrow James II, a Stuart king who seemed determined to reintroduce Catholicism. James II had allied with Louis XIV of France, the enemy of the Dutch, and William III was happy to take advantage of British economic and military power. But he needed money. A group of bankers, led by William Paterson, agreed to lend William III £1.2 million in return for the right to set up the Bank of England and issue bank notes. The link to the crown helped to make the notes acceptable as payment, and that remains the magic of central banking to this day. It is the association with the state that makes the currency acceptable. This can be traced all the way back to the 6th century BCE when rulers started to put their faces on coins. Personalizing coins was a way of asserting authority, but it worked in part because traders and consumers reckoned that the monarch had the power to enforce the acceptability of the coins. They could be used for paying taxes, for example. Coins issued by the great powers of the day, the Athenian aral, the Roman denarius, the Byzantine bezant, were used outside their territory of origin. The association between state and currency can be double-edged. Early coins tended to be made from precious metal. Stamping the face of the monarch on the coin was a way of asserting its quality. But cash-strapped monarchs also realized that this could be a money-making operation. Suppose a coin with a face value of 10 units only had 8 units of gold or silver within it. The extra 2 units could be kept as profit. Gold and silver are clunky, and risky, to carry around. The original function of banknotes was as a substitute for the hassle of carrying coins. They represented a claim on the gold and silver within the bank's vaults. Since notes, and other forms of paper money like letters of credit, were so convenient, banks quickly found that most of the gold and silver they held stayed in the vaults. Only a small proportion was withdrawn each day. They could lend out this spare money and earn a profit. This is the essence of fractional reserve banking and thus the modern banking system. Central banks could operate with a similar leeway. For much of the period from the early 18th century to 1914, Britain operated under the gold standard. Customers could exchange their notes for gold coins if they wished. Other countries joined the standard in the course of the 19th century. While customers conducted these exchanges at commercial banks, central banks stood behind the system, keeping gold in reserve in their vaults. When commercial banks ran short, they would turn to the central bank for help. But central banks did not back every paper note in issue with the exact amount of gold it was worth. They did not need to. In a sense, this flexibility undermined the system in the long run. After 1913, 40% of U.S. banknotes in issue had to be backed by gold, held by the Federal Reserve. That means 60% were not backed by gold, and this system worked fine until the Great Depression. But if you can get by on 40% gold backing, why not 20%? Or 5%? When gold backing was dropped, people continued to use the notes. In the end it was the faith in the central bank, and the state behind it, that mattered for the acceptability of the currency. A group of economists called cartelists argue that the state has immense power thanks to its ability to demand that citizens pay taxes in the currency of the government's choice. The state can also decree that the currency is the only legal tender of the realm. This forces citizens to hold the currency and, in practice, they are likely to use it for most transactions. This means that there is no need for a currency to have any intrinsic value, such as a link to gold, at all. Point 2. Guardians of sound money. For the first 2 centuries of their history, central bankers would have regarded such thoughts as heretical. One of their main jobs was to ensure the soundness of money, and money was only sound when backed by a precious metal such as silver or gold. Without such backing, governments and banks would simply issue paper money at will. In the end, such money would become worthless. As was explained in Chapter 4, that is what happened in China. the first country to experiment with paper money under the Mongol emperors. One of the earliest experiments in central banking seemed to prove the point. Early in the reign of Louis XV, 1715–74, an adventurer called John Law persuaded the French regent to allow him to establish a national bank, and to decree that all taxes and revenues would be paid in its notes. The idea was to relieve the pressure on the indebted French monarchy. The bank then assumed the national debt, and investors were persuaded to swap their government debt for shares in the Mississippi Company, which would exploit France's American possessions. This was an early example of financial engineering. Shares in the Mississippi Company soared, the word millionaire was coined in the process. John Law was the toast of French society. A key element of his plan was that the shares could be bought in installments, so a large sum could initially be bought with a small stake. But every time an installment became due, the bubble was tested. People had to be confident enough to pay over more of their own money. Everything depended on a rising price. Once it stopped rising, investors had no incentive to pay for the next installment, and every incentive to sell. The whole edifice was built on sand, or rather swampland. The French Mississippi territories of the time had no gold or vital commodities, but lots of mosquitoes. Law resorted to desperate measures, such as parading tramps with tools through the streets, supposedly on their way to the colonies. But once the share price fell, the system collapsed. John Law fled the country and the French developed a long-lasting suspicion of high finance and a preference for gold. In Britain, a similar scheme had the long-term impact of strengthening the Bank of England. A rival bank, the South Sea Company, agreed to buy government debt in exchange for its shares. The company did have one profitable asset, the right to sell slaves to the Spanish colonies in the Americas. But the share price of the South Sea Company followed a similar trajectory to that of its French counterpart, up like a rocket, down like a stick. Even Sir Isaac Newton was caught up in the mania, leading to one of his most famous quotes, "I can calculate the motion of heavenly bodies but not the madness of people." The demise of the South Sea bubble left the Bank of England unchallenged as Britain's premier financial institution. And the bank played an important role in the rise of Britain as a global power in the 18th century. The sound finances of Britain and the Netherlands meant that they could borrow at low interest rates, and not only did this make it easier for them to finance military spending, but industry also benefited from access to cheap capital. So sound were the Bank of England's finances that George Washington remained a shareholder throughout the War of Independence. Another revolutionary leader, Alexander Hamilton, wrote of Britain's vast fabric of credit, "'Tis by this alone she now menaces our independence." American finances were chaotic in the aftermath of independence. Its first currency, the Continental, was subject to hyperinflation. Hamilton believed that a reformed financial structure, including a central bank, would create a stable currency and a lower cost of debt, making it easier for the economy, and the emerging manufacturing sector, to flourish. But his opponents argued that the bank would be too powerful, and would act on behalf of northern creditors. Only 3 congressmen from southern states voted in favor of the bank's charter, only 1 from the northern states voted against. The central bank issue was one of the most controversial in the new republic's first half-century. The first bank's charter was not renewed in 1811 and, while a second Bank of the United States was set up in 1816, it too was resented by many. The populist Andrew Jackson vetoed its charter renewal in 1836. That left the U.S. without a central bank until 1913. Back in Britain, the role of the Bank of England changed in the course of the 19th century. The first step occurred in the wake of the Napoleonic Wars. Given the financial demands of the conflict, the government had suspended the convertibility of banknotes into gold. After much debate, convertibility at the old rate was restored in 1819. Domestic bank depositors were reassured by the existence of the gold standard, but so were foreigners. They knew that a pound would be worth a set amount of gold. By maintaining the gold standard, the Bank of England was committed to the stability of sterling as a currency. This made sterling assets attractive to hold, particularly for wealthy people living in countries that were not committed to the standard. In the long run, it seemed likely that other currencies would weaken relative to the pound. Buying sterling was thus a way of preserving their wealth. Indeed, one of the main motivations for the gold standard was to protect the interests of creditors. It ensured that the real value of creditors' assets, such as bonds and loans, was maintained. Lend someone £1,000 for 10 years and, a decade later when the loan was repaid, it could still be used to buy the same amount of gold. In 19th century Britain, with the country governed by the creditor classes, it was hardly surprising that the economic system was designed with their interests in mind. The voting franchise was limited to men of property. It was a good time to be a rentier, someone who lives off investment income. The result was that long-run inflation was absent in the 19th century. The cost of a taxi ride was the same at the end of the century as it had been when the Bank of England was founded. 4 But the gold standard raised tricky questions when the economy suffered a shock. One obvious example of a shock was the failure of a commercial bank. Fractional reserve banking is prone to crises. Banks have a natural mismatch. They owe money to depositors who can withdraw it at any time, while on the other side of their balance sheets they lend money to individuals and businesses for long periods. If enough depositors want to withdraw their money at once, even a well-run bank will get into trouble. Once a bank run starts, it is hard to stop. If depositors fear a bank will go bust, it makes sense for them to withdraw their money immediately. But this loss of confidence only makes the crisis worse. At this point, the central bank can step in and lend money to the ailing bank to tide it over. It took time for the Bank of England to accept this responsibility. The bank was privately owned until 1947 and its directors were naturally interested, in its early years, in preserving their profits. In theory, that should have made them as reluctant to lend in a crisis as any other banker. Many financial panics occurred in the 19th century. In 1825, the British economy was described by William Huskisson, a cabinet minister, as being within 24 hours of a state of barter. 5 That is because a bank panic has widespread effects. Normal business gets disrupted as banks are reluctant to lend money for fear that their depositors will demand to withdraw their savings in cash. But many parts of the economy, shops, factories, building firms, depend on loans. If they can't get credit, they go bust. And if businesses go bust, they can't repay their loans to the bank. That causes depositors to panic further and the cycle continues. The 1825 panic saw a dispute between the Bank of England and the Treasury over who should be responsible for calming the system. The government won the argument and, after this point, the convention was established that the bank was the lender of last resort. Following another financial crisis in 1866, Walter Bagehot, then editor of The Economist, defined this doctrine in his book Lombard Street. The central bank should lend freely to solvent banks, which could provide good collateral at high rates. The idea was not universally accepted and a former governor dubbed it the most mischievous doctrine ever breathed in the monetary or banking world. 6 But the role of backstop gave a central bank a measure of control over interest rates. Every day, banks lend and borrow from each other, and from other institutions, in what are called the money markets. Sometimes a bank will find its books slightly out of balance, and the central bank can fill the gap, charging for the privilege of lending money. This rate sets the benchmark for other lending rates in the market, since commercial banks will not want to lose money by paying more to borrow than they receive from their debtors. So when a central bank increases or cuts the official rate, this ripples through the market. Playing the role of lender of last resort opens central banks up to criticism from both sides. If they act too slowly, they can be accused of sending the economy into an unnecessary crisis. On the other hand, when they do bail out the banking sector, they are accused of helping the undeserving. Critics said that the bailouts of 2008 risked taxpayer money in order to protect bankers who had pocketed billions in salaries and bonuses in earlier years. It was a case of privatizing the profits and nationalizing the losses. The long-term risk was of moral hazard. Privately owned banks will feel free to take more risks if they believe that the central banks will always bail them out. Ideally, central banks would be able to distinguish between banks that have a liquidity problem and those with a solvency problem. All banks can run into liquidity problems, but, given enough time, they would be able to pay their depositors in full. But some banks may be genuinely insolvent. They have lent money to people who are unable to pay them back. Such banks should not be rescued. This distinction is easy to make in theory, but in a widespread crisis, when the economy is in recession, the risk of general insolvency shoots up. Indeed, central bank inaction would make insolvency more likely. Banking crises also created a further problem for a central bank in the era of the gold standard. Foreign creditors would be just as alarmed as domestic ones, and would withdraw their money and convert it into gold, diminishing the central bank's gold reserves. The central bank's usual response to falling reserves would be to push up interest rates to attract depositors. But in the midst of a banking crisis, higher interest rates would only make matters worse for borrowers, making it harder for them to repay their loans. The role of lender of last resort and protector of the currency would come into conflict. Those were two of the Bank of England's roles. The third was to manage the nation's debts and help the government raise money as cheaply as possible. Despite the occasional crisis, other countries considered Britain's economic model to be a success. The creation of the Fed. What eventually tipped the Americans into approving a central bank was the financial panic of 1907, which was only resolved by the financial acumen of J.P. Morgan. Congress disliked the idea that crisis resolution was dependent on a single individual, but getting a central bank through Congress was tricky given the long-standing resentment of financial power. A group led by Senator Nelson Aldrich had a secret meeting on Jekyll Island to hammer out a plan. The resulting compromise gave the new Federal Reserve an unwieldy structure, with regional, privately owned banks and a central, politically appointed board. The Fed was created in 1913. Just 1 year later, the start of the First World War shattered the international financial structure. Before the war, central banks had cooperated with each other to keep exchange rates stable. Both the French and Russian central banks helped out the Bank of England during the Barings crisis of 1890, for example. War placed the needs of domestic economies well ahead of any international commitments. No central bank was willing to see gold leave the country and end up in the vaults of the enemy. The Bank of England suspended the right of individuals to convert their notes into gold and silver, a right that has never been reinstated. The huge financial demands of the war caused central banks to focus on their original task of drumming up investor demand for debt. Their role of safeguarding the value of the nation's currency had to go by the wayside. The war led to massive expansion of the money supply and rapid inflation. By the end of the First World War, European powers were exhausted politically and financially, and economic power shifted decisively to America, which would have to be the centerpiece of any post-war financial system. This placed an enormous burden on the newly created Federal Reserve, and required a difficult balancing act on the part of Benjamin Strong, who emerged as its de facto head by virtue of his post at the New York branch. As was noted in Chapter 10, central banks struggled to fulfill their mandate as guardians of sound money with the need to revive economies in the face of the Great Depression. The Great Depression was a failure that has haunted central banks ever since it happened. They failed both to preserve currency parities and to safeguard the financial system, particularly in America where thousands of banks went under. In retirement, Montague Norman reflected on his career and that of Ben Strong. Nothing that I did, and very little that old Ben did, internationally produced any good effect, or indeed any effect at all except that we collected money from a lot of poor devils and gave it over to the four winds. 7. A later Fed chairman, Ben Bernanke, said in a speech to mark the 90th birthday of the economist Milton Friedman, who blamed the bank for the Depression, "You're right, we did it. We're very sorry. But thanks to you, we won't do it again." 8. Under the thumb. During the Second World War, central banks were once more reduced to the role of debt managers to the government. After 1945, interest rates around the world were kept deliberately low to try to revive the economy. When Fed chairmen tried to reassert some independence, they faced resistance from the White House. William McChesney Martin, who was Fed chairman from 1951 to 1970, was pressured by Harry Truman to keep rates low despite the inflationary consequences of the Korean War. He refused. After he left office, Truman passed Martin in the street and uttered just one word, "Traitor." 9. Lyndon Johnson was more direct. Upset with the Fed's policy, he summoned Martin to his Texas ranch and bellowed, "Boys are dying in Vietnam and Bill Martin doesn't care." Typically, Richard Nixon took the bullying furthest, leaking a false story that Fed Chairman Arthur Burns was demanding a 50% pay rise. In the face of press attacks, Burns retreated and kept interest rates low, which helped Nixon's re-election efforts in 1972. The Fed had more independence than most. In many countries, finance ministries set interest rates. Central banks only had the responsibility for financial stability and exchange rates, which were fixed under the Bretton Woods regime. When that system collapsed in the early 1970s, inflation took off. Worse still, many countries suffered high unemployment at the same time. It was this crisis that gave central banks their chance to develop the powers they hold today. Clearly a change of approach was needed. The first superstar of modern central banking was Paul Volcker, who was appointed to head the Federal Reserve in 1979. He tightened monetary policy aggressively in a bid to slow money supply growth. The policy was unpopular. Farmers protested outside the Fed headquarters in Washington, and car dealers sent in coffins containing the keys of unsold cars. After the failed experiment of monetarism, see Chapter 14, economists argued that the key to fighting inflation was credibility. Consumers and business had to believe that the central bank could deliver low inflation. As a result, they would ask for limited wage rises and would only push the prices of products up slowly. The result would be that the target was delivered. State of independence. Credibility required making central banks more independent, a trend that started with New Zealand in 1989 and saw Britain, Japan, and the Eurozone all following suit. These banks were given an inflation target and left to get on with the job of meeting it. Central banks hired vast hordes of economists, sought out new data, interviewed businesses and consumers for evidence of their outlook, and published detailed forecasts for growth, unemployment, and inflation. For a long while, this approach seemed to work perfectly. The 1990s and early 2000s were dubbed the era of the Great Moderation, with inflation low and the economy stable. Alan Greenspan, Mr. Volcker's successor, was dubbed the Maestro, and, rather than being bullied by presidents, Greenspan's approbation was sought by them for their policies. In Europe, the biggest development was the creation of the European Central Bank, ECB, in 1998, which was formed to take charge of the new single currency, the euro. Previously, EU members had been responsible for maintaining their own currencies and financial systems through national central banks. The ECB was a compromise between the French, who wanted a single currency to tie a reunited Germany into the EU, and the Germans, who worried that the single currency would require them to bail out other profligate governments. To reassure the Germans, the bank's headquarters were in Frankfurt and its main target was price stability. It was specifically prohibited from bailing out member governments. The first signs that central banks might not have all the answers came in Japan. More than 4 decades of rapid economic growth came to an abrupt end as the 1980s drew to a close. When the bubble started to pop in 1990, the Bank of Japan, BOJ, was relatively slow to react. Western critics berated the BOJ for not cutting interest rates fast enough or reorganizing the banks. But a similar crisis was building in the US and Europe. After 1982, financial markets began a long bull run as yields fell from the high levels of the inflationary era. When markets wobbled, as they did on Black Monday in October 1987, central banks were quick to slash rates. They were trying to avoid the mistakes of the 1930s, when they were too slow to respond to financial distress. Over time, however, the markets seemed to rely on the Fed stepping in to rescue them. Faith in the Fed's backing was known as the Greenspan put, after the then Fed chairman, and an option strategy that protects investors from losses. Critics argued that the central banks were encouraging speculation. The problem was that raising interest rates to deter stock market speculation might inflict damage on the wider economy. And while central banks were supposed to ensure financial stability at the macro level, supervision of individual banks was not always in their hands. The Fed shared responsibility with an alphabet soup of other agencies. There was similar confusion in Britain, where the Financial Services Authority replaced the Bank of England as financial supervisor in 1997. Nevertheless, central banks can be criticized for failing to worry about the huge rise in debt levels in the early years of the millennium. Their excuse was threefold. First, there was no sign of an increase in consumer prices, their primary responsibility. Second, to some extent greater debt is a sign of a more sophisticated economy, it allows consumers and businesses to adjust their expenditure over time. Third, every debt is also an asset on a creditor's balance sheet, the world's net debt is zero. Besides, a lot of the debt was owned by institutions such as pension funds and insurance companies who were well placed to deal with the risk of default. When the credit bubble finally burst in 2007 and 2008, central banks faced the same dilemmas that have occurred down the centuries. Worries about moral hazard quickly evaporated in the face of the implosion of the banking system. Central banks lent money freely and also pushed interest rates down to historic lows, and even to negative levels. They unveiled a program of quantitative easing, QE, in which they created money and used it to buy bonds and other assets, see Chapter 18. But these actions aroused criticism. QE pushed up the value of financial assets, which are disproportionately owned by the better off. A paper from the Bank for International Settlements, the Central Bankers Club, concluded that QE had increased inequality by boosting share prices. 11 Many elderly savers complained that low rates had cut their retirement income. In the US, these actions revived the old critique that central banks inevitably favor the moneyed classes rather than the heartland economy, Wall Street rather than Main Street. Others feared that QE was a repeat of the money printing policies that created German hyperinflation in the 1920s, although inflation has not yet resulted. In Europe, the European Central Bank was attacked from a different direction. It was berated for favoring the creditor nations, particularly Germany, and punishing the indebted ones, like Greece. The overarching problem is that, in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis, central banks have been drawn into the political debate. In part this is because they have carried a lot of the burden of reviving the global economy. The effect is that unelected central bankers are taking the big economic decisions, the ones that redistribute money from one group of people to another. Central banks were given these powers because they were experts, technocrats who were better at making decisions than politicians. This presupposes that their expertise makes them wiser than elected politicians. But the crisis made central banks look rather fallible. They came under attack. The billions spent on rescue operations for the banks prompted American right-wingers to campaign to audit the Fed to examine how the bank had invested its money. In his election campaign, Donald Trump said that Janet Yellen, the Fed chair, should be ashamed for keeping interest rates so low. After he replaced Ms. Yellen, Trump criticized her successor, Jerome Powell, for pushing rates up too quickly. In Britain, Brexiteers criticized the Bank of England for being too gloomy in its forecasts of the economic impact of leaving the EU. On the left, some economists have criticized central banks for being too timid, and for failing to revive the economy. Some favor modern monetary theory, which argues that a government that prints its own money cannot go bankrupt, and that there is thus no need to worry about budget deficits and plenty of scope for governments to spend money on infrastructure and social benefits. Point 12 MMT advocates admit that inflation is a constraint on this process. Nevertheless, to a prudent central banker, this sounds like the monetization of budget deficits and is the sort of thing that leads to the hyperinflation seen in Weimar Germany, and, more recently, in Zimbabwe and Venezuela. If ever a government in a developed nation decides to pursue this theory, expect to see either a conflict with the central bank or, more likely, the end of central banking independence. There is a fundamental problem about turning over policy decisions to central banks on the grounds of their expertise. Economics is a social science. Making precise forecasts is not possible in the way that it is in chemistry. There are too many variables to analyze, not least that the mere act of publicizing economic forecasts can alter people's behavior. In the last 10 years, politicians have had little real cause for complaint. Central banks have been cutting interest rates and buying government bonds, making it easier for them to fund their promises. They may be less happy when rates rise and central banks try to sell the bonds they bought. That may provoke a deeper clash. 14. The Second Era of Globalization, the Developed World, 1979 to 2007. Four of the most decisive turning points in modern history occurred within 12 months at the end of the 1970s. In December 1978, Deng Xiaoping, who was in the process of becoming China's leader, made a speech pushing the country in the direction of economic reform. Without that shift, China would not be the second largest economy in the world today. In January 1979, the Shah of Iran fled into exile. The subsequent revolution saw the rise to power of an Islamist regime. Not only did this start a long clash between the Islamic world and the West, but it also, along with the hostage crisis that followed, doomed the presidency of Jimmy Carter and helped ensure the election of Ronald Reagan, a strong advocate of free markets and a fierce anti-communist. In May 1979, Margaret Thatcher, a politician with similar convictions, became British Prime Minister. Ronald Reagan's electoral prospects were given another boost by the anti-inflationary policies of Paul Volcker. As mentioned in the last chapter, he became chairman of the Federal Reserve in August 1979 and swiftly pushed up interest rates to eye-watering levels. Mr. Volcker was the first modern example of the powerful central banker. Finally, in December 1979, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, a disastrous decision that weakened the Russian regime, and eventually created a recruiting ground for Islamist militants. Source: IMF Direction of Trade Statistics. In short, in the space of 12 months, the world saw the start of China's economic growth, modern Islamic militancy, the rise of independent central banks and the free market right one, and the beginning of the end for the Soviet Union. In turn, the Soviet Union's collapse and China's move towards a more market-focused economy drove the second great wave of globalization in history, after that of the late 19th century. Capital, as well as goods, flowed around the world. As globalization accelerated, foreign direct investment grew at 40% a year between 1996 and 2000.2. Globalization tends to be painted as a project that benefits a rich elite. But the 4 decades since the late 1970s have seen significant reductions in poverty and gains in life expectancy round the globe. African life expectancy was 47 in 1973 but had risen to 60 by 2015, despite the AIDS epidemic. That means that Africans live more than twice as long as they did in 1925. In global terms, life expectancy rose more than 11 years between 1973 and 2015.3. From the point of view of the average human, the second era of globalization has been good news. See chart. So much happened in this period that the subject needs to be divided into two. This chapter will deal with developments in the rich world before picking up the story of the developing world in chapter 16. Another oil crisis and recession. These developments were not predictable in the immediate context of 1979. The immediate problem the world economy had to deal with was another oil shock. In the turmoil surrounding its revolution in early 1979, Iranian oil production fell by 4.8 million barrels a day, or 7% of global output. Many oil users reacted by building up their inventories, thus creating extra demand, and OPEC added further pressure by announcing a price increase in December 1979. The combined weight of all these factors caused the oil price to more than double between April 1979 and April 1980.4. The headline rate of U.S. inflation was duly pushed up to 9% by the end of 1979. U.S. interest rates were already 11% before Paul Volcker took charge of the Fed, but he drove rates even higher, with the peak being 19% in 1981.5. Other central banks followed a similar path. In Canada, rates reached 21%, in Britain, 17%. In the face of this monetary tightening, the US suffered two recessions, defined as two successive quarters of falling output, in short order, in the first half of 1980 and then from July 1981 to November 1982.6. As inflation fell from 13.5% in 1980 to 3.25% in 1983, Volcker was able to cut interest rates, and a recovery started in late 1982. But there was a significant difference in its shape in the US and in Europe. In America, unemployment rose from 7.1% in 1980 to 9.7% in 1982 and fell to 7.2% in 1985. In the EEC, precursor to the EU, unemployment kept rising, from 5.8% in 1980 to 11.2% in 1985. And that average was dragged down by a fairly low rate in West Germany. In Britain, Italy, and the Netherlands, unemployment rates in 1985 were still at or above 12%. What explains this divergence? In the 1960s, European unemployment rates were below US levels. In the 1980s, they were persistently higher. Between 1975 and 1985, the US created 25 million jobs while European employment fell over the same period. There was talk of Eurosclerosis, a slowing of the continent's growth caused by overregulation. In 1986, Olivier Blanchard and Larry Summers produced a paper that talked of hysteresis, a scientific term describing a system that is dependent upon its history. 8 In this case, they postulated that there was a sharp division between those who were unemployed and those in work. The former group found it harder and harder to get jobs once they were out of the labor market, since employers were reluctant to hire people who had not worked in more than a year. The result was that the available pool of workers was smaller, allowing those still in the labor force to bargain for higher wages. Inflation and unemployment could both be high. This analysis led some economists to argue that the problem in Europe was inflexible labor markets, which made it too expensive to hire workers, because of additional costs and taxes, and too difficult to fire them. 9 That led to calls for structural reform, policies that allowed employers to hire workers on more flexible contracts, the conservative view, or diluted workers' rights, the left-wing attitude. Britain moved fastest in the US direction during this period, and eventually had some success. In 2000, the British unemployment rate was 5% while the German rate was 10%. 10 This gap prompted Gerhard Schröder, the German Social Democrat Chancellor, to push through a series of measures known as the Hartz reforms, which increased the incentives for the unemployed to find work. Since then, German unemployment has been well below the European average, although that may be down to the country's success in exporting capital goods to China and the emerging markets, rather than the reforms themselves. 11. Attempts to make the labor market flexible led to a long argument about whether it was better to reduce unemployment, even if the only jobs available had lower wages and reduced rights. In the US, such jobs were found in the fast food sector or in call centers. The problem was tied up with the general decline in manufacturing employment, see Chapter 7, which meant that most new jobs were created in the service sector. One significant component of economic growth in this period was the addition of women to the workforce. In 1948, just over 30% of American adult women worked, but by 2000, the proportion was 60%. It has dropped back a little, along with male participation, since then. There was an upward trend in other developed countries as well. In developing economies, female participation tends to be high in any case, as women are heavily involved in agriculture. Participation falls as economies grow, and as subsistence farming becomes less important. But it rises again as women become more educated, leading to the postponement of childrearing and a decline in the size of families. A report by the International Labour Organization in 2017 estimated that, if the gap between female and male participation rates could be reduced by a quarter by 2025, global GDP would rise by $5.8 trillion, or 3.9%. 12. The Conservative Renaissance. The drive for labor market flexibility was part of a reaction against the policy consensus that had been in place since the end of the Second World War. Until 1970, conservative forces had been largely in retreat, faced with the success of economic policy in maintaining rapid growth. Right-wing parties accepted the existence of the welfare state, and the policy aim of low unemployment. But the stagflation suffered in the mid-1970s suggested that post-war policies were no longer working. And the high level of taxation was starting to cause voter discontent. The clearest example of that was the passage in 1978, via referendum, of Proposition 13, which aimed at capping property taxes in California, traditionally a left-leaning state. This conservative renaissance took its inspiration from a variety of sources. Back in 1944, Friedrich Hayek had argued, in The Road to Serfdom, that the amount of planning required by socialism, and indeed by social democracy, would lead eventually to tyranny. No central planning authority could possibly assess all the needs and wants of millions of individuals. Instead, it would force people to work in government-approved industries and to accept government-approved goods. Not only would this be coercive, it would be inefficient. Resource allocation is best achieved, he argued, through the price system, which gives clear signals to producers as to which goods are popular and which are not. 13. As a critique of communism, Hayek's arguments were spot on. But he was clearly wrong about social democracy. No one would describe Sweden as a tyranny. As Keynes pointed out, Hayek accepted that an extreme position of laissez-faire was impossible. In a letter to Hayek he wrote that, as soon as you accept this, you are done for, since you are trying to persuade us that so soon as one moves 1 inch in the planned direction you are necessarily launched on the slippery path which will lead you in due course over the precipice. 14. As well as Hayek, conservative campaigners took their cue from Milton Friedman, who argued that the rise in inflation in the 1970s resulted from the failure of government policies. In their determination to manage the economic cycle, governments had repeatedly stimulated the economy via fiscal and monetary policy. But there was a natural rate of unemployment that it was futile to ignore. Attempting to push unemployment below that rate would simply drive up inflation. Friedman also put forward the permanent income hypothesis, which said that rational individuals smoothed their consumption over their lifetimes. In a downturn, people would cut their spending less than their incomes, since they would expect the downturn to end. There was thus less need for the government to intervene by boosting its own spending as Keynes had suggested. Friedman argued, too, that employment can be increased through the use of monetary policy only if increased inflation was unanticipated. But workers would learn that their real incomes were being eroded and demand higher wages. The effect would not be increased output or employment but higher inflation. If the equilibrium rate of unemployment is not socially acceptable, Friedman argued that the remedy was not to boost the money supply, but to make the labor market more flexible. 15 Rather than focusing on demand, this was supply-side economics. When it came to controlling inflation, Friedman argued that this is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. 16 The answer was for the government, or central bank, to limit the annual growth of the money supply, an approach that became known as monetarism. This got rid of the need for income and price controls of the type introduced by President Nixon. Clearly, in the case of hyperinflation such as in Weimar Germany, there was a link between money printing and high inflation. However, when central bankers and governments tried to put Milton Friedman's theories into practice, they ran into problems. The underlying theory behind monetarism was an equation, mv equals pt, in which m was the amount of money in circulation, v was the velocity with which it changed hands, p was the price level, and t the number of transactions. On the basis of this equation, a rise in the money supply, m, would cause an equal rise in prices, p, provided that v and t were unchanged. But that turned out to be an erroneous assumption. As it turned out, monetary velocity, v, the speed at which money moved, was not particularly predictable. In the US, it rose 14% between 1977 and 1981, before falling again. Later there would be a big increase, between 1987 and 1997, and a collapse after 2006.17. This latter decline was an example of a phenomenon that Keynes worried about in the 1930s. People tend to hoard cash when they are concerned about the economic outlook. A further problem with monetarism was that it was hard to define exactly what money was. Notes and coins were only a small part of the money in circulation. Consumers also have money in deposit accounts and short-term savings accounts, and have unused balances on their credit cards. Monetarist policies were being attempted just as there was a lot of financial innovation, so the nature of money was changing. Economists first debated which monetary measure was most important, and then, when the link between money supply growth and inflation seemed to break down, the policy was abandoned altogether. In retrospect, monetarism seems a classic example of an economic policy proposal that looks convincing in theory, and has some mathematical backing, but which crumbles in the face of the complexities of the real world. It is rather like the sports fan who can describe in detail how the professionals got it wrong, but who would fall flat on his face if he ever made it onto the pitch. The new wave of politicians. Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan were both elected, in part, because of the mess left by their predecessors. Among the first acts of both politicians was to cut taxes, particularly for the highest earners. In America, these were 70%, and in Britain 83% at the end of the 1970s. By the time Thatcher and Reagan had left office, the highest U.S. income tax rate was 28% and the British rate 40%. Reagan was a former Hollywood actor whose sunny personality proved electorally popular, after Carter's troubled presidency. His reign coincided with a boom that arose from the easing of monetary policy in the mid-1980s, by Volcker, and a program of tax cuts. Reagan was untroubled by budget deficits or rising government debt. In his first year in office, 1981, he persuaded Congress to allow the national debt ceiling to rise above the $1 trillion level, a figure that seemed incredibly high at the time. By the time he left office in 1989, the national debt was $2.6 trillion. Thatcher's first term was marked by high unemployment, the collapse of manufacturing industry, strikes, and urban riots. Had it not been for the Falklands War, in which Britain repelled an Argentine invasion of islands in the South Atlantic, she might never have been re-elected in 1983. She was also lucky in that the opposition Labour Party was split into rival factions. Thatcher's second term was marked by a year-long miners' strike, the failure of which symbolized the decline of trade union power. And it also saw the speeding up of the transfer of businesses from the public to the private sector, a process that was known as privatization. The telecom and gas industries were privatized with the help of marketing campaigns aimed at the general public. The goal of this popular capitalism was to create a class of share and property owners who would be resistant to the appeal of socialism. All told, 50 companies were privatized or sold under Thatcher, including the national airline, the airport operator, the main steel company and the water utilities. The electricity and railway companies would follow under Thatcher's successor, John Major. It was a massive shift. When Thatcher took office, nationalist industries generated 12% of Britain's GDP. By the time the Conservatives fell from power in 1997, their share was just 2%. 20 Eventually, the idea spread to Europe, with both France and Germany selling off their holdings in telecom companies and Spain privatizing its national airline. The amount raised in European privatizations rose from around $10 billion in 1990 to $104 billion in 1998.21. Privatizations certainly raised a lot of money for governments, allowing them to please their electorates by cutting taxes or spending more on services. But the broader rationale for privatization was that it would make companies more efficient. Nationalist industries, it was argued, became more focused on the interests of insiders, managers and workers, than on consumers. They lacked the market discipline needed to keep them competitive. At times, too, they could be starved of investment, given the many competing demands on government coffers. Few would argue now that telecom services have not been improved in private sector hands, or that competition has not brought down airfares. The debate is over whether sectors that seem to be natural monopolies, such as power utilities or water or railways, are improved by being in the private sector. There is a clear public interest in allowing citizens to have affordable access to power, water and transport. Privatized industries thus often face regulation of their prices, a way of governments reasserting partial control. The result pleases few. The public complains both about the lack of competition in the sector, and the way in which profits that might have been used for investment are diverted to investors. Corporate power. The push for smaller government, lower taxation, and less regulation was encouraged by business lobbying. Along with the banks, the corporate sector asserted its political power in this period. In a 1971 memo, Lewis Powell, a lawyer who would become a Supreme Court justice later that year, wrote that the American economic system is under broad attack, adding that businesses have responded, if at all, by appeasement, ineptitude and ignoring the problem. He argued that few elements of American society today have as little influence in government as the American businessman, the corporation, or even the millions of corporate stockholders, and he called on spokesmen for the enterprise system to be far more aggressive than in the past. 22. This fight was carried forward by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and by right-wing think tanks such as the Heritage Foundation and the American Enterprise Institute. In Britain, a similar role was played by the Institute of Economic Affairs, the Adam Smith Institute, and the Center for Policy Studies. The underlying argument of these groups was that government intervention was stifling economic growth, and that by cutting taxes and reducing regulation, businesses would be liberated to create jobs. This intellectual movement helped spark an enormous increase in U.S. election spending as companies and their lobbyists tried to win politicians around to their view. Spending in the 2018 midterm election was around $5 billion compared with $1.6 billion in the equivalent polls in 1998.23. Much of that money came from corporate lobbyists. In 1983, corporations spent just $200 million on lobbying. By 2000, that spend had reached $1.6 billion and by 2017 $3.3 billion. Even after adjusting for inflation, that is a huge increase. 24 From 1998 to 2012, between 90% and 95% of the organizations that spent most on lobbying were from business, not unions, or environmental groups. In 2018, the highest spending individual companies were Alphabet, the parent company of Google, AT&T, a telecoms group, and Northrop Grumman, a defense and aerospace company. 25. The temptation to be nice to corporate lobbyists is only enhanced by the so-called revolving door between politics and lobbying. A study in 2016 found that about half of retiring U.S. senators and a third of retiring House members registered as lobbyists. That was up from less than 5% in the 1970s. Many could increase their income fivefold by switching. 26. The result of all this is that rich constituents get listened to far more than do poor ones. Research by Larry Bartels, a political scientist, found that the views of the richest third of constituents were given 50% more weight than those of the middle third by U.S. senators, while those of the poorest third were given no weight at all. 27 And it is not just that the rich contribute to campaigns, they vote more often. In the U.S., 80% of the richest tenth of people, by income, vote, while just 40% of the bottom tenth do so. 28. Globalization also works in the favor of the rich and of the corporate sector. In a world where the most talented employees are mobile, and where companies can shift production to other countries with ease, it is hard for politicians to push up tax rates very far. Finance reigns supreme. Under the Bretton Woods system, capital movements were restricted because of the need to protect currency pegs. But once currencies were free to float, there was no need to retain these restrictions. The US, Canada, Germany and Switzerland all abolished controls quite quickly. Britain followed suit under the Thatcher government. This shift fitted into the philosophy espoused by Milton Friedman. If capital was free to move, it could be invested in the most profitable opportunities around the world, and this would improve economic growth in the long term. Investors would also act as a source of discipline on spendthrift governments, demanding higher yields before lending them money. Politicians began to fear the bond market vigilantes. The asset management industry matured in this era. Fund managers look after the money of individuals and institutions, and offer the benefits of diversification. By pooling assets, they can spread their portfolios across a wide variety of securities and reduce the risk that any one investment goes wrong. Many fund managers also claim to have the skill to outperform the overall market, by beating the index, but very few have consistently been able to do so. By definition, the average manager cannot outperform the average return. Worse still, when fees are deducted, client returns will be below that of the market benchmark. These managers do not own the assets they look after, but they still have power. They can vote with their feet, by selling the shares of companies they dislike, and they can vote more directly in annual general meetings to get rid of executives they think are performing poorly, although this rarely happens. This is a system where power is diffused, unlike that of the 19th century, when powerful men like John Rockefeller controlled their own companies. It could be called agency capitalism or financial capitalism. In 1982, the best-known U.S. stock market indicator, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, was trading at around 1,000, a level it had first touched back in 1965. Given the amount of inflation that had occurred in the meantime, this was a very poor performance in real terms. But in 1982 a long bull run began that brought fortunes to many of those who worked in the financial sector. The best and the brightest of America's graduates queued up to join investment banks like Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. The boom was driven by a combination of falling interest rates and rising corporate profits. In 1982, the Treasury sold 30-year bonds yielding almost 14.6%, a return that was very appealing at the time, and proved very profitable in retrospect. But as bond yields fell, equities looked more competitive. The bull market was not without its hiccups. On October 19, 1987, the Dow dropped almost 23% in a day, the largest ever percentage fall. At the time, there were echoes of the 1929 crash, and worries that this would herald another economic disaster. The reasons for the decline were fairly mysterious. The U.S. economy had grown 3.5% that year. But the crash seems to have been exacerbated by a practice known as portfolio insurance. Investors tried to protect themselves against market falls by selling contracts in the futures market. But this led to a self-feeding cycle in which falls in the futures price caused the main stock market to fall, prompting more selling of futures. It was an early indication of the way in which derivatives contracts could be weapons of financial destruction, as the investor Warren Buffett later called them. Central banks cut interest rates in response to this market sell-off. There were more reasons for the Federal Reserve to keep rates low: a crisis in the savings and loan industry. These institutions, which took money from savers and lent it to homeowners, were deregulated in 1980. They then went on a lending spree that ended in disaster when interest rates rose and borrowers failed to repay. All told, institutions with a net worth of $519 billion collapsed. 29 Lower rates seemed to do the trick for a while. The U.S. economy grew in 1988 and 1989 and the stock market rebounded from its temporary slump. Corporate takeovers, often using borrowed money, were widespread in the 1980s and 1990s. A series of predators, like T. Boone Pickens, Carl Icahn, and Ivan Boesky, made headlines by taking significant stakes in businesses in a practice known as green mail. Either the existing management would buy them out at a profit, or another predator would use their stake as the basis of a deal. The process was dramatized in the film Wall Street, in which Michael Douglas's character, Gordon Gekko, proclaims that greed is good. The main function of the takeover wave was to break up conglomerates and force companies to focus on a single industry. The argument was that conglomerates were inefficient. Shareholders could get the benefits of diversification by investing in a wide range of companies. 30 The value of takeover deals in the U.S. in the 1980s was $1.3 trillion and 28% of the country's largest 500 companies in 1980 had been bought by the end of the decade. Another driver of the takeover phenomenon was a new class of investment vehicle called private equity funds. These funds raised money from traditional institutions like pension schemes and insurance companies. They then borrowed money to take over struggling companies, sold off activities deemed to be non-core to pay off the debt, and incentivized the company's managers with shares. To their defenders, the private equity managers were a way of making industry more efficient. To the critics, they were asset strippers who laid off workers, and focused too much on the short term. By the late 1980s, private equity funds were responsible for more than 20% of all U.S. takeovers. The best-known example was the takeover of RJR Nabisco, the tobacco and food group, which saw rival private equity groups battling for control, and was laid bare in the book Barbarians at the Gate, by Brian Burrow and John Heliar. The private equity funds benefited from the structure of the U.S. tax system, which made interest payments on debt tax-deductible. They also thrived when interest rates were falling since this made it cheaper to do deals. When rates moved higher in the 1990s, many deals went wrong and the enthusiasm for private equity cooled for a few years. Private equity managers set their fees on a generous basis, for themselves, an annual fee of 2%, plus a fifth of the outperformance of an agreed benchmark, so if the benchmark is 4% and the fund earns 9%, the managers get an extra 1%. The same approach was adopted by the hedge funds that also came to prominence in this area. The concept of a hedge fund was dreamed up by a journalist called Alfred Winslow Jones who wanted to find a way in which fund managers could offer a return, regardless of the overall direction of the stock market. As well as buying stocks he favored, he went short, bet on a falling price, on the shares he disliked. Provided he picked the right securities, he could thus make money whether the market was rising or falling. In the 1980s and 1990s, however, the most prominent funds had a macro approach, moving in and out of currency, bond, and commodity markets. The result was that looking after other people's money was one of the quickest ways of getting rich. In 2017, the top 25 hedge fund managers earned an average of $615 million each, while Forbes magazine calculated that there were 310 finance sector billionaires in 2018, or 14% of the total. There were more billionaires in 2018 from the field of finance than from any other sector. An old joke went, why don't fund managers look out of the window in the morning? Because then they would have nothing to do in the afternoons. From the 1980s onwards, those days were over. Japanese omens. The first signs that financial excess could store up long-term problems were in Japan. In the 1980s, Japan's manufacturing success was so marked that America started to fear the competition. By the mid-1980s, Foreign manufacturers had 30% of the U.S. car market, and President Reagan secured a commitment from Japan to limit its exports. 31 Partly in response, Japan started to establish factories within the U.S. Honda, Nissan, and Toyota all have several plants there, mostly in the southern states where trade unions are less strong. There was resentment in the U.S. that their companies did not have easy access to the Japanese market. Only 9% of manufactured goods in Japan were imported, compared with 32% in the US. 32 Japan's consistent trade surpluses meant that it built up large holdings of US Treasury bonds and also privately held assets such as the Rockefeller Center in New York and Columbia Pictures in Hollywood. This led to some paranoid thrillers about a Japanese takeover of the global economy, such as Rising Sun by Michael Crichton and Debt of Honor by Tom Clancy. 33 These fantasies were a sign that many people see trade as a zero-sum game in which if one side wins, the other might lose. The fact that, thanks to the Japanese, Americans got cheaper cars and electronic goods, as well as lower borrowing costs, tended to be overlooked. Another focus for trade talk was the strength of the dollar in the early 1980s, which flowed from Volcker's high interest rate policy. This made U.S. exports less competitive and Japan's exports more so. In 1985, under the Plaza Accord, named after the New York hotel where it was agreed, Japan and Germany agreed to boost domestic demand, while the U.S. cut interest rates to reduce the attractiveness of the dollar. The agreement worked as far as currencies were concerned. The yen climbed 46% against the dollar by the end of 1986. That slowed Japanese export and economic growth, and the Japanese authorities responded by cutting rates and taxes. 34. But Japan started to resemble the late 1920s boom in the US as both property and share prices soared. The speculative excess included a spending spree by Japanese tycoons, who paid record prices for Van Goghs and Renoirs. Property was so expensive in Japan itself that in theory the country's land was valued at around 100 times the average of land in the US. 35. When the bubble burst in 1990, the BOJ was initially relaxed. But by the second half of 1991, the Japanese economy had dropped into recession, in part because of a downturn across the Western world. This made it more difficult for borrowers to service their loans. A 1930s-like cycle developed, when borrowers sold assets to repay loans, prices fell, putting more borrowers in difficulty. Japanese banks preferred to let failing companies survive rather than force them into bankruptcy, but this meant that zombie companies clogged up the economy, resources were not released so that they could not be transferred into more efficient businesses. Furthermore, everyone knew that the balance sheets of banks were full of bad debts. Confidence in the sector fell. Japan has never really recovered from this setback. Mastered by the universe. In 1997 and 1998, there was a crisis in emerging markets, which involved Southeast Asia and a Russian debt default. Caught in the middle of all this was a hedge fund called Long-Term Capital Management, LTCM, run by some of Wall Street's best-known bond traders and advised by two Nobel Prize winners in economics, Robert Merton and Myron Scholes. The fund followed a policy of risk arbitrage, buying less liquid assets with borrowed money. At one point, it borrowed 30 times its capital. 36 This proved disastrous when markets fell, so banks refused to keep lending the fund money. A private sector bailout was organized and the Fed cut interest rates again. However, the Fed's repeated reactions to market wobbles created a problem of moral hazard. Traders were encouraged to think that central banks would ride to the rescue in a market crisis, with a flurry of rate cuts. Thus the Fed may have increased the incentive to speculate. As LTCM was collapsing, another bubble was emerging. This was linked to the Internet, which encouraged a flood of start-up companies that promised to transform their industries. Every 20-something seemed to have an idea for a website. Many of these companies were then floated on the stock market and investors snapped them up, although the businesses were not making any profits. Share prices soared and then crashed again over the period 1999 to 2002. This bubble proved less damaging than many since it was built on equity, rather than debt, and thus did not involve the banking system. Indeed, the Internet bubble did not dent the advance of Wall Street. The big investment banks like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley advised on corporate takeovers. They helped companies issue bonds or equities, and they traded the same bonds and equities. Some of them managed investment funds. They earned fees or commissions, or made trading profits along the way, and the best performers received annual bonuses in the millions of dollars. Whether all this activity was socially useful is another matter. Paul Volcker once claimed that the only useful modern financial innovation was the automated teller machine or ATM. High-frequency trading was another development with dubious benefits. This involved some firms using computer programs to buy and sell shares within a matter of milliseconds in order to take advantage of minor price discrepancies. It is a long way from the idea that finance's role is to provide long-term capital to the most promising businesses. Many in the financial sector point to the fall in the cost of trading as a sign of the greater efficiency brought by this approach. But while the cost of individual transactions has dropped, money is changing hands more often. A study by Thomas Phillip of New York University found that the overall costs of financial intermediation, the cut taken by the finance industry, have hovered at around 1.5% to 2% since the 19th century. 37. Taking a small percentage out of trillions of dollars of trading volume generates a lot of wealth, and wealth brings influence. In their book 13 Bankers, Simon Johnson and James Kwok recount how Brooks Lee Bourne, the chairwoman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, wanted to regulate financial derivatives in 1998. She was told by Larry Summers, then the Treasury Secretary, that I have 13 bankers in my office and they say if you go forward with this you will cause the worst financial crisis since World War II. Ms. Bourne didn't get her way. Lax regulation of the financial sector, which allowed banks to operate with risky balance sheets, was to bring economic disaster in 2007. The Euro. In the 1970s, the Europeans attempted to replace the Bretton Woods exchange rate system with their own version, dubbed the snake, see Chapter 12. Although that collapsed, European governments were determined to try again. In 1979, they launched the European Monetary System, EMS, under which member currencies had to stay within a 2.25% band, either side of their central rate. At times, a wider 6% band was allowed for some currencies. In practice, the key relationship was with the Deutschmark, which was naturally the strongest currency in the bloc. West Germany had established a post-war reputation for low inflation, and other countries hoped to import this approach by linking to the mark. In a sense, this was a mark standard rather than a gold standard. But the system, which was also known as the exchange rate mechanism, faced the same kind of problems as the snake. The economies of Europe had not converged sufficiently for their currencies to stabilize naturally against each other. In the early 1980s, inflation differentials between EMS member countries were wider than across European countries that were not part of the system. So there were 11 currency realignments in the period between 1979 and 1987.38. In 1990, three things happened. First, Germany reunified and West Germany allowed conversion of the East German mark on a 1:1 basis. The Bundesbank worried about the inflationary implications of this, and pushed up interest rates in response. Second, remaining capital controls within the EU were eased as part of the single market process, aimed at integrating economies more closely, and the lack of controls made it easier to mount speculative attacks against a weak currency. Third, Britain joined the system in the hope that ERM membership would deliver the discipline needed to control inflation. The tighter monetary policy that followed German reunification exacerbated an early 1990s recession. The US had a mild downturn from July 1990 to March 1991 that was associated with higher rates and another oil shock after Iraq invaded Kuwait and was subsequently expelled by a Western-led coalition. 39 British interest rates were in double digits for much of its ERM membership, inflicting considerable pain on the domestic economy. Speculators, of whom the most prominent was George Soros, a hedge fund manager, bet on a falling pound and the Bank of England's reserves started to dwindle. On September 16, 1992, the British government first pushed up rates to 12% and then to 15% in a desperate attempt to support the currency. But the tactic failed and the pound continued to fall. Britain pulled out of the ERM that evening, an event that damaged the reputation of the Conservative Party for a long while afterwards. 40 The Italian lira, which had also been under pressure, followed suit. Over the next 12 months, other countries were forced to devalue or drop their pegs. Finally, in June 1993, the ERM bands were widened to 15%, a range so wide that the system barely imposed any constraints on currency movements. It seemed that Mrs. Thatcher's saying "you can't buck the market" had been proved right. The EU's next attempt at currency stabilization was much more ambitious. If European exchange rates could not be stabilized, then the answer was to get rid of them altogether. A single currency, the euro, would eliminate the need to exchange Belgian francs for Italian lira or Austrian shillings for Spanish pesetas. That would make trade easier between the member countries. But it was a big gamble. The US has a single currency in the form of the dollar, but it is one nation, with a single language, and a single legal and taxation system, in which it is easy for workers to move from one state to another. Europe is a complex mix of nation-states, with many different languages, a long history of diverging inflation rates and employment practices, and separate central banks. The Germans worried that a single currency would require them to bail out profligate nations in the rest of the EU. So the eventual deal placed the European Central Bank, which would be the cornerstone of the new system, in Frankfurt, with the hope that it would be as disciplined as the Bundesbank. And countries could only qualify for the euro if they passed financial tests, limiting their budget deficits to 3% of GDP. In technical terms, the creation of the euro was a success. Exchange rates were tied together from 1999 and the new notes and coins were introduced in 2002, without real problems. But the seeds of future crises had already been sown. Several countries indulged in creative accounting to pass the budget test, and another criterion, a 60% cap on government debt to GDP, was effectively ignored. And the decline in interest rates across the region fueled speculative bubbles, as we shall see. The build-up to the crisis. The crisis that ended this era had its roots in an unexpected place, the American housing market. What happened to U.S. house prices in the late 1990s and early 2000s was most unusual. Robert Shiller of Yale University had looked at the long-term history of house prices in the U.S. and found that the real price increase between 1890 and 1997 was about 12%. Then, in the 8 years between 1998 and 2006, they rose 85%. Nothing like it had been seen before. This was not caused by population growth, which was only rising steadily, nor by building costs. Nor could it plausibly be ascribed to a shortage of housing. If that had been the case, rents would have risen just as fast. But the cost of buying a house, relative to renting one, doubled between 1997 and 2006.41. There were similar housing booms elsewhere. In Australia, real house prices rose 6% a year between 1995 and 2005, compared with 2.5% growth in the previous 50 years. 42 In Ireland, the average price of a new house rose 250% between 1996 and 2006. The country was building too many houses in the boom. A similar speculation-fueled construction boom occurred in Spain. In 2007, the country started more houses than did Britain, France, Germany, and Italy combined, and 13% of the workforce was in the construction sector. 43. In the case of both Ireland and Spain, the fundamental problem may have been the one-size-fits-all monetary policy that was part of being in the single currency. Both countries had much higher interest rates than Germany before they began the process of joining the euro. As rates fell, borrowing money began to look very cheap. and borrowing money to buy a property that was rapidly rising in price seemed like a no-brainer. Another factor behind the bubble was the very low level of bond yields. This seems to have been driven by the reaction of Asian countries to the late 1990s crisis. They ran trade surpluses, accumulated foreign exchange reserves, and then invested them in U.S. government bonds. In the view of Ben Bernanke, who became Fed chairman in 2006, this led to a savings glut that kept yields low. 44. All seemed to be going well for the world economy in 2006. The liberal market economy, a combination of the welfare state, free markets, and a buoyant financial sector, had been adopted across the developed world and was accepted by center-left politicians like Bill Clinton and Tony Blair as well as by conservatives. Tony Blair retired as British Prime Minister in June 2007. His reputation had been tarnished by the Iraq War of 2003, but, in economic terms, he was seen as a success. He did not say, like Louis XV of France, après-moi, le déluge. All the same, the skies were about to open. When they did, politicians' lives became much trickier. As public finances deteriorated, they faced some awkward choices about the relationship between the state and the banking sector, and about the level of public spending. 15. Government, an ever-present force. The Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre in England's South Yorkshire is a gleaming temple of modern industry. The visitor is surrounded by low-rise, spacious buildings in glass and metal. Some of the biggest names in high-tech manufacturing have facilities in the area, including Boeing, Airbus, Rolls-Royce, and McLaren, the racing car manufacturer. 1. The site might seem like a prime example of the virtues of the private sector. But its history is a lot more complex. In 1984, the same location staged one of the worst battles between police and organized labor in British history, the so-called Battle of Orgreave, when picketing miners tried to stop lorries from collecting supplies from a coking plant. The miners lost, and by the late 1990s the site was derelict. Two local men, Adrian Allen, a businessman, and Professor Keith Ridgway of Sheffield University, had the brainwave of reviving the area by creating a manufacturing center of excellence. 2. That took a lot of help from Boeing, which became the founding tenant of the new center. But it also required assistance from the UK government's Department of Trade, the local Rotherham Council, Yorkshire Forward, a regional development agency, and the university, all of which are public bodies. In addition, the centre has received £70 million in funds from the UK government since its foundation and another £70 million from the EU. It is an important centre for apprenticeship training for the engineering industry, a UK government priority. So is the centre a private or public sector initiative? Clearly, it is a bit of both. Without the government, it might never have started. Without the private sector, it would not be a training ground for apprentices, keen to qualify for high-skilled jobs in manufacturing. And that reflects much of economic history. Sometimes governments have penalized or hindered the growth of the private sector. Sometimes, the private sector has got into such a mess that governments have been forced to come to its rescue. Sometimes, private sector fortunes have been made on the back of innovations first developed by the government. The fortunes of the two are frequently intertwined. At the most basic level, business needs a reasonable level of law and order if it is going to operate. If its products are stolen on the way to the factory, or customers refuse to pay without suffering a penalty, there is no point in operating. Commerce needs an independent judiciary that can make unbiased decisions in contract disputes. Businesses depend on public infrastructure, the roads, bridges, and tunnels, that bring in supplies and take out the final goods. Even where some parts of the infrastructure are privately owned, they may still depend on public support. Privately operated airports and airlines depend on public air traffic control systems, for example. In most countries, businesses rely on workers who have been educated by the public sector, and whose health will be maintained by public health systems. In the case of an emergency, such as fire and flood, the public sector will be the first to respond. Many technologies, including the Internet, have been developed by public sector research. All these public services, defense, law, justice, transport, education, health, etc., need resources, and in much of the world, the funds come from taxes paid by the private sector. Of course, there were many 20th century societies where the state attempted to fund all services by taking direct control of the private sector. But the record clearly suggests that an economy will grow fastest, and thus more money will be released for the public sector, in a mixed economy. Contrast living standards in North and South Korea, or in China, before and after the post-Mao reforms. For the past 100 years, one of the most heated economic debates has been the role of the state within the economy. One common myth is that there once was an Eden, when the government limited its action to enforcing the law and defending the nation's borders. This book has already cited many examples of ancient projects: pyramid building in Egypt, the Grand Canal in China, built by forced state labor, and under the European feudal system, peasants were made to perform duties for local nobles who derived their authority from the state. The English and Dutch merchants who went out and conquered large parts of the world in search of spices in the 17th and 18th centuries were working for state-chartered organizations. An absolute monarch like Louis XIV of France regarded the nation's assets and revenues as his own, to dispose with as he saw fit. To the extent that early modern governments thought about the economy at all, they saw its function as being to generate the revenues that could pay for the nation's defense, and court luxuries. For a while, this manifested itself in a philosophy crudely known as mercantilism. Trade was a zero-sum game in which the aim was to ensure that your own nation's coffers had more gold and silver and other countries had less. This led governments to favor their merchants at the expense of those of other nations. Under the influence of evangelical Christianity, governments started to intervene in the economy, not simply to increase wealth, in the form of precious metals, but to increase welfare, in the sense of the greater good. There was recognition that markets might not always boost the latter. In particular, there was the issue of what economists call externalities. A chemical factory could dump toxic waste into a river or pollute the air without any market penalty. Only the government could act to stop such abuses. Even in the Victorian era, Britain was never a completely laissez-faire economy in which the private sector could do what it liked. The governments of other countries were involved to an even greater extent than that. As already noted, the American railway system was built with the help of generous land grants from the federal government, while Napoleon III of France promoted both the banking system and the railways. As the economy has become more sophisticated, governments have vastly expanded the role that they play. In 1880, the German and British government spent around 10% of GDP, while American government spending was even less than that at around 2%. The two world wars saw big leaps in outlays, and while governments retreated in peacetime, the trend was strongly upwards. By the 1970s, many European governments were spending 50% of GDP. There was some retrenchment in the 1980s and 1990s, but the most notable shift was at the extremes. Public spending as a share of Swedish GDP rose from 25% in 1955 to 58% between 1965 and 1985, and peaked, in the midst of a financial crisis, at 77% in 1993.3. By 2017, it had dropped to 47%.4. The role of democracy. In a sense, the opening up of national economies to global trade also required social spending in order to cushion the blow of the inevitable downturns. The private sector may deliver growth in the long run, but at the expense of short-term volatility. The Great Depression made it very apparent that democracy and capitalism imperiled themselves when they failed to prevent a general economic downturn. The generation of politicians that emerged after 1945 learned that lesson and offered much greater social protection. The rise of government spending is clearly related to the shift towards democracy. When countries were governed by aristocrats and large merchants, they naturally steered governments towards protecting their own financial interests, keeping the size of the state small so that taxes were low and maintaining the value of the currency via the gold standard. Taxes were largely in the form of customs duties, which had a bigger proportionate impact on the incomes of workers than on those of the rich. As more workers got the vote, and demanded more services, taxes on income gradually became more important as revenue raisers. When these taxes were at the highest levels, during the World Wars and the 1960s and 1970s, they had a significant impact in reducing inequality. Taxes on the highest incomes were cut back in the 1980s. In part, this was because of the perception that very high rates created disincentives to work or create new businesses, and thus were bad for growth. But another problem was that, from the 1980s onwards, it became much easier for capital and people to move around the world. A high-tax jurisdiction thus risked losing businesses and highly skilled people to low-tax areas. Ireland, for example, cut its tax rate on corporate profits to 12.5% at the turn of the millennium and succeeded in attracting many U.S. multinationals. An economic boom in the 1990s meant that government finances generally looked healthy, so this was not initially perceived as a risk. But the long-term problem was that competition eroded the tax base while the demands on government coffers continued to rise. The biggest components of spending tend to be welfare, benefits paid to the elderly, unemployed, and so on, education, health, defense, law and order, and housing. In contrast, foreign aid, a regular target for attack by some on the right, comprises only around 1% of the budget in the US and less than 2% in Britain. But let us focus on the three main categories, where the growth has been greatest. Welfare. An economy based on manufacturing and services is a lot more complex than one based on agriculture. In a farming-based economy, the main fear was food shortages. As noted in Chapter 1, grain was a crop that could be stored, and power accrued to those who supervised the storage process. The Romans distributed grain to all citizens, and the Venetians stored food to help the city through a siege. There may not have been elections, but monarchs who failed to keep their populations fed put themselves at risk. A shortage of bread was one factor behind the French Revolution. In a sense, a poor harvest represented the recession stage of the economic cycle. Most governments acknowledged, albeit grudgingly, a need to help the disadvantaged in some way. The Abbasid Caliphate, which ruled much of the Middle East and North Africa from the mid-8th century CE to the mid-13th century, levied taxes to help the needy, while charitable giving is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. In a peasant economy, unemployment tended to be seasonal in nature, there were jobs at harvest time but not in the winter. Families tended to look after their own members and had their own food supplies, a garden, chickens, etc., that they could share round. As people moved away from the land, this safety net was no longer available. The English Poor Laws were passed in the late 16th century and provided relief to the old and the sick. By the 19th century, these laws were amended in favor of a system that distinguished the deserving from the undeserving poor. It was assumed that any able-bodied person could find work if they were willing, so poor relief was made as unpleasant as possible, with recipients confined to the workhouse. As the industrial sector grew, so did the power of factory workers to paralyze the economy via strikes. Governments welcomed the extra wealth and the boost to military strength brought by the factories, but feared that workers would be seduced by the appeal of socialism and communism. So they sought ways to buy them off. Otto von Bismarck, the German chancellor, was worried about the rise of the Social Democratic Party and thus pursued a two-pronged strategy, banning left-wing parties while offering old-age pensions and health and accident insurance to undercut the socialists' appeal. The reforming British Liberal government, first elected in 1906, introduced a similar series of reforms, including labor exchanges to help the unemployed find work. Liberal politicians had a more sincere belief in social reform than did Bismarck. Nevertheless, they were clearly hoping to head off an emerging electoral challenge from the Labour Party. The First World War required the mobilization of large sections of the male population. In the circumstances, it was hard to deny those men a vote on their return in 1918, and politicians competed to offer servicemen the prospect of a better life. Women had entered the workforce to replace the absent soldiers, and they too were given the vote in many, but not all, countries. The Russian Revolution of 1917 also frightened the political elite into offering policies that favored the working classes. But the Great Depression was the turning point, in terms of government involvement in the economy. The collapse in GDP and the accompanying surge in unemployment seemed to demand action. The argument that the market would correct itself sounded hollow. According to traditional theory, wages would fall far enough to make it attractive to employ more workers, but the Great Depression showed that this did not always happen. In the 1930s, the totalitarian states of Germany and the Soviet Union were taking action to provide jobs for their people. Their apparent economic success made some inclined to overlook, or dismiss as propaganda, the brutality of those regimes, the concentration camps and the gulags, or the famine in 1932-33 that killed millions of Ukrainians. The democracies were much slower to bring down unemployment, even under Roosevelt's New Deal. Ironically, they eventually did stimulate their economies when they rearmed in the face of the threat from Hitler's Germany. The widespread suffering caused by the Second World War created the demand that societies should make a new start after 1945. The famous report of William Beveridge, a British liberal politician, argued that governments should tackle the 5 giant evils: want, ignorance, disease, squalor and idleness. In much of Western Europe, power alternated between social democratic parties and right-wing parties of the Christian Democrat variety, which were happy to offer welfare benefits. Welfare spending creates a number of potential trade-offs. The first is whether benefits are universal, such as state pensions for all those who reach retirement age, or means-tested and thus aimed at those in greatest need. Universal benefits are obviously more expensive. But means-tested benefits can be politically unpopular. A lot of bureaucracy is required to establish which people are the most deserving, a process that can be very intrusive and causes resentment. Inevitably, there will be hard cases in which the rules are misapplied and people suffer needlessly. Furthermore, benefit spending can be perceived as taking money from those in work and giving it to those without. Means testing implied that many of the taxpayers who funded the benefits would never receive them. Universal benefits, however, avoided that problem. Hence many benefit plans were sold as insurance schemes in which workers paid in now, so they would receive payouts later. Another trade-off relates to incentives. If benefit levels are high relative to paid work, then people will choose to stay at home. But if benefits are too low, families will suffer. One way round the problem is to make benefits payable to those in work as well. But it is a tricky line to walk. As benefits are withdrawn, it is theoretically possible for workers to face a marginal tax rate of over 100%. For every extra $1 they earn, they lose $1.10 of income. The more complex the range of benefits, the more likely it is that disincentives will occur. Complexity also creates another set of trade-offs. Not all people on benefits will need the same level of support. Some will live in expensive cities, some in cheaper rural areas. Some will have children, or elderly parents, to look after, some will not. Governments may also be concerned that making a large payment to one adult, usually the father, may result in the wife and children being short of cash while the man spends all the money down the pub. So benefits come in a variety of forms. Food stamps, for example, are designed to ensure that families get enough nutrition. Another approach is free school meals. But such an obviously targeted benefit may result in stigma being attached to the recipients. Another problem is when the government decides to subsidize rent via housing benefits. The result may simply be that those on benefits can afford higher rents, so the landlords, not the tenants, are those who make the biggest gains. In political terms, the left has tended to worry that stringent benefit rules, designed to eliminate fraud, will leave genuine claimants in need. The right has worried that generous benefit rules, designed to help those in need, will create too much scope for fraud and idleness. European states have been at the more generous end of the benefit scale. A few years ago, Angela Merkel, the long-running German chancellor, voiced concern about the fact that Europe had 7% of the world's population, 25% of its GDP, and 50% of its social costs. 5 Many attempts have been made to cut welfare spending, but this has proved hard as the population ages and more money needs to be spent on pensions and health care. Education. Roughly 12% of the global population was literate in 1800.6. Many peasants had little need to read. Books were expensive and newspapers were rare, while the focus of people's work was practical and learned by copying the actions of others. By 1900, this literacy rate had edged up to 21%. Further acceleration took the rate to 35% by 1950 and around 85% today. In part, this is down to the changing nature of work, which requires employees to follow written instructions or to interact with colleagues and customers via a computer. Illiterate citizens will find it difficult to perform many jobs. Child labor has reduced substantially and parents are required, in many countries, to send their children to school. Educated officials have always been necessary for the operation of a centralist state. China, for example, operated an examination system to seek out the best qualified individuals from 605 CE onwards. The time and resources needed to pass the exams meant that such jobs tended to be occupied by the children of higher social ranks. The medieval church needed priests who could understand the Bible and the liturgy, in Latin, of course. Merchants who traded using bills of exchange, or on the basis of legal partnerships, needed to be literate to read such documents. Prussia introduced compulsory state education in 1763, but elsewhere the drive for a more general education only emerged in the 19th century. In part this reflected the need for a more educated workforce. In theory, landed elites might have resisted the spread of education through a fear that the literate population might be more politically active. In practice, however, the economic argument held sway. In Sweden, for example, a study found that districts governed by local elites spent substantially more on primary schooling than those where power was more equally distributed. 7. Many parents preferred their children to work in the fields, where they could be of use, or in the factories, where they could earn their household's extra income. But Victorian reformers tried to end child labor. In Britain, a series of acts from 1870 to 1880 set up school boards to manage the system in England and Scotland, and made education compulsory for children between the ages of 5 and 10. In America, compulsory education was gradually introduced at the state level, starting with Massachusetts in 1852 and ending with Mississippi in 1918. Over time, the age range for education has been extended, with most countries requiring children to attend school until at least 15, and in some cases 18.8. The 20th century also saw a massive expansion of university education. The proportion attending college rose from less than 1% in 1900 to around 20% by 2000, or 100 million students. 9. In some countries, the proportion is significantly higher. In 2015, 40% of American employed individuals aged 25 to 64 had a college degree, and around 14% possessed postgraduate qualifications. There is plenty of incentive for young people to take further education. Those workers who only completed high school earned just 3/5 of the hourly wages of those who graduated from college and less than half the rate earned by postgraduates. 10. Some of this education is supplied privately. But governments have seen it as in the country's interests to expand education, especially as low-skilled jobs are being automated or shifted to low-wage centers in Asia. Health. As late as 1820, life expectancy at birth was only around 29 worldwide, and 36 in Europe. By 1913, it had edged up to 34 worldwide but was in the mid-40s in Europe and America. By 1970, the global average was 60, and Europeans could expect to live into their 70s. 11 By 2015, the global average was 71.4 years, more than double that of a century earlier. 12. This is an immense, and oft overlooked, achievement. In part it is down to a big fall in the child mortality rate. The global rate for infant mortality has dropped from 18% in the 1960s to 4% today, see chart. 13 Governments have played a huge role in this decline. It is not just about building hospitals and training doctors. Governments have also delivered clean water and sanitation to households, and have sponsored medical research and public health campaigns, such as vaccination. Around 88% of the world's children now receive some kind of vaccination. 14. However, healthcare costs seem to be on an inexorably rising trend, increasing from 5.5% of EU GDP in 1970 to more than 9.4% by 2012. In America, the rise has been even faster, from 5% of GDP in 1960 to 17.9% in 2016. As people live longer, they are more inclined to get chronic illnesses like diabetes and heart disease, which involve prolonged and recurring treatment. Those who suffer from cancer or strokes can survive for many years. All this costs money. And as the population of the developed world ages, the costs seem set to rise. More than half of total American health spending in 2015 was devoted to people aged 55 and over. 17. Different countries have different ways of paying for these costs, with government provisions supplemented by private insurance schemes for those who can afford them. Some argue that treatment at no cost to the patient, as provided by systems like Britain's, means that there is no way of capping demand for health services. But the most expensive healthcare system in the world is America's, which has a large private sector element, and it delivers a lower life expectancy and a higher infant mortality rate than many European nations. 18. Sources: Gapminder, World Bank. Healthcare spending is an example of a policy trilemma, in which all three goals cannot be simultaneously achieved. There are three Cs: costs, choice, and coverage. You can control costs, offer people a choice of treatment, or cover everyone, but not all three. The British system covers everyone, but restricts choice. The American system offers lots of choice, but the costs are high, and some people cannot afford treatment. A 2015 Gallup survey found that almost a third of Americans delayed medical treatment in the previous year owing to the cost. 19. Again, there are trade-offs here. The laudable aim of public provision is to ensure that no person is denied medical treatment because of a lack of resources. Public healthcare also aligns the interests of patients and medical staff. No one wants to feel that their doctor might put profit before the best course of treatment. And there is an economic interest in ensuring that the population is healthy and able to work. But the public sector can struggle to meet the demand for healthcare, and the result is that services are rationed, meaning that patients can face a long wait for treatment. An insurance-based approach has problems too. Unless insurance is compulsory, there is a danger of adverse selection. Young healthy people will not buy policies, but old, sick people will. This will drive up costs. In addition, there will always be a need to cover people who do not have insurance. No doctor wants to turn away a car crash victim. The macroeconomic impact. The growth in government spending and taxation in the 20th century was about more than simply providing welfare, health, and education. Governments were attempting to manage the economy by preventing deep recessions. The lesson they had learned from the 1930s and from the teachings of John Maynard Keynes was that depressions could be caused by a contraction in demand. The last thing that a government should do in the circumstances would be to try to balance its budget by raising taxes or cutting spending. Indeed, welfare spending acted as an automatic stabilizer for the economy. By paying benefits to the unemployed, those citizens would be able to keep spending, maintaining demand for the goods and services produced by those in work. In the 1950s and 1960s, European governments attempted to manage the economic cycle through fiscal policy, tax and spending decisions, or, where central banks were not independent, through monetary policy, changing the level of interest rates and widening, or tightening, the availability of credit. Following the 1970s, the use of fiscal policy for this purpose declined somewhat, and monetary policy took the strain. That said, from 1945 onwards, voters did seem to regard economic management as one of their government's primary responsibilities. As Bill Clinton's presidential campaign in 1992 put it, "It's the economy, stupid." What has varied over the decades has been the primary target of economic policy. In the immediate post-war years, while memories of the Depression were still strong, the main aim was to keep unemployment low. By the 1970s, the concern started to switch from unemployment to inflation. From the 1980s onwards, governments moved away from stimulating demand to trying to boost supply, and thus long-term growth. This became even more the case when responsibility for fighting inflation was given to central banks. These supply-side reforms, as mentioned in the last chapter, often focused on making the labor market more flexible. The theory is that businesses will be reluctant to employ workers if they feel that tax and other social costs are high, and they will be unable to shed labor if conditions deteriorate. In an inflexible labor market, the risk is of a division developing between insiders who have lifetime jobs and outsiders who spend long periods in unemployment. That has been the pattern in Spain and France. Even before they tried to manage the whole economy, governments intervened in industry to promote certain sectors and to block others. Britain pushed through the Navigation Acts in the 17th century to promote domestic shipping, and banned foreign calicos, cotton textiles, in the 18th century in order to protect the wool sector. There are many options for governments that want to promote particular businesses: tariffs, or outright bans, on foreign goods, subsidies, or tax breaks, to encourage domestic production, and the granting of monopolies to certain groups, like the East India Company. Such policies were favored by many developing countries after the Second World War. Politicians argued that infant industries needed protection from foreign competition until they could build up the necessary scale. This is the import substituting industrialization referred to in earlier chapters. Another argument was that some industries were strategic. A country needed its own steel supply so that it could not be cut off by foreign producers. But the dangers of this approach are pretty clear. First, companies that are protected have less incentive to be efficient, or to respond to consumer demand. The result is that they produce goods that are more expensive, or are of poor quality. Think of the Trabant cars that East Germans were forced to buy under communism. Second, such arrangements are easily corrupted. Producers have a big incentive to reward politicians who keep the subsidies in place. Even when the arrangements are legal and transparent, they tend to be very hard to shift. U.S. sugar subsidies were first introduced in 1934 and are still in place, although they cost consumers hundreds of millions a year. 20 But the program is supported by sugar producers in Florida, who are keen contributors to political coffers in a large, electorally significant state. A subsidy is worth a lot to a small number of producers, and the cost is spread among millions of consumers, who do not have sufficient incentive to campaign against it. Governments and technological change. A much more positive case can be made for the way that governments boost industry by funding research and innovation, like the Sheffield Centre featured at the start of the chapter. Many innovations have been based on government research, particularly those developed for the defense industry. Both the Internet and global positioning satellites, the ones that enable sat-nav systems in cars, were developed by the military. The Second World War provided an enormous boost to the development of the computer, while the microwave oven was a side effect of the development of radar. Google's search algorithm was funded with the help of a grant from the National Science Foundation, while touch-screen technology was developed by publicly funded academics. 21. Mariana Mazzucato, an economist at University College, London, argues that a myth has been created in which the state is always lumbering and bureaucratic, whereas in reality it has been vital in funding high-risk investments in areas like pharmaceuticals and technology. 22 In 2013, countries in the OECD spent about $40 billion on publicly funded research and development, and another $30 billion on tax breaks for R&D. 23 It is tough to assess the long-term record of government investment. For all the successes noted by Ms. Mazzucato, there have been plenty of examples of governments backing white elephant projects, Concorde, the supersonic airliner, for example, or costly nuclear power stations. The private sector makes mistakes as well, of course. But once governments commit themselves to these projects, it can be very hard for politicians to admit their mistakes and cut their losses. But it is pretty clear that there is a public interest in funding long-term research. Private companies may be unwilling or unable to commit funds to projects that may require decades for a payoff to be seen. Or they may not fund drug research to treat diseases that are rare, or are confined to poor countries. Governments can step in and fill the gap. Indeed, this points to one of the most powerful arguments for government intervention. The private sector, left to its own devices, will not solve all problems and can create its own. There may be a tendency towards monopoly, as with Standard Oil in the late 19th century, that results in consumers being overcharged, or other producers being unfairly kept out of the market. There may be negative externalities, as with a chemical company that dumps pollutants into the river or the air. There may be asymmetries of information or of power, with consumers or workers being in no position to negotiate on equal or fair terms with big companies. In such cases, regulation will be needed. Autarky and authoritarian capitalism. What has been described so far is the mixed economy of a Western democracy. But this is far from a universally accepted model. Authoritarian regimes of the left and right have traditionally believed that the private sector's interests should be subordinated to those of the government. The rationale for such an approach is sometimes ideological and sometimes practical. Under communism, governments controlled the means of production, distribution, and exchange. The rationale was twofold. First, the aim was to ensure that workers received the full fruits of their labors, instead of a sizable portion being siphoned off to owners of capital in the forms of profits, dividends, and interest payments. Second, communists argued that the private sector was inefficient, and that only in a planned economy could it be ensured that the right quantity of goods was produced. Some absolute monarchs were suspicious of industrialization, fearing that it would bring disruptive change to the economy, which might threaten their rule. Given the role played by workers in the Russian Revolution, this perception was not entirely wrong. In the 20th century, authoritarian regimes were suspicious of the private sector as a rival source of power and of trade as a potential source of foreign influence. Both Hitler's Germany and Imperial Japan believed that it was vital for a country to control its own resources, and thus sought either to develop homegrown substitutes or to annex those resources via conquest. In strict terms, autarky is the idea of national self-sufficiency. It is hardly surprising that it is the aim of warlike regimes, since in wartime, countries often find themselves cut off from foreign supplies. The British and the French both tried to cut the other's supply lines during the Napoleonic Wars. Even today, countries impose economic sanctions on rivals they dislike. Few states aim for autarky today. The modern model is what might be called authoritarian capitalism. In Russia, the end of communism was followed by a wave of privatization, with the result that industries were controlled by a set of oligarchs. Those titans may have made themselves rich, but they serve at the pleasure of the government, something that was made abundantly clear when Mikhail Khodorkovsky, the head of the oil company Yukos, was stripped of his wealth and sent to prison after he opposed President Vladimir Putin. China has followed a different variant of this model. It has introduced private markets, and allowed various entrepreneurs to get rich. But the state still has big stakes in leading companies, businessmen rely on credit from state-owned banks, and a link to a senior party official is wise if the company wants to operate over the long term. Foreign companies are allowed to operate in the country, but they need a domestic partner, and many complain that their intellectual property has been stolen by Chinese groups. It is hard to argue with the Chinese model when it has delivered such rapid growth. But plenty of other countries have shown that state capitalism is prone to great corruption. Energy-rich countries are subject to the resource curse in which so much money is available from the oil and gas industries that the elite simply focuses on taking the rents from that business. Other sectors are neglected. In many countries, it is simply too hard to open a business. In the 1980s, the economist Hernando de Soto tried to open a small garment workshop in Lima, Peru. To get legal authorization took 289 days of work, at an average of 6 hours a day. The cost was 31 times the monthly minimum wage. In many countries, it is very time-consuming and expensive for someone to get legal ownership to their land. In Haiti, it took 19 years, De Soto found. But without legal title, it has historically been difficult in developing countries for people to get credit, since banks often insist on collateral, in the form of property. 24 This is a real barrier to economic growth. The World Bank publishes an Ease of Doing Business Index, which reflects the amount of regulation and the strength of property rights. Unsurprisingly, some of the poorest countries in the world, such as Eritrea and Somalia, were at the bottom of the index in late 2018, along with Venezuela, an oil-rich country ruined by bad policies. 25 While some worry that corporations can have too much influence over governments, in some cases they can have too little. In short, governments will always be subject to competing pressures, from consumers and from workers, who will want more regulation of the private sector, and from corporations, who want less, from consumers of public services, who want higher spending and more benefits, and from taxpayers who resent paying for them. For all the apparent ideological differences between political parties, the governments of most developed countries spend something between 30% and 50% of GDP. 26 That is much higher than a 19th century politician would have considered possible. But it seems to be the natural range for a modern democracy. In the last couple of decades of the 20th century, the most interesting developments in the relationship between government and the private sector occurred in the developing world. Many countries pursued policies that sought to encourage private business, particularly when they sold their goods in the global market. As we shall see, some had great success. 16. A truly global economy, the developing world, 1979 to 2007. Napoleon famously said, "Let China sleep. When she wakes, she will shake the world." The world's most populous country emerged from the nightmare of Mao's rule in 1976, or, as Stephen Raidlett, an economist, wrote, in 1976, Mao single-handedly and dramatically changed the direction of global poverty with one simple act: he died one. The speed of China's economic advance since that date is surely unprecedented. In 1980, China's GDP per capita was lower than that of Chad or Bangladesh. By 2012, its real GDP had increased 30-fold over the 1980 level. 2 By that stage, it had become the second largest economy in the world. It reshaped global trade in the process, see chart. The first step of Deng Xiaoping, Mao's successor, was to reform agriculture. Farmers still had to hand over a proportion of their output to the state, but they were allowed to sell the rest and limits on prices were lifted. There was some inflation, but the effect on food output was spectacular. Yields rose by 40% per acre and rural incomes rose by 18% a year between 1978 and 1984. 3 Farmers also started to plant different crops, like rapeseed and sugar cane, which party commissars had frowned upon. With a greater incentive to produce more, farmers also bought more equipment. The number of agricultural trucks rose from 74,000 in 1978 to more than 600,000 by the end of the 1980s. 4. Source: World Bank. There followed a wave of reforms that were, in part, an experiment to see what worked and, in part, an attempt to reward local initiative. Deng's philosophy was that it doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white as long as it catches mice. Yun Ang, a political science professor, argues that one important reason for his success was that the Chinese government created the markets first, and let the institutions develop afterwards. Another was that the incentives were right. Local leaders who achieved economic growth were promoted, and local governments were allowed to keep a sizable chunk of any extra revenues generated. 5. One of the biggest growth areas was the creation of town and village enterprises or TVEs, which were owned by local governments. Like the farmers, they had to hand over part of the revenue to the central government but could keep any excess for themselves. By 2000, there were 20 million TVEs employing 100 million people, producing a quarter of national output. 6 Another approach was to create special enterprise zones, CEZ, which were given tax breaks and subsidies that were designed to attract foreign investment. The first CEZ was Shenzhen, just across from Hong Kong, which was still under British rule at this stage, and an example of what might be achieved with pro-growth policies. The coastal areas quickly prospered and set up factories that attracted workers from the inland rural areas. After a decade of the economic reform program, a sudden surge in food prices caused a wave of protests in 1989 that eventually included calls for more democracy. There were hopes that this would lead to political liberalization, but the protests were crushed by tanks in Tiananmen Square in Beijing. Ironically, this happened just before communist governments started to fall in Eastern Europe. The Chinese party has not relaxed its grip since, a sign that prosperity need not always lead to democracy. But the protests did persuade Deng to undertake a tour in order to promote economic development. In 1993, his successor, Jiang Zemin, declared that the country was establishing a socialist market economy with 5 pillars: modern enterprises, market mechanisms, macroeconomic controls, income redistribution, and a social safety net. 7. This was quite a different model from the Western system. It was authoritarian capitalism, in which most companies were either owned by the government or had links to a powerful official. Even in 2019, by which stage the private sector generated 60% of GDP, China had around 150,000 state companies, which accounted for 70% of all corporate debt. 8 The party has the most significant voice in the appointment of chief executives and the setting of their pay. In 2009, it reshuffled the bosses of China's 3 largest airlines, and, in 2010, did the same for the oil companies. 9 Purely private companies have succeeded in China, but they have to tread carefully. Several executives were arrested in a corruption crackdown in 2015 to 17.10. In its earliest growth phase, China concentrated on the low-value goods where its low wages gave it a clear competitive advantage. By 1990, it had become the world's largest textile exporter. 11 Later on, the country moved into electronics and became a key part of the global supply chain. By 2018, China was home to more than half of the world's manufacturing capacity for electronics. Foxconn, which is Apple's largest supplier, employs 250,000 people in Shenzhen alone. 12 When Lenovo, the Chinese technology group, bought IBM's personal computer business in 2004, it seemed a symbolic power shift from west to east. As South Korea and Taiwan had done in the post-war period, China launched an export drive, with its share of global exports rising from 1% in 1980 to 14% in 2015. 13 This was accompanied by an astonishingly high savings rate, which rose from 35% of GDP in the 1980s to 41% in the 1990s and 53% in 2007.14. These savings translated into high rates of investment, as China built massive cities, factories, roads, and power stations, in some cases virtually from scratch. One statistic stands out. In the years 2011 to 2013, China used 6.6 gigatons of concrete, that was more than the US deployed in the whole of the 20th century. 15 A gigaton is 1 bn metric tons. China's rapid growth at such a sustained rate has had profound effects on the global economy. It was China, more than anywhere else, that drove the second great phase of globalization. Between 1980 and 2007, world trade growth averaged nearly 5.9% a year. 16. In 1994, the Uruguay round of trade negotiations led to further cuts in tariffs and the establishment of the World Trade Organization, WTO, to set the rules of global trade. China was accepted into the WTO in 2001 in the belief that this would lead to a liberalizing of its economy. The country did cut tariffs, from 25% to 9%, but China did not open up as much as the outside world had hoped. 17 China's massive trade surpluses, and the sense that it was not playing by the same rules as the developed world, led to resentment in other countries, particularly in the US. Asian tigers. China was not the only Asian economy to record spectacular growth. Between 1970 and 1996, a range of nations managed average annual growth between 6.8% and 8.4%, including Hong Kong, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand and, as mentioned in Chapter 12, South Korea and Taiwan. This was much more rapid growth than Western Europe or North America had ever achieved in their industrializing phase. Success was built on a high level of investment, a focus on manufacturing for export markets, and government support for business. 18. All this came to a spectacular halt in 1997 and 1998 in what became known as the Asian crisis. The problems first emerged in Thailand, where the government had pegged its currency, the baht, to the US dollar. The peg encouraged overseas capital to flow into the country. 13% of GDP poured in during 1995-19, and it also prompted Thai companies and banks to borrow in dollars, since they could get lower interest rates in the US currency. A lot of this money was short-term, or linked to property speculation. The problem came when the money wanted to flow out again. The Thai authorities tried to defend their currency by using their reserves, selling dollars, and buying bahts, and pushing up interest rates to attract capital. But the reserves ran low and high interest rates damaged the economy. The only alternative was to devalue the currency, but when the Thais did that, there was a financial crisis. All those companies and banks that had borrowed in dollars now faced a much bigger bill for repayment. And once investors saw the Thais devalue, they worried about the prospect of other countries following suit. There was a sell-off across the region, and at one point, the Indonesian currency dropped 80% against the dollar. 20. This brought many criticisms of the Asian model, as it was dubbed. The most significant was that the economies were marked by crony capitalism, in which governments handed out favors such as monopoly rights or subsidies to friendly businessmen. The clearest example was President Suharto of Indonesia, who had ruled for 30 years and whose family had amassed assets of around $30 billion in the process. 21 One study found that the family had significant stakes in 1,246 companies. 22 Suharto was forced to call in the IMF, which insisted on its standard package of spending cuts and the dismantling of monopolies. In the midst of the chaos, Suharto fell from power, in May 1998. 23. Paul Krugman, The Economist, had argued, even before the crisis, that the Asian miracle was down to a surge in capital investment and a rise in labor participation that could not be sustained. In Singapore, for example, the proportion of the population in employment rose from 27% in 1966 to 51% in 1990. Over the same period, investment as a share of output had risen from 11% to 40%. 24 In some countries, this investment was incredibly inefficient. Thai Airways was run by the Air Force, and the fleet was a mix of different aircrafts and engine types because individual officers had negotiated their own deals. 25. The crisis dragged on through 1998 and led to some sharp recessions in several Asian countries. But recovery came eventually, and the main long-term impact of the crisis was a change in attitude among Asian governments. They realized that depending on foreign capital made them vulnerable and decided instead to focus on generating trade surpluses so that they could build up foreign exchange reserves. This would have significant global effects in the next decade. India reforms. The transformation of India was not quite as dramatic as that of China, but it was still hugely significant. In 1991, the Indian economy faced another crisis. It asked for a loan from the IMF and had to airlift 47 tons of gold to the Bank of England as collateral. 26 In response to the crisis, Manmohan Singh, the finance minister, unveiled a package of reforms that cut regulations, invited foreign investment, and devalued the rupee. This was not a completely free market approach, but it was a repudiation of the planned economy favored by Nehru. The results were highly positive. Over the following 20 years, growth averaged 7% a year, allowing the economy to increase almost fourfold in size. The roots of the Indian recovery had emerged in the 1980s when Infosys and Wipro, two technology companies, moved to Bangalore. The Bengal province proved attractive to international companies, thanks to a well-educated, English-speaking workforce. A swathe of operations were outsourced to Bangalore, including call centers, insurance processing, tax and audit preparation and IT maintenance. 27. The Tata Group was another symbol of India's revival. It had been founded back in 1868 under British rule and opened a steel plant in Jamshedpur in 1912, becoming the largest steel plant in the empire by the Second World War. Since then it has become a very diversified conglomerate, turning the tables on the former colonial overlord by buying some of its biggest brands, including Tetley Tea, Jaguar Land Rover, and, most symbolically, the largest part of the British steel industry, Corus. Most importantly, this economic growth reduced the high poverty rate. Between 2004 and 2011, the proportion of the Indian population living in extreme poverty, on less than $1.90 a day, fell from 39% to 21%. By 2018, India was no longer the country with the most people living in poverty. Nigeria took its place. 28. Russia and Eastern Europe. China was not the only communist country that tried to reform in the 1980s. Russians were aware that their standard of living was below that of the West and there was much cynicism about economic management. The running joke was, we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. A new leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, emerged in 1985 with ideas to change the system. The key words were perestroika, for economic reform, and glasnost, for transparency in government. Gorbachev was a committed communist who believed the system could be saved. As it turned out, reform seemed only to undermine the regime's legitimacy, and a fall in oil prices weakened the economy's main source of strength. Protests occurred in the Eastern European nations that had been occupied since the war. Gorbachev, to his eternal credit, refused to follow the example of his predecessors by sending in the tanks. Eastern Europeans started to cross borders and the guards did not stop them. More than 4 decades of oppression had ended. Most symbolically, the Berlin Wall fell in November 1989. In a remarkably short period, Germany was reunited, Eastern European nations seized their independence, and the Soviet Union dissolved. Russia was by far the largest of the 15 independent countries that emerged from the Soviet Union. Under Boris Yeltsin, the country adopted a process of shock therapy, which involved the elimination of price controls and subsidies, and the privatization of many industries. But this reform program was far less successful than that pursued in either China or India. Russia suffered a burst of hyperinflation that reached 1,500%, and its industry was quickly controlled by a bunch of oligarchs with good connections. Between 1991 and 1998, the Russian economy shrunk by around 30% and life expectancy fell sharply. Russia's first experience of capitalism was dismal, and it was hardly surprising that a strongman in the form of Vladimir Putin was able to take control in the 2000s. The modern Russian economy remains highly dependent on its oil and gas resources. The rest of the Soviet bloc also had problems in making the shift away from communism. The underlying problem was that many state enterprises were inefficient, producing substandard goods. Many of these goods had been sold to the Soviet Union, but Russia was going through its own problems, and was no longer an automatic buyer. In the free market, Eastern Europe's businesses would be crushed by competition. Under communism, many prices had been kept artificially low by subsidies. The result may have been low prices, but there were frequent shortages. In the 1980s, the waiting list for cars in East Germany was 15 years, in Bulgaria, it could take 20 years to get an apartment, while Romanians were limited to 140-watt bulb per room. 29 Liberalizing the price regime led to rapid inflation, at a time when workers were losing their jobs. As a result, the 1990s were pretty dismal, in economic terms, for most Eastern European citizens. In the 5 years after 1989, the average decline in GDP across Eastern European and Baltic nations was 32.6%. 30 But by 1998, two countries in the bloc, Poland and the Czech Republic, had regained their 1989 levels of GDP. This recovery was driven by the decision of many Western European manufacturers to shift production to the region because the wages were cheaper. Volkswagen moved into Bratislava, now the capital of Slovakia, in 1992, for example. 31 In the early 2000s, many countries in the former communist bloc enjoyed a boom. Then, in 2004, 8 countries, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, and Slovenia, joined the EU. Many workers took advantage of freedom of movement laws to take jobs elsewhere and send part of their wages home. By 2012, most Eastern European economies had been integrated into Western Europe, with around 70% of their exports going to the EU. And their post-communist growth records were respectable. GDP per capita grew 47% between 1990 and 2011, while consumption per capita grew 53%, faster than the global average. By 2012, Eastern Europeans were more likely to own an apartment, or a car, ate more fruit and vegetables, had greater freedom to travel, and lived 4 years longer than they had under communist rule. 32. The Latin American crisis. The oil price surge of 1979, and the U.S. tightening of monetary policy, had a huge impact in an unexpected place, Latin America. In 1972, the average oil price was $2 a barrel. In 1980, it was $35.50. 33 This brought immense riches to oil-producing states, many of which were Middle Eastern states with relatively small populations. The money came in faster than the governments could spend it, and the surpluses tended to be deposited with the U.S. banks. And once banks receive a deposit, they must lend out the money at a higher rate if they are to make a profit. In the 1970s, the lucky recipients of much of that money were Latin American governments, at a time when they were struggling to balance their budgets. In 1970, total Latin American debt was $29 billion, by 1982, it was $327 billion. 34. This debt was largely denominated in dollars, and thus subject to shifts in U.S. interest rates and changes in exchange rates. As the Fed tightened policy and economies fell into recession, the debt clearly became unsustainable. In 1982, Mexico declared that it could not service its $80 billion of debts. 15 other Latin American countries followed suit, along with 11 other developing nations. This was not just a problem for the countries concerned. In 1982, the 9 largest U.S. banks had outstanding loans to developing countries that were almost 3 times the value of their capital. 35 Outright default would bring down the banking system. So regulators allowed the American banks to put their potential losses to one side when calculating their capital ratios. Rather than negotiate separately with the Latin American nations, the creditors formed a coordinated group, with the IMF in the lead role. But IMF money came with conditions, and usually required economic reform. The reforms, dubbed the Washington Consensus, included budget discipline, a reduction in subsidies, financial liberalization, and privatization. The overall aim was to reduce the role of the state and to give markets a bigger role in the economy. These policies proved immensely controversial, especially since balancing the budget often involved cuts to social safety nets, while the abolition of subsidies pushed up food and petrol prices. New lenders were reluctant to commit money to the region, given its history of defaults. The result was that Latin America was actually transferring capital back to the West, rather than attracting funds that could build up the region's industry and infrastructure. The 1980s was dubbed the lost decade because per capita income in the region was no higher at the end of the period than it was at the start. 36 Faced with these failures, Nicholas Brady, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, came up with a plan in 1989 that allowed for partial debt forgiveness, in which creditors swapped their claims for new debt, backed by American government bonds. Perhaps the best way of focusing on the complex economic history of the region is to concentrate on two countries, Argentina and Mexico. At the start of the period, Argentina suffered persistent hyperinflation, which required several currency reforms, with the peso argentino replacing the previous version in 1983, at a rate of 1 new peso for every 10,000 of the old currency. That currency lasted only until 1985, when the austral replaced the peso at a rate of 1 to 1,000. And the austral was itself replaced by another peso in 1992 at a rate of 1 for every 10,000 australs. In effect, this peso was worth 10 BN of the old version that was in circulation less than a decade previously. This turmoil was accompanied by a dismal growth performance, with income per head falling by 1% a year between 1976 and 1989. The state telephone system was so inefficient that the waiting list for a landline was more than 6 years, and people were employed with the sole task of holding a phone for hours until a dialing tone could be heard. 37. The underlying problem was that the government repeatedly expanded the money supply to fund its budget deficits. In the 1990s, Domingo Cavallo, the economy minister, introduced an ambitious reform program based around a currency board, in which the peso was pegged at 1-to-1 versus the dollar. The board had to be backed by dollar reserves, with the aim of preventing the government from taking the money printing route. Inflation duly fell from 3,000% in 1989 to 3.4% in 1994, and the economy's growth rate in the early 1990s was 8%. But the pressures on the currency board steadily rose. The government failed to maintain fiscal discipline, and its exporting competitiveness was hit when Brazil, its biggest market, devalued its currency by 30% in 1999. Argentina went back to the IMF for a further loan, but it was not enough. Deposits started to flee the banks, and, in the second half of 2001, the economy shrank at an annualized rate of 11%. In December, the government restricted bank withdrawals, sparking a wave of public protests. 38 As a succession of presidents came and went, Argentina defaulted on its debts, and it abandoned the currency board in 2002. Sadly, in 2018, Argentina suffered another currency crisis, and turned to the IMF again. Under the rule of the Kirchners, husband and wife, the old problems of wide fiscal deficits and soaring inflation re-emerged. A successor, Mauricio Macri, tried to clear up the mess, but this involved sky-high interest rates of 60%. 39. Mexico set off the Latin American debt crisis in 1982 and suffered another bout of turmoil in 1994, when it had to be rescued with an emergency loan from the U.S. In that same year, however, Mexico became a member of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, along with the U.S. and Canada. NAFTA largely abolished tariffs between the three countries, although the process was a slow one. The whole thing was set up on a bipartisan basis. The deal was negotiated by President George H.W. Bush, a Republican, and implemented under his Democrat successor, Bill Clinton. Regional trade duly surged, rising from $290 billion in 1993 to more than $1.1 trillion in 2016, while U.S. direct investment in Mexico jumped from $15 billion to more than $100 billion. To American critics, the deal was responsible for the transfer of jobs from the U.S. to Mexico. Certainly, a lot of factories appear just over the border, taking advantage of lower Mexican wages. However, US companies were able to make their products more cheaply and became more globally competitive as a result. In many cases, they just used Mexican factories as part of the assembly process. The effect on Mexico's economy has been rather disappointing, with growth between 1993 and 2013 averaging just 1.3%, or 1.2% per capita. The manufacturing sector did well, but the agricultural sector lagged behind and the country has been dogged by corruption and a high crime rate. Latin America's sorry economic experience, relative to Southeast Asia, has many potential explanations. One has been the region's consistent reliance on producing commodities, rather than manufactured goods. The nationalist and protectionist policies of the 1960s and 1970s left a long legacy. All through the period, the region was also hamstrung by its tendency to borrow heavily in dollars. While not as harsh as the gold standard, that imposed similar constraints. Any country that ran persistent trade deficits, or high inflation, would face the prospect of pressure on its currency. At that point, as also occurred in Asia in the late 1990s, the nation would have a stark choice, hiking up interest rates to defend the currency, and provoking a recession, or devaluing and driving up the cost of repaying its dollar debts. Borrowing in their domestic currencies was occasionally an option, but creditors were often suspicious because of Latin America's record of devaluations. To date, the region has been unable to replicate Asia's post-1998 strategy of running persistent trade surpluses. The international community also has responsibility for the mess. When bailing out the region, it placed too much emphasis on fiscal tightening, regardless of the economic conditions. The effect was to worsen recessions, and place a heavy burden on the poor, an approach which, as well as being unfair, weakened the political support for reform measures. The IMF also took a fairly naive approach to the free movement of capital. Countries found themselves the recipients of short-term capital flows that often led to short-term bubbles and caused crises when, inevitably, the money flowed out again. Inequality rises, and falls. The problems of Latin America and the economic setbacks suffered by Russia in this era were significant. But overall, the developing world made good progress. That makes a big difference when one looks at figures for global inequality. Between 1988 and 2008, the real income gains were highest for people in the median of the global income distribution. The median is the middle of a range of numbers. If 100 people were ranked from richest to poorest, the median would be the 50th. Nearly 9 out of 10 of the people in the median group lived in the emerging Asian economies, notably China, India, and Indonesia. The global Gini coefficient, the standard measure of inequality, declined from 0.72 in 1988 to 0.67 in 2011.41. The picture looks very different in the Western world. Between 1945 and 1979, inequality was declining. But things then changed. In 2015, the average income of the richest 10% of the population in OECD countries was about 9 times that of the poorest 10%, up from 7 times in 1990.42 in the US. The Gini coefficient rose from just under 0.35 in 1980 to 0.41 in 2013.43 between 1979 and 2011. The top 1% of Americans saw their income rise by 4.9% a year, while the bottom 20% gained only 1.2%. And that figure is after taxes and transfers. Without the help of benefits, the bottom 90% of Americans would have seen a decline in real income. 44. There are a number of potential explanations for this shift, one of which relates to globalization and, especially, the entry of China into the world economy. Adding so many workers to the global labor supply may have driven down the wages of unskilled workers in particular. However, many economists point to the influence of new technology, which they dub skill-biased technological change, SBTC. Workers who can handle new technology are more valuable than those who cannot, while low-skilled workers may be replaced by robots or computer programs. But a problem with this theory is that the widespread use of computers really occurred in the 1990s, while the sudden jump in inequality occurred in the 1980s. Similarly, the gap between the earnings of college graduates and others did not widen significantly in the 1990s, but did in the 1980s. 45. A related argument is that there has been a war for talent. Just as football teams compete for the services of Ronaldo and Messi, companies compete for the best executives, lawyers, and the like. In 1980, the ratio between the pay of U.S. chief executives and workers was 32. By 2000, when the dot-com bubble was making many executives rich, it was 344, and in 2017, it was still 312. The average pay of those executives was nearly $19. 46 seem not to care. Since the market value of these companies is measured in the billions of dollars, $19 million or so barely registers. However, the main reason why chief executive pay has risen so far is that their packages have been linked to share options. The rising stock market has done the rest. In Japan, where share prices have struggled, chief executive pay is much lower. But presumably you need to be as talented to run Sony or Toyota as you do to run General Electric or Ford. Another factor is assortative mating. Well-educated people are increasingly likely to marry each other. In 1960, 25% of men with university degrees married women with the same level of education. In 2005, 48% did. 47 And another element has been the decline in trade union membership and the loss of collective bargaining power. On average, only 17% of workers in OECD countries were unionized in 2013. 48 The decline of the big factories clearly had an impact. Workers in the service sector are more dispersed and harder to organize. One shift from 100 years ago is that wealth tends to be earned rather than inherited. Again, the financial sector plays a big part. These workers tend not only to earn high salaries but to own financial assets. The likelihood that someone in the top 1% of earned income is also in the top 10% of investment income went from 50% in 1980 to 63% in 2010. 49. The impact of inequality also depends on the tax and benefits system. Welfare states reduce after-tax inequality by redistributing income. But the top-rate tax cuts pushed through by Reagan and Thatcher gave a huge boost to the disposable incomes of the better off. So in global terms, income has become more equal, while, within individual countries, it has become less so. China has become much less equal, for example. But because the developing world has been catching up with Europe and North America, the global trend is more positive. In 1993, almost 2 billion people around the world lived in extreme poverty, defined as an income of less than $1.25 a day. By 2011, the figure was down to 1 billion, see chart. That was still too many, but it was a remarkable achievement in such a short time. The proportion of the population in developing countries living in extreme poverty fell from 42% in 1993 to 17% in 2011. Improved economies also lead to better living conditions. Since 1960, the proportion of children in developing countries who die before their 5th birthday has fallen by 3/4. 50. So how can the world lift that last billion out of extreme poverty and, indeed, bring greater prosperity to those who are merely getting by? Paul Collier, an economist, says that the countries in the bottom billion are concentrated in Africa and Central Asia. 51 These countries were poorer in 2000 than they were in 1970. Their life expectancy is 10 years lower than that of other developing countries and their infant mortality rate is 3 times higher. In some cases, these countries are going backwards. In 1980, Americans were 30 times better off than citizens of the Central African Republic. By 2015, the ratio was 90.52. Source: World Bank. Paul Collier says that these countries tend to fall into one of 4 traps. They are mired in conflict, have too great a reliance on natural resources, are landlocked, with bad neighbors, or are cursed with bad governments. Helping these countries can be very difficult. When the government is corrupt, either at the national or the local level, aid money is wasted or diverted. In Chad, less than 1% of the money released by the Ministry of Finance actually reached the rural health clinics to which it was intended. Lending money with conditions does not always work. The government of Kenya promised the same reform to the World Bank 5 times over a 15-year period. 53. Africa suffers from a number of long-term problems. Much of the continent is tropical, and this makes it home to diseases like malaria and yellow fever, and energy-sapping parasites like the guinea worm. Sub-Saharan Africa has the lowest agricultural yields in the world. Farmers produce 1.2 tons of grain per hectare, compared with an average of 3 tons in the developing world and 8 tons in North America and Europe. 54. The continent has also been handicapped by terrible government. Independence from the European colonial powers did not bring democracy but rather one-party rule, whether in the form of a kleptocrat like Mobutu of Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, or a socialist state like Tanzania. In the latter, President Julius Nyerere nationalized industry, seized foreign-owned businesses, and forced peasants to sell grain to the government for as little as a fifth of its value. 55. The 21st century has seen an improvement in Africa's fortunes. Technology has helped. In Kenya, the M-Pesa service has brought banking services to millions who had previously been denied them. One study found that a doubling in mobile data usage increased annual growth in GDP per person by half a percentage point. 56. In the 10 years to 2012, real income per head in Africa grew more than 30%. In the previous 2 decades, it had fallen by almost 10%. Foreign direct investment rose from $15 billion in 2002 to $46 billion in 2012. 57. Much of this success was linked to a commodity boom driven by Chinese demand. Africa's raw material exports grew 5-fold between 2002 and 2011. Over the longer term, commodity resources have been a mixed blessing for African nations. Oil wells, copper mines, and diamond mines are a tempting prize for any government, or local warlord, to seize, and, unlike other sectors, a commodity producer cannot move elsewhere. Governments have a tendency to focus exclusively on getting their hands on the booty from commodities, and pay much less attention to the needs of business in other sectors. But there has been some improvement in governance. At the end of the Cold War, Africa had only 3 democracies. By 2017, it had 8 flawed democracies and another 15 countries classed by the EIU as hybrid regimes. There is little that outsiders can do to improve governing standards, other than stopping their own companies from bribing officials. Foreign intervention with the aim of unseating a corrupt government is costly in terms of money and lives, and it rarely works. The best hope is that countries manage to unseat their unsatisfactory governments and that wiser minds take over. The Chinese managed to do it, after all. But the growth rates achieved by many developing economies in the late 20th and early 21st centuries were extremely significant. They showed that improved living standards need not be confined to Europe, North America, and Japan. They showed that prosperity could be achieved with more than one model, including the Chinese approach of a heavy state presence. But they also demonstrated that openness to the world economy, a willingness to trade with other countries, and to allow some private sector involvement, could deliver enormous gains. In that sense, economists were proved right. 17. Technology and innovation. The Excel Center is a vast, hangar-like, building in East London. While it is big enough to have hosted events like boxing and judo in the 2012 Olympics, its usual role is as a venue for exhibitions and trade fairs. For the stall holder, every stand is a chance to display their ingenuity, make some sales, and keep their business growing. They are trying to entice customers, make connections, and get that one step closer to the worldwide success on which they have built their hopes. Sadly, many casual visitors will only give each stall a brief glance. But entrepreneurial hope springs eternal. In November 2018, the center was occupied by the Battery Technology Show. At one stand, a company called Zapco promised nanocarbon technology that would reduce the charging time on electric vehicles from hours to minutes. Their invention, which is an improvement on the supercapacitor, charges a battery more quickly than current devices but then allows it to discharge more slowly. The group is based in Oxford, but the devices are being made in Zhuzhou in China's Hunan province. Each stall offered its own feast of technological jargon. A company called Akoda supplied dielectric coolant fluids for vehicle electrification, while Ansys offered a unique platform to generate physics-based solutions for battery systems management, and Nubaru Blue Laser was involved in battery foil and tab welding. 18 months earlier, the same site was home to the rather more consumer-friendly wearable technology conference. One of the products on display was Hushim, a mask worn over the mouth for keeping your mobile phone conversation secret. It came complete with voice masking mode, with options such as monkey, squirrel, and Darth Vader, in order to distract eavesdroppers. Another offering was the Curve Ring, a contactless payment device in a ring, for those who don't want to use a card or a phone to settle their bills. Then there was Dream, a headset designed both to help you sleep and to monitor the quality of that sleep. It sensed when you were in deep sleep mode and sent sounds designed to lengthen your rest. Tap Do, a device that allowed the owner to use his or her fingerprints to control different devices, and Pet Cub, which allows owners to monitor, and speak to, their pets from anywhere in the world. Elsewhere, the hall was crammed with any number of gadgets designed, like a Fitbit, to allow wearers to monitor their health, virtual reality devices designed to train surgeons and nurses, and headsets to help firefighters or allow bosses to supervise workers. Such is the speed with which modern technology is adopted that one of these gadgets may be a hit by the time you are reading this book, although most will have failed to find a market. But it is a foolish person who tries to predict the winners in advance. Ultimately, millions of consumers will decide whether these devices meet their needs and whether the stallholders' dreams are realized. From the Iron Age to the Information Age, humans are a remarkably ingenious species. By using fire, they have been altering their environment, and improving their food hygiene, for tens of thousands of years. We will never know the name of the person who realized that wheat could be turned into bread or who realized that iron and copper could be fashioned into tools. Think of the imagination that must have been required. The modern human thinks of technology in terms of computers, robots, and electronic gadgets. But technology can be a lot simpler than that. The stirrup made it easier for men to ride horses in battle. The collar made it easier for horses to pull heavy objects, like iron plows. The compass made it possible to navigate. And innovation does not depend purely on physical objects. The limited liability company was a legal development that allowed companies to expand and grow the economy. As we have seen, moving from a two-field crop rotation system to a three-field approach was an idea that lifted output by up to 50%. In the remote past, innovations spread fairly slowly as humans passed on their knowledge while migrating, or when trading with each other. In some cases, such as farming, the same idea seems to have occurred to people in different places at roughly similar times. What has changed in the last 5 centuries is that technology and innovation has spread much more quickly. The printing press allowed knowledge to be passed between people who would never meet. The same is true for 20th century innovations such as radio, television, and the Internet. Modern transport systems mean that it is possible to gather people from all over the world to trade fairs like the ones at Excel. People come to those events not just to make sales and contacts, but to exchange ideas. The greater the number of people who are connected to a network, the greater the chances that they will cross-fertilize each other's ideas. Our local pub has a weekly quiz night, with a jackpot prize. Teams are limited to 6 people because larger teams have an advantage. Someone will be able to recognize all the Kardashians, another person will be an expert on sport, and so on. Of course, the larger the team, the harder it is to organize, and the greater the chance that the team captain will pick the wrong answer. But that is where a market economy comes to the rescue. The innovator does not have to convince a monarch or a bureaucrat of the merits of their idea. The product or service can be launched on the market, and consumers can make their choice. Innovation turns out to be the key factor in long-term economic growth by making each worker more productive. The economist Paul Krugman said that productivity isn't everything, but, in the long run, it is almost everything. A country's ability to improve its standard of living over time depends almost entirely on its ability to raise its output per worker. Of course, as an economy adds more people, its potential output becomes larger. More workers can produce more stuff. If those workers save and invest, they can also add more capital, which will help them to produce more. Eventually, however, this capital will produce diminishing returns, and in the pre-modern world, a growing population would eventually be faced with food constraints, as Malthus argued. But instead of relying on more people or stuff, economies can advance by using the existing people and stuff more efficiently. In an article published in 1957, Robert Solow examined the history of the U.S. economy between 1909 and 1949 and found that just 1/8 of the increase in output per worker was down to the availability of more capital, with the rest being the result of increased productivity. Point 2. A crucial insight, attributed to both Kenneth Arrow and Paul Romer, is that knowledge can be subject to increasing returns. As the latter wrote, an innovation by one company cannot be perfectly patented or kept secret. Point 3. Eli Whitney failed to make a fortune out of his cotton gin because other people grasped his idea and found it easy to replicate. Tinkering means that even ancient technologies can be improved. The horseshoe was not perfected until 1900, even though the Romans first developed it in the 2nd century CE. Knowledge is also a non-rival good. 2 or 3 people may be able to share an ice cream cone. But if one person eats it, no one else can. In contrast, an idea can be used by anyone on the planet. Point 4. Software is a good example of increasing returns. It takes a lot of time and effort to devise a software program. But once it is created, additional copies of the program are virtually costless to produce. The same is true of video games or music files on streaming services. Many technologies benefit from network effects. The greater the number of people who use them, the more valuable they become. Had Alexander Graham Bell created a single telephone, it would have been a useless novelty. Once one family member got a phone, others had an incentive to get one too, and then shops and businesses needed phones to speak to their customers. Facebook is a more modern example. People join the network in order to keep in touch with their friends, and the greater the number of people on the network, the more want to join. Apple allowed other companies to create applications to use on the iPhone. The more apps that were created, the more appealing an iPhone became for consumers. And as the number of iPhone users grew, the greater the incentive to create new apps. Chips with everything. Some innovations are general-purpose technologies that can be adapted to a wide range of uses. Steam engines, the internal combustion exchange, and electric power are 3 examples. In the modern era, the most striking example has been the computer. The computer's origins can be traced back to Charles Babbage, one of a great tradition of Victorian gentleman inventors. In the early 19th century, Babbage discovered that astronomical tables were riddled with errors. These errors tended to persist as scholars copied the work of their predecessors. So Babbage envisaged a machine, called the difference engine, which could perform the calculations without errors. The government gave him a grant, worth around $1 million in today's money, to pursue the project. After many failures, he was helped by Ada Lovelace, an accomplished mathematician. He went on to devise a more sophisticated machine called the analytical engine, which included many of the elements of modern computers, including the memory, central processing units, and Lovelace's algorithms, or programs, needed to make the calculations. Point 5. But Babbage was too early. What was needed was a practical reason to develop a calculating machine. This came, in the first instance, in the form of the cash registers that spread in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. But governments also played a role, because of the vast administrative task of undertaking the national census. The 1890 U.S. Census was conducted with the use of a punched card system for recording the results. This led to the creation of the computer tabulating recording company, the forerunner of IBM .6. The Second World War accelerated the process of computer development. Navies needed help with calculating the trajectory of shells fired over a range of several miles, while at C.7 the code-breaking team at Bletchley Park, led by Alan Turing, developed a computer to crack the Enigma code used by Germany. At the time, however, computers weighed about 30 tons and still had less processing power than most modern, compact devices. The Cray supercomputer, launched in the early 1970s, cost $37 million in today's money and had a memory of 8 megabytes. A modern laptop costing just a few $100s offers 6 gigabytes of memory, or 750 times more than the Cray .8. The reason that those early computers were so heavy was that they depended on vacuum tubes for the switches, which, by being on or off, represented the required information in binary form. The first breakthrough in shrinking the computer came in 1947 with the invention, at Bell Laboratories, of the transistor, which was smaller, faster and generated less heat than the vacuum tube. William Shockley, one of the developers of the transistor, left to form his own company. In turn, after personality clashes, 8 employees of Shockley's company departed to found Fairchild Semiconductor. In 1959, Jack Kilby and Bob Noyce of Fairchild developed the microchip, which could be made with silicon or another material that acted as a semiconductor. On the chip was an integrated circuit, consisting of tiny transistors, resistors, and capacitors. 9. In 1965, Gordon Moore, another Fairchild employee, wrote a famous paper, stating that, by shrinking transistors, engineers would be able to double the number that fit on a chip every year. While he later amended this to a doubling every 2 years, he correctly forecast the exponential growth of computing power. 10 Along with Bob Noyce, Gordon Moore founded Intel in 1968. 50 years later, Intel is one of the largest technology companies in the world, responsible for designing semiconductors and microprocessors. Shockley, Fairchild, and Intel were all based in the Santa Clara Valley, an area just south of San Francisco that has since become known as Silicon Valley. Its origins can be traced to when Bill Hewlett and David Packard founded the Hewlett-Packard business in a Palo Alto garage in 1938. The area became a cluster for technology groups, in part because of its proximity to Stanford University and in part because many investment groups based themselves there. These financiers back early-stage companies in a process known as venture capital. While most of the companies they back will fail, the venture capitalists hope to fund the big successes, like Facebook and Google, that will multiply their stake many-fold. Initially, the biggest use for microchips was in the handheld calculator market. But the chips also made it possible to create computers that were much smaller than the giant machines familiar from 1960s science fiction movies. The first personal computer, PC, was the Altair, which had to be assembled by the purchaser and lacked a keyboard and a screen. The best it could do was flash some lights. 2 young programmers named Paul Allen and Bill Gates developed software for the Altair, which allowed them to establish Microsoft. 11. PCs gone mad. Expansion of the PC market occurred in the 1980s when IBM launched its own range, choosing Intel to provide the microprocessor and Microsoft to develop the operating system. Crucially, Bill Gates persuaded IBM to allow Microsoft to sell the operating system, known as MS-DOS, to other providers. This allowed Microsoft to dominate the software business, which turned out to be the most valuable area. In hardware, IBM faced competition from clones produced by the likes of Compaq. 12. The personal computer revolutionized clerical jobs. When this author started work in 1980, The office still had a large room set aside as a typing pool in which, usually, women typed up the letters and memos written by the rest of the staff. As late as 1986, when I joined the Financial Times, articles were still written by typewriter on small sheets, each with carbon copies. Rewriting a long piece was a very fiddly business, usually involving the use of Tipp-Ex to white out mistakes. These articles were turned into print by the use of hot metal that was pressed into the page, a technology that was a century old. 13. However, computers would not have had a huge impact on society if they had merely replaced the electric typewriter. Here again, the government played a vital role. The U.S. Defense Department's Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, was created in 1958 and succeeded in connecting remote computers in 1969. By 1985, 2,000 computers were connected to the network, dubbed the ARPANET. 14. Tim Berners-Lee, a software engineer at CERN, the Particle Physics Laboratory in Geneva, developed a protocol and a language, the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, which allowed computers to talk to each other and enabled users to send links to individual documents. Others adopted the system, which was known as the World Wide Web. Further steps were still needed before the web, or Internet, could be commercially useful. A browser called Mosaic was developed in the early 1990s by Mark Andreessen and Eric Bina at the University of Illinois, and, along with Jim Clark, Andreessen then founded Netscape, the company that started the boom in Internet shares. Eventually, Andreessen became one of the best-known venture capitalists in Silicon Valley. Internet service providers like AOL, meanwhile, brought access to the general public. With so much material available online, a variety of search engines were developed, with Google eventually dominating. So what are the economic benefits of the Internet? First, of course, there are the jobs created in making computers and smartphones, devising applications for them and building the associated infrastructure, such as routers and the fiber optic cable that links computers round the world. Second, there is instant access to information. Retailers can keep track of which goods are selling well, and order more when supplies start to run low. This saves them tying up capital in excess stock. Fishermen and farmers can find out the current market prices for their produce, and sell them where they are most profitable. And consumers can easily compare prices to stop themselves from being ripped off. Third, transaction costs have fallen. The Internet can eliminate the role of middlemen. Booking a holiday, for example, used to involve a visit to a travel agent and a trawl through brochures, but now everything can be purchased online. Part of this cost saving is in the form of time, as doing an internet search means that consumers can find the goods they desire much more quickly. In the UK, British Telecom used to run an advert that showed a kindly old gent looking for the book Fly Fishing by J.R. Hartley, the punchline being that he is the author. After an exhaustive tour of second-hand bookshops, he finds the tome via a phone call. Nowadays, he could have searched the internet and never left his armchair. Fourth, the internet makes more transactions possible by linking buyers and sellers who would otherwise not have been able to contact each other. This can be true for rare books, or old toys. But it is also true for services like Airbnb, where people who want to rent out their property can make contact with those looking for an alternative to hotel accommodation. And the internet allows companies to alert customers to their latest offers, whether they are cheap pizzas or luxury flats. Indeed, the company can target its marketing to customers who are more likely to be interested in their product. These potential benefits have been amplified by the adoption of the smartphone. The first device to have the characteristics of a smartphone was produced by IBM in 1994. It had the ability to receive email and included a calendar and an address book. 15 In 1999, the Japanese telecoms group NTT Docomo launched a series of handsets linked to the internet, and in 2000 Ericsson unveiled the first device to be called a smartphone. 16 But the breakthrough came with the BlackBerry, which had great success in the business market, being dubbed the Crackberry for its addictive powers, and then with the iPhone, which was launched by Apple in 2007. The latter's touchscreen technology proved a great hit, removing the need for a fiddly keyboard. The size and convenience of the smartphone made it both popular and habit-forming, and forced companies to adapt to survive. Facebook, the social media network, was designed for the personal computer but switched its focus to smartphones in 2012. By 2016, income from mobiles was 84% of the business. 17 And the evolution of the phone industry was so quick that the handset manufacturers were caught out. In 2008, Nokia, the Finnish group, had half of the global phone market. By 2012, its market share was in free fall and its share price had dropped 90%. The following year, it sold its handset business to Microsoft. Where's the beef? The appearance of all these technological marvels raises a tricky question. Why, given such advances, is overall economic productivity growing so slowly? Between 1891 and 1972, U.S. productivity, measured as output per hour, improved at an average annual rate of 2.36%. That helps explain why America became so wealthy. After 1972, the improvement slowed to 1.38%. For a brief period between 1996 and 2004, there was another surge to 2.54%. This was the time of the dot-com boom. But after 2004, the rate slowed right back again. 18. Robert Gordon, an economist, argues that the latest wave of innovation is more limited than the first, steam-based, industrial revolution, or the second, based on electric power and cars. The new wave has been based on entertainment, information, and communications. 19 Other changes have been much more limited. Cars may have many more gadgets and comforts than they did in the 1970s, but congestion means that people do not travel any faster. The average speed of traffic in central London in 2015 was 7.4 miles per hour, on a PAR with a horse-drawn carriage in the 18th century. 20 Aeroplane travel is cheaper than it used to be, but less comfortable, legroom is restricted, and the experiment with supersonic flight was abandoned. And there have been no new household gadgets in the last 40 years to rival the fridge, the vacuum, or the microwave for convenience, not to mention the boost to human comfort and hygiene brought by indoor plumbing. A more optimistic view, taken by Andrew McAfee and Eric Brynjolfsson of MIT, is that the full benefits of the Internet and other technologies such as machine learning, have yet to come through. 21 Such is the speed of modern communication that 90% of all digital data was created in the last 24 months. Technology is reducing coordination costs through search engines, cheap communication networks and free information. That allows companies to outsource tasks to the cheapest and most efficient providers. Artificial intelligence can be used to create designs that humans would not devise on their own. When a neural network called DeepMind was asked to come up with a system for cooling a data center, energy use fell 40%. 22. The debate on the economic impact of the Internet is not easily settled. It is true that past technologies were slow to have an effect. It was 60 years after the Wright brothers flew before people commonly took commercial flights. The camera was invented in the middle of the 19th century, but most people did not own one until after the Second World War. 23 On the other hand, the nature of modern technologies is that they are adopted very quickly. Facebook was only launched in 2004 but passed 100 million users in 2008 and 1 billion in 2012. 24 By 2018, it had 2.2 billion users. 25 Apple had sold 1 billion iPhones by 2017, 10 years after the device's introduction. 26 The optimists can argue that the full benefits of new technology do not show up in the statistics. Google Maps, for example, must have saved people a lot of time, and avoided a lot of arguments, by preventing them from getting lost. But the same was true of past improvements. The full benefits of central heating and antibiotics, bringing greater comfort and avoiding disease, are not captured in GDP. The blessings of the Internet are also a temptation. the ability to listen to music, or watch films, or shop, provides a lot of pleasure. The downside is that 89% of employees in a 2014 survey admitted to wasting some time online at work every day, with almost a third frittering away an hour and another 26% wasting more than that. 27 Conversely, the availability of electronic communication means that work eats into our leisure and family time, as we answer emails from managers and customers. How all this washes out in the productivity numbers is very hard to calculate. To hell and back. Technological change has not always been welcome. Monarchs have occasionally been suspicious of the social changes wrought by technology, while workers have worried about the loss of jobs. Joel Mokyr argues that the modern era is marked by the acceptance that the ancient world did not have all the answers, and that progress is not just possible but beneficial. 28 But there have always been worries that science and technology will get out of control. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is a tale of technological innovation that went wrong, while the HAL computer in the film 2001, A Space Odyssey was an early example of the idea that computers might supplant their human masters. These worries continue into the modern era. The same technology that makes it easier for us to communicate with each other makes it easier for companies, and the government, to keep track of us. A study of smartphone apps in 2017 found that 88% of them could transmit data from users back to the Google Group and 43% to Facebook. 29 Companies know not just what we searched for online but what we bought and where we are located. The power of the big social media groups means that they have an enormous influence. Twitter trolls and bots can bombard sites with false stories or allegations about political candidates, or about public health campaigns like vaccination. The same is true of stories spread via Facebook news feeds. And the state can do even more than the corporate sector. China is developing a social credit system that will rank all its citizens by 2020. Actions that will cut the credit score include bad driving, smoking in the wrong place, buying too many video games, and, of course, expressing critical opinions about the government. Too low a score will restrict the jobs you can get, the hotels you can stay at, the schools your kids can attend, and your ability to take a train or a plane. 30 Chinese people already find their access to foreign websites blocked by the Great Firewall, as it has been dubbed. Occasionally, this has ridiculous results, as when images of Winnie the Pooh were blocked because of an alleged resemblance to Xi Jinping, the Chinese leader. 31. The instantaneous nature of social media can be a trap for the unwary. In 2013, Justine Sacco, a PR executive, who was boarding a flight to South Africa, tweeted what was meant to be an ironic comment about the impact of AIDS on different racial groups. She had just 170 followers and got no immediate reply. She thought no more about it until she landed, when an old acquaintance messaged her to say, "I'm so sorry to see what's happening." For a while, she was the #1 trending topic on Twitter, with many asking, has Justine landed yet? She was condemned for her racism and fired from her job. 32 Young adults who post pictures of their activities on Facebook can be alarmed to find that potential employers will check their online profile. Pictures of drug use or excessive alcohol consumption, and posts of a sexual nature, will dissuade many companies from hiring them. 33. More and more devices in our homes may be connected to the internet so that we can turn them on and off while we are out. But who controls the data, and what happens if the information is hacked? Users of technology services are handing over vital data to the companies concerned. For example, a robot vacuum cleaner called iRobot not only cleans the room but creates a map of your house's interior. 34 Dealing with others over the internet also means that you cannot be sure that someone is who they claim to be, and nor can you be sure that others are not pretending to be you. The annual cost to American consumers of identity theft may exceed $16 billion. 35. Another worry is that scientific discoveries will harm the planet or have unwanted moral consequences. That this debate should persist is hardly surprising. Some innovations have been dogged by repeated setbacks. Nuclear power has seen accidents at 3 Mile Island in the US, Chernobyl in Ukraine, and Fukushima in Japan. The number of deaths that resulted from these disasters is far lower than those in coal mining accidents over the centuries, or from illnesses caused by atmospheric pollution caused by coal burning. But the risk of a catastrophic nuclear accident still weighs on the minds of voters and politicians. Few want to see a nuclear power station built next door. And concerns have shifted to the way that bioengineering may alter plants and animals and inadvertently destroy the ecosystem on which we depend. What about the concern that technology will destroy jobs? In the 1960s, President John F. Kennedy declared that the major domestic challenge was to maintain full employment at a time when automation is replacing men. It is worth remembering that many traditional jobs have disappeared altogether, but overall employment has continued to rise. The 1841 British census, for example, records more than 97,000 blacksmiths, 212,000 boot and shoemakers, 5,000 chimney sweeps, 18,000 coopers, barrel makers, and over 1.1 million domestic servants. 36 such jobs are scarce now. Technology can eliminate mundane jobs, like those in the typing pool, allowing people to do more interesting stuff. The job of switchboard operator, once a key part of every office, has virtually disappeared. A study by the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis found that the number of routine clerical and manual jobs in America had stagnated since the 1980s, while non-routine jobs had increased significantly. 37 The introduction of automated teller machines, ATMs, seemed to threaten the jobs of bank staff. From the mid-1990s, the average number of staff in a city branch did indeed fall from 21 to 13. But the ATM also made it cheaper for banks to operate branches, so they opened more sites. There are actually more people employed in American bank branches today than there were in 1980. Staff now interact with customers about their finances, rather than just cash their checks. 38. And technology can often do a better job than humans. Computers do not get tired or distracted. Programs that analyze cancer scans can have lower error rates than do experienced doctors. The tedious task of searching mountains of legal documents, traditionally assigned to trainee lawyers, can be automated, with fewer mistakes resulting. In the coming decades, many people will find jobs that require them to interact with computers. A study of the American economy between 1982 and 2012 found that employment grew faster than average in tasks, like graphic design, that made more use of computers. 39 And, as the population ages, jobs will be created in caring areas that cannot be automated at all. A study by Deloitte, a consultancy, found that the number of British nursing assistants increased by 909% between 1992 and 2014, while the number of teaching assistants had grown by 580%, and care workers by 168%. 40. Some of these jobs are not very well paid, however. That links to another worry, that some of the new technology companies are bypassing traditional employment laws to create new and insecure forms of employment. This so-called gig economy involves workers having uncertain hours, and no paid holidays, sick pay, or pensions rights. Instead, the worker, such as an Uber driver, will be hired at the whim of the customer, or on an irregular basis at a services company, on a 0-hours contract at a warehouse, for example. Some workers may like the freedom that a gig job brings, but surveys suggest that most would prefer full-time employment. 41. Still, there are many people who do want to work part-time, and there are many people who are looking for services, whether it is an odd job or a car ride. In the past, it has been difficult for the two groups to find each other. The internet makes the process quick and cheap. However, the anonymity of the internet creates a potential problem. How can the client trust the supplier to perform the service to a requisite standard, and how can the supplier trust the client to pay? Platforms such as Uber and TaskRabbit can perform this service too, acting as trusted middlemen for payment. They can also help customers and suppliers to choose each other, via the system of ratings. A bad supplier, or a bad customer, will eventually be shunned by the network. Pandora's Xbox. New technologies have often had the ability to cause as much harm as good. When people learned to forge metals, they made weapons as well as tools. The cotton gin gave slavery a longer lease of life in the U.S. Cars offered drivers freedom of movement, but at the cost of millions killed and injured. And radio broadcast Roosevelt's fireside chats, but also Hitler's speeches. Even though it is nearly 30 years since the Internet started to be developed, we are probably still at the early stages of understanding its influence on the economy. For all the worries about technological change, we need it, if aging Western populations are to be cared for, and if young people in developing economies are to find jobs and enjoy a higher standard of living. Technology will be vital if we are to tackle issues like global warming. Innovation will be needed to capture energy from renewable sources like the sun, and to reduce the impact of traditional fossil fuels through approaches like carbon capture. As this book was being written, news was breaking of spinal implants that could help paralyzed people walk again. The time to worry will be when we stop making technological advances. Without them, we cannot hope to improve our standard of living or tackle global issues such as climate change. Indeed, technological change may be needed to pull the developed world economies out of the doldrums in which they became marooned in 2007. 18. The crisis and after, 2007 to today. Economists called the period from 1982 to 2007 the Great Moderation, a long era of steady growth and low inflation. Gordon Brown, Britain's longest-serving finance minister, talked of no more boom and bust. But the boom came to an end, in spectacular fashion, with the financial crisis of 2007 and its aftermath. The depth of the crisis was worse than anything seen since the 1930s. It caught those in authority by surprise. In March 2007, just as the problems in the housing market were emerging, Ben Bernanke, the chairman of the Fed, said that the impact on the economy seems likely to be contained. In May 2008, Mervyn King, governor of the Bank of England, said, "It's quite possible that at some point we may get an odd quarter or two of negative growth. But recession is not the central projection at all." As it turned out, the recession had already started by that stage. Within 4 months, it seemed as if the entire financial system might collapse. In some ways, the economic setback was like so many financial crises before it. Banks lent money to people so that they could buy property. The more money they lent, the more prices went up, because buyers could afford to pay higher prices. Rising property prices, in turn, meant that banks felt more confident about lending against the security of property. Over time, the relationship between house prices and buyers' incomes became ever more extended. That required lenders to lower their credit standards in order to keep making loans. Lenders had a strong motivation to follow this path. In the old days, a bank, or other savings institution, lent money against a property and held the loan until it was repaid. That put them at risk if the borrower defaulted. But a step change in the market occurred in 1968 when the American government set up the Government National Mortgage Association, GNMA or Ginnie Mae. Like its sister organization, the Federal National Mortgage Association, Fannie Mae, the corporation was set up to make it easier for homeowners to get loans, by guaranteeing those that met a certain standard. In 1970, Ginnie Mae issued its first mortgage-backed security, MBS. This was a $70 million bond whose payments were linked to home mortgages. Provided that homeowners serviced their debts, the interest on the MBS would still be paid. This attracted plenty of investors as it offered higher returns than government bonds, with plenty of security, hence the term, securities loans. The step that proved fatal in the long run was to create a more complex group of bonds, with fancy acronyms, that divided the money that flowed in from the mortgages into various tranches. The safest tranches got paid first and received a lower yield than the riskiest tranches, which got paid last. 3. For a long time, this was a relatively small market. In 1996, MB's issuance was less than $500 million. But as house price rises accelerated, so did SEC Eurythist lending. In 2003, issuance was nearly $3.2 trillion. An increasingly high proportion of these bonds were issued, not by Fannie Mae or Ginnie Mae, but by private lenders. 4. What made this system dangerous was the increasingly risky nature of mortgage lending. There had been a deliberate attempt by the U.S. authorities to expand home ownership in the 1990s and 2000s. The aim was to attract poorer people and citizens from ethnic minorities who had been excluded by the so-called redlining policies of mainstream lenders. 5. The proportion of the population owning homes rose from 63.8% in 1994 to 69.2% in 2004. 6. The riskiest borrowers were known as subprime. These were people with low or irregular incomes. Some were dubbed ninja borrowers, as they had no income, no job, nor assets. But the people who made the loans were not too bothered. They would earn fees based on how many loans they originated, and since the loans were quickly sold to others, the originators did not need to worry about whether they would be repaid. As for the home buyers, taking out such a loan was the only way of getting on the property ladder. They did not worry about repayment since they assumed that they could always sell the house at a higher price. Bundling together these loans seemed like a form of alchemy. The individual loans might be risky, but issuers assured investors that it was unlikely lots of homeowners would default at once. Another financial instrument that emerged was designed to insure investors against the risk of a bond defaulting. In return for a premium, the investors would effectively be repaid the face value of the bond. These contracts were known as credit default swaps, CDs, and were themselves bundled together and sold to investors. In other words, an entire pyramid of instruments was created on the willingness and ability of borrowers to repay mortgages. The total value of credit derivatives, as the instruments were called, went from $5 trillion in 2004 to $20 trillion in 2006.7. In 2005 and 2006 it was possible to believe that this was not a serious problem. By taking mortgage loans off the balance sheets of the banks, risk had been redistributed around the system to those who were more willing and able to bear it. In November 2005, Ben Bernanke, then a governor of the Federal Reserve, said that with respect to their safety, derivatives, for the most part, are traded among very sophisticated financial institutions and individuals who have considerable incentive to understand them and to use them properly. But the real problem was that the banks were exposed to the subprime market after all. First, some of the SEC Eurythist loans had not been easy to sell and remained on banks' balance sheets. Second, the banks had lent money to the people who bought the fancy securities. They were thus at risk if the market collapsed, and the borrowers failed to repay. Third, and most importantly, banks' balance sheets were much less secure than the regulators thought. In past chapters, we have seen that banks are always at risk from a loss of depositor confidence. To offset this risk, banks are required to raise capital in the form of equity that can absorb any short-term losses. Under a global agreement known as Basel, after the Swiss city, 9 the amount of capital that banks were required to hold before 2007 was based on the riskiness of their assets. A deposit is a liability of a bank, and the loans it makes are its assets. In the crisis, however, the capital that banks had accumulated was shown to be insufficient. 5 days before it went bust, Lehman Brothers, an investment bank, had an official capital ratio that was almost 3 times the regulatory minimum. 10. There was a rotten cherry on the top of this particular cake. In the 1930s, it had been retail depositors who had panicked and started to demand their money back, triggering a liquidity crisis. But the 2 big U.S. banks that collapsed in 2008, Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers, were not retail banks at all. They borrowed in the wholesale markets, where other banks were among their biggest lenders. Once a bank was deemed to be in trouble, no other bank was keen to lend to it for fear of suffering the kind of losses that might destroy its own balance sheet. The result was that the infection spread very quickly. Every bank for itself. The crisis began in early 2007, when subprime mortgage lenders started to default as homeowners failed to repay. In April, New Century, the largest subprime lender, filed for bankruptcy. In June, Bear Stearns had to halt redemptions in two of the funds it managed, both invested in subprime securities. In August, BNP Paribas, a French bank, suspended trading in three similar funds. By this stage, the bad news was sufficiently worrying to prompt central banks to lend money to banks that were suffering from liquidity problems. The Fed also cut interest rates by 0.5 percentage point. September 2007 saw a run on Northern Rock, a British bank that had been one of the most aggressive lenders in the UK housing market and also depended on the wholesale markets for finance. If that was a bad year, 2008 was much worse. In March, Bear Stearns needed to be rescued by JP Morgan, shades of 1907. The deal needed backup financing by the Federal Reserve, which agreed to be responsible for up to $30 billion of losses. That was a very controversial move with the public. In early September, the government was forced to nationalize Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, two of the bodies that guaranteed mortgage loans. Just a week later, Lehman Brothers teetered on the brink. Hank Paulson, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, was reluctant to engineer a public rescue for fear of the political row that would result. Rival banks, like Barclays, would not buy Lehman without a guarantee from the government that it would cover the bank's losses. So over the weekend of September 14 to 15, it was decided to let Lehman fold. The result was panic. Any investor who owned bank shares, or bank debt, feared that they would lose their money. Banks rushed to conserve their own cash. The credit markets, the plumbing of the financial system, were blocked. The official short-term interest rate is the one set by the central bank, the federal funds rate in the U.S., for example. Normally, the rate at which banks borrow is a fraction of a percentage point above that official rate. But at the end of September 2008, American banks were paying 3 times the official rate to borrow overnight. 11. Few banks seemed safe in the circumstances. Merrill Lynch was acquired by the Bank of America. When the deal showed signs of faltering, Hank Paulson pushed hard for its completion. 12. The authorities were forced to rescue AIG, a giant insurance company, which had guaranteed mortgage-backed securities. The fear was that a collapse of AIG would put more pressure on the banks, which were relying on the company to insure their assets. The AIG deal, which involved a loan of $85 billion, led investors to be confused about which institutions qualified for rescue and which didn't. So they became even more nervous about lending to vulnerable banks, worsening the crisis. Congress rejected the first draft of a bailout package for the banks, causing further panic. Alistair Darling, Britain's Chancellor, was told that Royal Bank of Scotland was 2 to 3 hours from closing, at which point cash machines would stop working. 13. Lloyds was encouraged by the then Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, to take over the struggling Halifax Bank of Scotland. In the end, politicians dared not risk a repeat of the 1930s, when a banking collapse led to the Great Depression. Governments and central banks introduced massive support packages for the banking system. The U.S. Congress was persuaded to change its mind. Money was lent to the banks at cheap rates, governments bought shares to bolster bank capital, and interest rates were cut to record low levels. The Queen's question. So why didn't anyone see the crisis coming, as Queen Elizabeth II memorably asked when opening a new building at the London School of Economics? 14. There were several causes. Regulators had been lulled into a false sense of security about the strength of the banking sector in the developed world. The introduction of deposit insurance, in the wake of the Great Depression, seemed to have solved the problem of banking runs. But a moral hazard had been created, in which there was every incentive for bankers to take risk. In the late 19th century, banks in Britain had equity capital equivalent to 15 to 25% of their assets. By the 1980s, This cushion was just 5%. The long period of low interest rates and rising asset prices meant that bankers who were aggressive in their lending practices had been successful. Those bank executives were rewarded with share options, which soared in value. In turn, the performance of the share price was tied to the annual, or quarterly, change in profits. The result was a focus on short-term gain rather than long-term risks. The bank's top executives became very rich. Dick Fuld of Lehman Brothers was paid $500 million between 1993 and 2007. The credit boom, by driving up asset prices, had made ordinary people feel richer. It had also boosted government tax revenues. Politicians were reluctant to kill the golden goose of finance with regulation. There was a temptation to think that bankers were wise, because they had made so much money. Many were recruited into politics. This brings to mind the anecdote of the financier who asked an academic, "If you're so smart, why aren't you rich?" To which the professor replied, "If you're so rich, why aren't you smart?" The mood quickly turned in 2008, and the reputation of the financial sector may take a long time to recover. The bailout was just one issue. There were scandals, such as the attempts by traders to manipulate a benchmark interest rate called LIBOR, which affected some $350 TRN of financial contracts. 16 Banks were also penalized for mis-selling mortgage-backed bonds, money laundering, mis-selling of payment protection insurance, and, at Wells Fargo, for creating 2 million bogus accounts, without the permission of customers, in order to meet sales targets. 17 In the decade after the crisis, global banks paid $321 billion in fines to national regulators, according to the Boston Consulting Group, with $204 billion of those penalties imposed in North America. 18. As well as imposing fines, regulators tried other ways of reforming the finance sector. In America, Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act, which ran to a mammoth 848 pages. By contrast, the Glass-Steagall Act, passed during the Great Depression, was just 37 pages long. 19 By creating such complex legislation, the regulators may only have created more loopholes for banks to exploit, and pushed up the costs of the system by requiring banks to hire a great many more lawyers and compliance people. A more effective change was to force banks to hold more capital, in the hope that such a cushion would reduce the extent of the next financial crisis. There is always a trade-off. The world needs banks that can lend to business and consumers and drive economic growth. Too much regulation may restrict this process. But there always seems to come a point when banks lend too much and unwisely, and regulators must be alert to this possibility. Economists were criticized in the wake of the crisis for paying too little attention to the role of the finance sector, and to the level of debt, in the economy. They regarded the banks as just a conduit between savers and borrowers. The important things to study, economists thought, were the factors that drove the overall levels of savings and investment, not the mechanics of the process. Few paid attention to the impact of rising consumer debt levels since the overall rate of inflation remained low. This proved to be a spectacular misjudgment. Depression avoided. In the early months of the crisis, economic data were deteriorating as fast as they did in the Great Depression of the 1930s. At the lowest point, industrial production had dropped 13% from its peak and the volume of world trade had fallen 20%. 20 But global governments and central banks stepped in with massive support programs. In November 2008, China unveiled a $586 billion stimulus package for its own economy, the largest in its history. 21 The U.S. Congress passed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act in February 2009, one of the first achievements of Barack Obama's presidency, a combination of tax cuts and spending increases worth $787 billion. Collectively, the leaders of the G20 nations agreed at a summit in London to pump $1.1 trillion into the global economy, by extending the ability of the IMF and World Bank to make loans. In addition, central banks kept cutting rates to stimulate borrowing. By the end of 2008, the Federal Reserve's main rate was 0.25%, just 15 months previously it had been 5.25%. Quantitative easing, QE, also began that year. This involved central banks creating money and using it to buy government bonds. The aim was twofold. First, it prevented the kind of shrinkage in the money supply that occurred in the 1930s. When the central banks bought bonds, the sellers ended up with more money in their accounts. The second aim was to reduce the long-term bond yield as well as the short-term borrowing rate. This cut the cost of borrowing for companies and homebuyers and relieved the financial pressure on the economy. These drastic measures were designed to deal with practical issues. One problem was dubbed the zero-level bound: what to do when interest rates fell to zero. It has proved possible to impose negative rates in some parts of the system, for example, on commercial banks which are required to hold reserves at the central bank. But charging ordinary bank depositors a negative rate seems a step too far. The general public would be outraged if their deposits started falling in value. Many would withdraw their cash and keep it under the mattress, creating another run on the banks. All this did have an effect. The stock market bottomed out in the spring of 2009 and started a long bull run. The decline in American output, from peak to trough, was 4.8%, smaller than the median decline in previous American recessions. 22. Nevertheless, the global recovery was painfully slow. 8 years after the crisis, only 5 out of 11 countries that had suffered a banking sector collapse had seen a full recovery in per capita GDP. 23. These rescue measures were controversial. In the US, the Tea Party movement arose as a reaction to the bank bailout. It helped to fuel Republican victories in Congress in 2010 and aided the rise of Donald Trump. Some felt that QE was the equivalent of printing money to fund government spending, the same measure that led to hyperinflation in Germany. Others argued that QE, by pushing up the price of financial assets, boosted the wealth of the rich and thus made inequality worse. The Eurozone divided. To add to the world's problems, a European crisis followed in short order. Many European banks were exposed to the US housing market, and some of the most aggressive banks, like Deutsche and UBS, had balance sheets that were more than twice as risky as their US competitors. In 2007, the 3 largest banks in the world were all European. 24. When the crisis hit, European central banks and governments rushed to bail out their domestic banking sectors with cheap loans, share purchases, and the like. The effect was to take on to the national balance sheet debts that had previously been borne by the private sector. Between 2007 and 2013, the ratio of government debt to GDP in the Eurozone rose from 66% to 93%. 25. In some cases, the burden was too great. Ireland was dubbed the Celtic Tiger in the 1990s, and enjoyed a property boom, financed by its domestic banks, in the 2000s. When the banks collapsed in 2008 and 2009, the bill was 2/5 of the country's GDP. A recession then cost Ireland more than 11% of its output. As tax revenues slumped, government debt soared, reaching a peak of 120% of GDP. A bailout by the EU and the IMF was required in 2011. 26. Things were even worse in Greece. The country adopted the euro in 2001, even though there were widespread doubts about its suitability. Its debt to GDP ratio in 2000 was 104%. 27. Greece massaged its deficit numbers in order to meet the membership criteria. Like Italy, Spain, and Portugal, Greece benefited from lower borrowing costs as interest rates in the Eurozone converged. But things went wrong in the aftermath of the 2007 crisis. In 2009, George Papandreou, the Greek Prime Minister, announced that the year's budget deficit would not be 3.7% of GDP, as forecast, but 12.5%. At the same time, he revealed that the deficit for 2008 had been 7.7%, instead of the previously announced 5%. 28. The country's credit rating was quickly downgraded and the government passed a series of austerity measures to try to bring the deficit under control. But that was not enough to reassure investors, and in April, the Greek government was paying 10 percentage points more to borrow money than was its German counterpart. Greece had to turn to the IMF and its EU partners for a bailout, which was only granted in return for the government imposing more austerity. That led to a round of strikes and violent protests, including the firebombing of a bank in which 3 people died. The Greek people were caught in a trap. International creditors insisted on economic reform, but the austerity packages sent the economy into a further tailspin. Economic output declined by almost a quarter point. 29. It was clear that Greece would have to default on some of its debt, but the prospect of default alarmed investors and sent bond yields even higher. The 10-year issue yielded 44% in the spring of 2012. For a time, it seemed possible that Greece would have to quit the Eurozone and re-adopt the drachma. But this was not a very appealing prospect. Switching to the drachma would have involved a substantial devaluation, 30% or more. So Greek bank depositors would have seen their savings decline sharply in value. Many would have tried to switch their money to foreign banks. Capital controls would thus have been needed to prevent a run on the Greek banking system. Meanwhile, the debt that Greece owed internationally would still be denominated in euros, and thus would be even more expensive to repay after a devaluation. Default on its debts would be inevitable. In the immediate aftermath of default, it would be very expensive for the Greek government to borrow. So either the government would have to impose austerity anyway, or it would be forced into printing money to finance itself, pushing up inflation. Since devaluation would push up import prices, inflation would already be rising. It is hardly surprising, given all these disadvantages, that Greek governments of many different political persuasions kept opting for bailouts from the EU, despite the onerous conditions. By 2016, the country was enduring its 13th austerity package and its government debt to GDP ratio was still 180%. The Eurozone was dubbed an economic Hotel California. Countries could check out any time they wanted, but they could never leave. Whatever it takes. A complete collapse of the Eurozone was averted with the help of the European Central Bank. In July 2012, Mario Draghi, the president of the ECB, pledged to do whatever it takes to save the euro. He cut interest rates to 0 and below, and he unleashed a bond-buying program that drove down the cost of borrowing for Eurozone governments. Such was his success that, by 2016, both Ireland and Spain were able to borrow for 10 years at less than 1%. Nevertheless, the crisis had some ugly moments, and created the sense of a continent in crisis. In turn, that played a part in the UK's vote to leave the EU in June 2016's referendum. In other countries, it contributed to the rise of populist anti-EU, and anti-immigrant, parties. The saga was seen as pitting northern creditor nations, such as Germany and the Netherlands, against southern debtors in, largely, Mediterranean states. The debtors got their own unwelcome acronym as PIIGS, covering Portugal, Ireland, Italy, Greece, and Spain. 30 The northern nations felt that the southerners had failed to show sufficient discipline and were free riding off the hard work of Germany and the rest. At the start of the crisis, the Greek retirement age was 61, while Germany had just announced plans to increase the retirement age to 67.31. Greece was also notorious for its black, or unofficial, economy, which enabled citizens to avoid paying taxes. For the Southerners, and many economists, the problem was that Germany had pursued too restrictive a policy, aiming to run both trade and budget surpluses. In effect, Germany was saving too much and spending too little, thereby exporting deflation to the rest of the Eurozone. To compete with Germany, other countries had to reduce their wage bills. 32 By definition, all countries cannot run a trade surplus. Germany was forcing the other countries into deficit and then blaming them for the result. The crisis also confirmed the doubts of those who thought that the creation of the single currency had been mishandled. Too many countries had been allowed to join. Although Europeans had been annoyed by the repeated currency crises of the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, those episodes had allowed countries to adjust their economic policies by the simple expedient of devaluation. When Greek or Italian exports became uncompetitive with those of Germany, the countries could devalue and start again. Within a single currency zone, that option was gone. Furthermore, while the Europeans had eliminated currency risk, they could not get rid of risk altogether. Investors simply transferred their worries to the bond markets. Higher bond yields, by raising the cost of borrowing throughout the economy, had a more damaging effect than a small devaluation would have done. More broadly, the EU created a currency zone without a common fiscal authority or regional deposit insurance. In a country with its own currency, like the UK or the US, the national government can transfer funds from strong regions to weak ones. That happens to an extent in the EU, but on nothing like a sufficient scale to cope with a recession. Banks were backed by their national governments, rather than by Brussels. This was understandable for political reasons. The Germans and Dutch were wary about underwriting the rest of Europe. But it made the system more fragile in the aftermath of 2008. Another criticism is that the EU, like Western governments in general, became too obsessed with austerity. Critics on the left argue that politicians were frightened by the big budget deficits that appeared in 2009. The average budget deficit of 11 leading economies in 2007 was 0.3%, 2 years later it was 5.4%. 33 Both Britain and America had deficits of more than 10% of GDP. At the time, politicians worried that such huge deficits risked alienating bond investors, driving up borrowing costs, and thereby creating a Greek-style crisis. But the critics argued that these fears were nonsensical. A country that issued debt in its own currency and had a compliant central bank, which could buy bonds through QE, need not fear the markets. Indeed, bond yields were at historic lows despite the big deficits. Instead, the critics said, austerity was driven by the ideological desire, among conservative politicians on both sides of the Atlantic, for a smaller government. Austerity made matters worse, not better. The best way to close the deficit would be to let the economy grow more rapidly so that tax revenues could rise. This argument gained an unlikely ally in 2016 in the form of the IMF, which warned that the costs of the tax increases or expenditure cuts required to bring down the debt may be much larger than the reduced crisis risk engendered by the lower debt. It added that episodes of fiscal consolidation have been followed, on average, by drops rather than by expansions in output. On average, a consolidation of 1% of GDP increases the long-term unemployment rate by 0.6 percentage points. 34. However, it is worth noting what economists mean when they talk of austerity. They are talking about the trend in the deficit, rather than its absolute level. In other words, the UK government was still being austere when it borrowed 7.5% of GDP in 2011, even though that was one of the bigger deficits in its history. That is because the government had raised taxes and cut spending in order to bring the deficit down from 10.1% in 2009, thereby taking money out of people's pockets. Even after a prolonged period of austerity, 22 countries, out of 32, in the OECD were still spending more than 40% of GDP in 2015.35. There was little sign of a decline in social spending, unemployment benefits, health, pensions, as a proportion of GDP in the developed nations. As Western populations age, it seems likely that this ratio will continue to rise. In 1960, West Germany was unique in spending more than 15% of GDP on social benefits. Now most nations spend much more. French social spending is more than 30% of GDP. To the extent that conservatives have attempted to shrink the government since the days of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, they have often been running to stand still. A study by the Institute for Fiscal Studies in Britain found that, after years of austerity, public spending in 2017-18 was set to be around the same proportion of UK GDP as it had been in 2007, 08.36. The sins of wages. The stagnation of real wages was another source of voter discontent. Between the early 1970s and 2017, the wages of the median American worker grew at just 0.2% a year, while labor's share of GDP fell from nearly 65% to below 57%, as labor lost, owners of capital gained. 37 In Britain, by late 2016, workers were set for a decade without any real wage growth, a phenomenon not seen since the Second World War. 38 The essence of democracy is a deal in which workers give their votes to politicians in return for the promise of prosperity. Politicians were perceived to be reneging on their side of the bargain. Populist politicians made gains across Europe, from Marine Le Pen in France to Matteo Salvini in Italy and Viktor Orban in Hungary. There have been plenty of attempts to explain the sluggish growth of real wages. On the political right, many have blamed immigration. They argue that an influx of unskilled workers has driven down wages by increasing the supply of labor. However, immigrants are not just workers, they are also consumers. As well as increasing the supply of labor, they increase the demand for goods. This lump of labor fallacy is hard to kill, see Chapter 9. As noted earlier in the book, the real culprit could be found elsewhere. A study by the IMF found that the reason for around half the decline in labor's share of GDP was the impact of technology, as employers were able to automate low-skilled jobs. Another quarter of the shift was down to globalization. Companies in the developed world were shifting jobs to low-wage countries in the rest of the world. 39. The sluggish overall level of growth that followed the financial crisis led some economists to rethink their previous models. Larry Summers, who was Treasury Secretary under Bill Clinton and Director of the National Economic Council under Barack Obama, argued that longer-term forces were at work. He revived a phrase first used by Alvin Hansen in 1938, secular stagnation. 40 Mr. Summers claimed that the shock caused by the financial crisis seemed to have caused a permanent shift in the trend growth rate of output. The fear was that no level of interest rates would permit the balance of savings and investment at full employment. This shift was driven by a number of factors. As the population aged, economic growth slowed, and there was thus less need for businesses to invest in new plant and equipment. Furthermore, a larger proportion of capital investment was devoted to technological equipment, which needed regular updating and was declining steadily in price. The combination reduced the demand for investment. Meanwhile, rising inequality was transferring money from people who spend almost all of their income, the poor, to those who save a lot more of it, the rich. That shift was pushing up the level of savings. At the same time, investing institutions like pension funds were being pressed, for regulatory reasons, to take a cautious approach. This increased the demand for safe assets such as government bonds. All told, the combination of a lower propensity to invest and a higher propensity to save led to very low interest rates. After inflation, interest rates were 3% or more at the global level through the 1990s and early 2000s but had dropped to less than 1% after 2010.41. Another issue is the impact of demographic change on economic growth. In 1950, a quarter of the Japanese population was aged over 40, and 5% was aged over 65. By 2010, more than half the population was aged over 40 and nearly a quarter was more than 65 years old. Between 2000 and 2018 the Japanese population of working people fell by 13%. It is very hard to grow an economy with fewer workers. A Federal Reserve paper estimated that, between 2011 and 2015, Japanese GDP growth was dragged down by 2 percentage points by this demographic decline. 42 Overall, Japan's annual growth rate averaged just 1.3% between 1988 and 2018, a far cry from the post-war miracle. Japan is still a prosperous and long-lived society, but its era of high growth looks gone for good. Across the OECD as a whole, demography started to be a drag on growth after 2010 and will continue to be so until 2040. Workers' rights. The gig economy, see Chapter 17, can be viewed as a way of enhancing the productivity of the entire economy, by bringing unused resources, in this case, labor, into play. Similarly, the growth of flat and house-sharing services, such as Airbnb, allows property to be used for a greater percentage of the time. It is a more efficient use of resources. But the gig economy has raised questions about the issue of workers' rights. Over the course of the late 19th century and the 20th century, workers demanded, and were granted, more rights: paid holiday, sick leave, maternity leave, pensions and health care. These tended to be associated with full-time employment, rather than part-time or casual work. From the employer's point of view, they add significantly to the cost of hiring workers. The fear is that the gig economy represents a form of regulatory arbitrage in which companies replace full-time employees with casual or contract labor at less cost, and with fewer rights. These lines can be difficult to draw. If a worker performs a service almost exclusively for a single company, and the company imposes sufficient conditions on the way in which the job is performed, then it may be proved that the worker is an employee, not a contractor. 43 Furthermore, such an employee may be entirely at the mercy of the platform provider. Comparisons have been drawn with the old system for employing dockers, who gathered at the port every day and were picked out by the foreman for work. On the other hand, many people choose to operate as freelancers and independent contractors, and surveys show that they are happier than traditional employees. 44 The idea that everyone would have a full-time job in a factory or in an office, and would stay with a single employer for a large chunk of their career, developed in the 19th and 20th centuries. It was unusual before 1820 and may become unusual again. But if employers fail to provide benefits, or a regular income, the state may have to step in to fill the gap. One suggestion is a universal basic income, with the state providing an income to all citizens. This could, in part, replace the benefit system. The big question is how to create an income that is high enough to provide an acceptable standard of living without costing so much that the resulting tax burden would be crippling. 45. The technology sector has also threatened a wide range of industries. Take music, for example. Listening to music used to involve the purchase of vinyl records, cassettes, or compact discs. You could listen to the radio for free, but then the tunes were chosen by someone else. But the advent of streaming systems such as Spotify offered thousands of tracks, selected by the user, for a small monthly fee. Indeed, I am listening to a playlist as I type this sentence. This was great news for the consumer but less great for the artists, who now need to depend more on the proceeds from touring. Something similar has occurred in newspapers. The availability of free information online has reduced the number of paid subscribers, while services like Craigslist have destroyed the market for classified advertising, jobs, cars for sale, etc., on which so many papers relied. These technology services have an enormous advantage over traditional suppliers. Once the network has been created or the software written, the costs of creating an additional unit, or adding a new customer, are close to zero. So a successful product can undercut its rivals. By the same token, however, logic suggests that if the cost of a product falls to zero in a competitive market, the price will fall towards zero too. Might this undermine the profitability of the corporate sector? Not so far. Tech companies were piling on the profits in the second decade of the 21st century. One reason for this was that some seemed to be natural monopolies. As already noted, people are on Facebook because their friends are on the site. A rival service would face an enormous task to catch up. Google, meanwhile, has become synonymous with internet search and thus can make money by selling advertised links. And Amazon's sheer scale means that it can undercut rival retailers on price and on delivery. However, the monopoly power that these companies have attained has caused a techlash. People have started to worry about the Faustian bargain involved in giving personal information to corporate giants. As the saying goes, if you are being given a free service, that is because you are the product. Inevitably, the internet has been used to promote offensive views and hateful threats, and the tech companies have been accused of doing too little to prevent this. They have also been criticized for the way they have organized their tax affairs. Many have cited key parts of their organizations in low tax regimes, and they appear to make very little profit, and thus pay very little tax, in the bigger European states. The EU ruled that Apple owed Ireland €13 billion in back taxes in 2016.46. The notion that multinational companies were able to engineer their finances so as to reduce their tax bills was another factor in the rise of populism, a sense that there was one rule for the economic elite and another for the rest of us. Encouraging developments. Another change that continued in the wake of the debt crisis was the advance of the developing world, or emerging markets. In 1991, developed economies contributed more than 63% of global GDP. But with China growing fast, the rich world's share was shrinking. By 2000, it was down to 57%, and in 2008, the emerging markets moved ahead for the first time. As of 2018, the developed world's share was down to 40.6%, according to the IMF. 47. Chinese growth slowed a bit from the double-digit percentage gains made in the early 2000s, but the government's target of 6 to 6.5%, as of 2019, was still enough to double the size of the economy in a little over a decade. The country's financial system has been liberalized a little, with the central bank allowing the yuan to be used in financial markets. But there has been an enormous build-up of debt, which reached 282% of GDP, excluding the finance sector, at the end of 2017 compared with just 158% at the end of 2008.48. Economists tend to be divided between two camps. Some think that this debt has fueled speculation in property and excess capacity in industry, and thus will inevitably lead to a crash. Others think that the government can handle the problem, thanks to its $3.1 trillion of foreign exchange reserves, as of June 2019.49. There has also been continued strength in the world's second most populous nation, India, where the economy quadrupled in size between 1998 and 2018. The economy has managed a 7% annual growth rate despite a whole host of structural problems, including bureaucracy that makes it difficult for private businesses to expand. There is a lot of wasted Indian potential. As of 2018, a third of 15 to 29-year-olds were not in school, training, or jobs. When 100,000 railway jobs were advertised, 20 million people applied. 50. Of course, the term developing economies covers a wide range of countries. In 2014, there was much talk of the Fragile Five, economies dogged by high inflation and big current account deficits. The five in question were Brazil, Indonesia, India, South Africa, and Turkey. Some added Russia to the list to make a suspect 6.51. Emerging markets actually weathered the financial crisis in the developed world rather better than they might have done 20 years previously. Thanks to globalization, many had become embedded in the supply chains of multinationals, which had established factories to make components or assemble parts made elsewhere. After building those factories, multinationals were unlikely to pull out again. But those countries that were dependent on commodities, like Russia, were vulnerable to the fall in the price of raw materials that followed the recession. Perhaps the most prominent example of a failed economy was Venezuela. By 2017, 2.7 million of the country's 34 million people had left the country, many of them taking refuge in neighboring Colombia. They were fleeing an economy in chaos, with inflation set to reach 10 million% in 2019, while output dropped by 18% in 2018.52. In a poll, 93% of Venezuelans said that they could not afford the food they needed, while 3/4 had lost weight over the previous year. Income per head was back at the levels reached in the 1950s. 53. All this in a country that claims bigger oil reserves than Saudi Arabia. The crisis is the result of the rule of Hugo Chavez, an ex-army major who first tried to seize power in a coup before being elected president, and his successor, Nicolas Maduro. Chavez governed in the name of revolutionary socialism, and spent heavily on social programs, subsidies on food and energy, and aid for foreign allies. For a while, this program was made affordable by a high oil price, bringing him popularity at home and support from left-wing politicians abroad. But Mr. Chavez nationalized the oil company, ran it poorly and drove away private businesses. Worse still, he harassed opponents, and closed down newspapers and radio stations that displeased him. His hapless successor Maduro simply printed money to finance the government's spending, leading to hyperinflation and empty supermarket shelves. 54 If anyone needed a post-Soviet illustration of the failings of socialist economics, Venezuela was it. Return of the nativist. In 2016, the world turned in a more nationalist direction. First, Britain voted to leave the EU in a referendum. Second, Donald Trump became US president on a protectionist ticket, despite losing the popular vote by nearly 3 million. At the time of writing, it is too early to say how disruptive the Brexit vote will be to European trade. But Mr. Trump followed through by imposing tariffs on certain products, steel and aluminium, and against certain nations, most notably China. It is hard to know how the trade war with China will pan out. In his negotiations with Mexico and Canada, Donald Trump seemed to follow a strategy of making big threats and settling for small concessions. The same thing may happen with China. More worrying was the ideology that underpinned his approach. First, he seemed to regard a trade deficit as both a loss for the US and a sign that the other side was cheating. This was a revival of mercantilism, a philosophy that Adam Smith debunked in 1776. In real life, trade deficits reflect an imbalance between domestic savings and investment. If the latter exceeds the former, then the economy must attract capital from abroad, and this can only be done by running a current account deficit. Looked at another way, Americans save too little and spend too much on imports. Neither factor has anything to do with foreign nations. The second problem is that Mr. Trump is under the mistaken impression that foreign companies pay the tariffs. In fact, those who import the goods do so. Businesses that import such goods will have to bear the extra cost in the form of lower profits, which means smaller dividends for investors, or they may have to recoup the cost in the form of lower wages for employees, or higher prices for consumers. In many cases, the imports may simply be components for products that are due to be exported, so the tariffs make the US company less competitive. Of course, it is possible that companies will switch to domestic suppliers. But those suppliers are bound to have higher costs. If they did not, companies would not be importing the product in the first place. The net effect is to make the economy less efficient. The Trump tariffs are nothing like as bad as those that prevailed before the Second World War. But a survey by the Tax Foundation, a US think tank, calculated that if all the threatened tariffs were enacted, US GDP would be around 0.6% lower, while wages would be reduced by 0.4% and employment would fall by around 460,000.55. In the last 300 years, the world has enjoyed long periods of growth, punctuated by occasional crises. The next crisis could well arise from an interruption to those trade patterns that carry boats to Singapore and Felixstowe. Epilogue. The story of the global economy has involved constant change. Consider the humble book. Printing technology was developed more than 500 years ago, and for a long time publishing was largely unchanged. But the industry grew hugely. First, there was a vast expansion of public libraries in the 19th century, which brought books to a much wider audience. Then books became even more widely disseminated with the development of the cheap paperback in the 20th century. In the 21st century, the rise of Amazon meant that book buyers could purchase a much wider range of publications than any individual shop could stock, and could have those volumes delivered to their homes. And electronic readers have changed the format in which books are read. Change and trade are like conjoined twins. Economic history is all about connections. The more people with whom we can connect, the more likely it is that those connections will be useful. Either we will find someone whose expertise is helpful, or we will find someone who can offer a good or service that we desire but cannot provide for ourselves. This book has tried to avoid equations, but think about a simple piece of maths. If you have 3 people, there are 3 ways in which they can connect. A can trade with B, or with C, and B can trade with C. With 4 people, there are 6 connections, and with 5 people there are 10. The formula is n, for the number of people, multiplied by n-1 and then divide the result by 2. So as more and more people populated the world, the number of potential connections, or trades, rose dramatically. Many of the elements of the modern economy such as long-distance trade and even financial instruments have existed for thousands of years. What has happened over the millennia is that more and more people have been drawn into the economic net and more connections have been made. As they have, the world has become richer, and people have grown taller and lived longer. Hunter-gatherers largely lived off their own resources. Farmers specialized, and needed to trade for the things they did not produce. Agricultural societies created elites who sought luxury goods like silk or jewels from faraway places. And the great empires created single markets within their borders where merchants could trade. Islamic and then Italian merchants established partnership structures that made long-distance trade easier. European traders muscled their way into Asia and then the Americas. The invention of the railways and the steamship reduced transport costs so that basic commodities like grain and, refrigerated, meat could be sold around the world. The telegraph, telephone, and the internet increased the speed, and reduced the cost, of communication and information gathering. The global population is around 7.5 billion, so the number of potential connections is 28,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, or 28 quintillion. Trade is good. A study of high-growth countries in the post-war period found that those that achieved per capita annual income growth of 3% or more saw similar growth in their trade. In contrast, countries that experience negligible or negative growth had a dismal trade performance. 1 Of course, correlation is not causality. But the contrasting growth records of, say, South Korea and China in the 3 post-war decades suggests that the former's export focus explains a lot of its success. The modern economy is a place of dizzying complexity, and vast interconnections. Politicians who think they can disrupt the entire system and start again are taking a big risk. Unilever, the Anglo-Dutch consumer products company, operates in 190 countries and reckons that 2.5 billion people use its products every day, whether they are drinking a cup of PG Tips tea, cleaning their face with Dove soap, or disinfecting the toilet with Domestos. Too many more people must be involved in producing and distributing those products, not just those who work in Unilever factories, but those who produce the raw materials the company uses, drive the trucks and operate the ships that take those goods round the world, and manage the shops where they are sold. If it takes a village to raise a child, it takes the world to stock your house with goods. This feat of coordination is beyond that of any individual. In the aftermath of the Soviet Union's breakup, the economist Paul Seabright was contacted by a Russian official who was keen to learn about the workings of the markets. "Tell me, for example," he asked, "who is in charge of the supply of bread to the population of London?" 3. To anyone brought up in a Western economy, the question is laughable. Bread appears in the shops and we don't have to think about it. The big supermarkets know roughly how much their customers will buy every day and they order that amount from the big bakeries. Smaller specialist shops make the same calculation. The result is that no one queues for bread, even if they complain about the price. Richard Baldwin, an economist, has described economic development as a process of unbundling. 4 First, we consumed the things that we ourselves produced. Then, we consumed some things produced by others in our local town or village. Later, thanks to the steamship, we consumed things that had been produced a long distance away. In the modern economy, every element of the system is unbundled. Different people design the goods, produce the components, assemble them, market them, transport them, sell them and then consume them. The system does involve greed and waste, and, in some regions and sectors, exploitation. Many worry about the dangers of environmental degradation. To give just one example, the cod was once so abundant off the coast of Canada that it enticed Viking and Basque sailors to risk their lives on a transatlantic journey. Dried cod is almost 80% protein, and by the middle of the 16th century, 60% of all fish eaten in Europe was cod. But industrialization processes were applied to deep-sea fishing, with factory ships dragging the ocean floor. By the 1990s, Canada had to place a moratorium on cod fishing. 5. Over the next few decades, humanity's impact on the climate may turn out to have significant economic costs. Unless action is taken to reduce carbon emissions, the global temperature may increase by more than 2 degrees centigrade and even as much as 4 to 5 degrees. The effect will be uneven. While countries like Canada may benefit from higher temperatures in the form of better crop yields, the same will not be true in the developing world. Warmer climates may mean an increase in pest infestation along with weather extremes such as floods, droughts and storms that damage crops. Storms and floods will also hit cities in the form of property damage, an effect that will be exacerbated as sea levels rise. Climate change is a classic collective action problem, in which consumers, businesses, and governments are reluctant to curtail their own energy consumption unless others do the same. The private sector will be able to help by developing new technologies that can produce renewable energy more cheaply, or by making homes and existing devices more energy efficient. But some international action, in the form of a carbon tax that operates across borders, is probably needed to tackle the problem properly. However, those who think that government planning will automatically reduce environmental exploitation should re-examine their assumptions. China, for instance, has a much more interventionist state than Europe and North America, but its air pollution record is terrible. Another example of environmental destruction concerned the Aral Sea, once the fourth largest lake in the world. A Soviet Union irrigation system diverted water from the lake, splitting it first into two before the eastern side dried up. It is now a fraction of its former size. Just because a government is in charge of planning doesn't mean that the environment will be protected. This is not to say that governments are not important, as this book has emphasized. They are needed for a lot more than just policing and defense. The private sector needs governments to educate its workers, keep them healthy, in most countries, and to build the roads and infrastructure that bring its goods and services to market. A state also provides the legal system through which the business sector enforces contracts. Historically, the state provided the impetus and funding for some of the most important technologies in modern life, from the internet to satellite navigation systems to the development of life-saving drugs. This book has avoided the use of the word neoliberalism, since it seems to be used as a term for the retreat of the state and its replacement by the private sector. But look across the OECD, a club of developed nations, and you find only 2 countries out of 35 where public spending was less than 30% of GDP in 2015, Chile and Ireland. Another 31 countries had spending between 30% and 55% of GDP, and 2, Finland and France, were above 55%. 6 If there has been a retreat, it has been very marginal. Public pressure to spend money on services, such as health, education, and pensions, is very strong and difficult to resist. The Western economic model now faces a big challenge. In China, the state operates a model of authoritarian capitalism where markets are allowed, but only under heavy government supervision. Rather than turning more democratic as it became more prosperous, the Chinese government has become even less tolerant of dissent. Nevertheless, its model may appeal to other developing nations, especially given the West's recent problems. Furthermore, China is a threat whether it succeeds or fails. China has kept growing at a rapid rate, but the weaknesses in its financial system may eventually cause a crash. And China is large enough that a crisis in its economy will inevitably cause problems for the rest of the world. There is very little that other countries can do to manage this risk. Many improvements in our living standards arise from developments that could only happen as a result of economic change. As recently as 1940, 20% of American homes lacked electric light and 30% were without running water. 7 Better sanitation means better health. In 1870, 25% of American children died before their 5th birthday, now that number is down to 1%. The proportion of people living past their 65th birthday has risen from 34% to 77%. Globally, there has been just as dramatic a change. Life expectancy in 1820 was 36 in the developed world and 24 elsewhere. By 2000, the respective figures were 79 and 64. Over that same period, global population rose 6-fold and income per capita 9-fold. See chart. 9 Occasionally, there are terrible famines, as in Ethiopia in the 1980s or in Yemen at the time of writing. But they are much rarer and more isolated than they used to be. Malthus has been conquered. Source: Our World in Data. The most exciting news of the last 30 years has been that the developing world has been catching up. In 1980, average annual incomes in the developing world were $1,500, about where American incomes were, adjusting for inflation, in 1830. By 2015, the developing world average was $11,000, where the US was in the 1940s, meaning that they have caught up more than a century within 35 years. 10 The biggest advances were in China. In 1970, US per capita income was 20 times that of China. By 2010, the ratio was only 4.11. Of course, there are still too many people dying too early, and too many living in extreme poverty, or close to it. But things have in general been getting better. In the book he wrote with his son and daughter-in-law, the late Hans Rosling described 13 questions he often asked at global conferences. 12 Most people were too pessimistic in their answers, not realizing, for example, that 60% of girls in low-income countries now finish primary school, 80% of children have been vaccinated, and 80% of people have access to electricity. Most remarkably, despite all the disasters you see on the news and the 7-fold rise in the global population, the absolute number of people who die in natural disasters every year has halved over the last century. Economic growth also tends to make a society more liberal and tolerant. In 1993, in the aftermath of a recession, 64% of Americans said that immigrants hurt the economy. By 1999, at the height of a boom, only 40% felt the same. Trading encourages open minds, as it requires us to deal with people from other cultures and with other aspirations. By itself, this openness boosts economic growth because societies benefit from talented newcomers, as the British did with Flemish weavers or Ugandan Asians in the 1970s. Benjamin Friedman argues that when economic growth gives way to stagnation, people's attitudes towards openness and mobility in their society harden accordingly. 13. None of this can be taken for granted. As this book was being written, some politicians were preaching that ties with foreign nations should be reduced, that immigration should be kept to a minimum, and that other countries were out to cheat domestic workers out of their jobs. These policies only have appeal because the 2008 crisis seemed to suggest that there was something terribly wrong with the way the economy was operating, that it had been rigged in favor of the wealthy and those who work in the finance sector. If this attitude persists, we will be in for a repeat of the 1914 to 45 period. As the economist Deirdre McCloskey has written, the danger of a corrupt society is that citizens start to feel that commerce is a zero-sum game and that the only way to get ahead is via theft or corruption. 14 China and India have made such rapid gains in the last 30 years because their citizens have been allowed to benefit from their own effort and ingenuity and have become part of a global trading market. It would be a terrible irony if Europeans and Americans, whose economic progress after 1820 astounded the world, were to forget the lesson. But let us end on a more optimistic note. As this book was being finalized, the author attended an Entrepreneur First event in the King's Cross area of London. The idea of the program was to bring bright young people together so that they could make connections and then form start-up businesses. At this event, previous attendees were making their pitch to investors. Two things were striking. The first was that the presenters came from all over the world, from Cameroon, China, Mexico, and Switzerland, and many had postgraduate qualifications from top universities. The second was that many of the pitches were concerned with important social problems, like diagnosing sepsis quickly, spotting water leaks, monitoring arthritis, or reducing the carbon emissions involved in making concrete. The best pitches attracted whoops and cheers from the audience. Here, assembled in one room, was an example of what economics can achieve. The public sector had educated these people to a high level, and now they were turning to the private sector to fund ideas that would eventually bring gains for society as a whole. 300 years ago, these people would not have been educated to the same level, and would never have been able to meet like-minded people or attract the money needed to put their ideas into practice. But today they have the chance to make things better. Appendix. The numbers game. The Great Depression was the biggest event in global economic history. When it struck, knowledge of the economy was very limited. The concept of gross domestic product, GDP, was not defined, let alone measured, until 1934, when it was defined as national income. The task of establishing a measure of national income fell to a brilliant economist named Simon Kuznets, after a U.S. Senate committee asked him to do so. With the help of staff from the Commerce Department and the National Bureau of Economic Research, Kuznets managed to set the blueprint for national accounts in 1934 within 12 months of being handed the assignment. 1. A fuller report followed in 1937. The job was immense, both conceptually and logistically. The aim of GDP is to measure the final monetary value of all goods and services produced in a given year, or quarter. This requires a comprehensive survey of businesses, large and small, and it also needs to avoid double counting. Take your morning cornflakes, for example. A farmer will have grown the corn, a mill will have processed it, someone will have made the cardboard box and the plastic sleeve, a truck will have charged money to drive the product to the store, a supermarket will have sold it, and so on. But GDP must measure only the final output. To the extent that it reflects the other parts of the process, it must merely include the value added at that stage. There are three ways of measuring the figure. We can calculate the value of total output, the stuff we make, of total expenditure, retail sales, purchases of equipment by companies, etc., and of total income, wages, profits, etc. 2. In theory, these three measures should agree. In practice, there are some inevitable discrepancies. Calculating the figure you hear quoted for growth on the national news, a 0.4% gain on the quarter, say, requires more adjustment. If the amount we produce rises in value just because of inflation, then we are no better off. So the figure must be recalculated to reflect changes in price. This is known as the GDP deflator. The eventual figure is the change in real, after inflation, GDP. The earliest estimates for GDP come just a few weeks after the end of the quarter. So it is not surprising that the numbers have to be revised. Sometimes this means that a recession, defined as 2 quarters of declining output, has been declared inaccurately. The subsequent statistical adjustments get much less publicity than the initial bad news. This happened in Britain in 2012. 3. A study by the OECD of the period 1994 to 2013 found that, on average, annual GDP growth across 18 countries had been revised 0.2% higher after 3 years. 4. As a measure, GDP and its close relative gross national product, GNP, 5 has had many critics. In a speech, Senator Bobby Kennedy pointed out that the calculation included the value of guns and napalm and jails, but that the gross national product does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education or the joy of their play. It does not include the beauty of our poetry or the strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public debate or the integrity of our public officials. It measures neither our wit nor our courage, neither our wisdom nor our learning, neither our compassion nor our devotion to our country. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile. 6. David Pilling, a Financial Times journalist, and former colleague, has written that GDP has 5 main flaws. It is much better at measuring physical goods than services. It fails to pick up gains to consumer welfare such as the ability to buy things cheaply online. Indeed, such transactions could lower GDP. It has nothing to say about the distribution of income or wealth. It treats bigger as better, even though that might not be the case. A bigger finance sector was a problem in 2008, and it measures cash transactions, such as drug buying and prostitution, but not the labor of those who care for a relative or clean their house. 7. Imperfect though it may be, calculating GDP at least gives elected politicians and central banks a rough idea of how the economy is performing, which allows them to set policy accordingly. Before the First World War, politicians were inclined to argue that the health of the economy was beyond their control, while central bankers were focused solely on maintaining the value of their currency or controlling domestic inflation, usually the same thing. The Depression created the demand for politicians to manage the economic cycle, and without some measure like GDP that would have been much more difficult. Inflation. Measuring other aspects of the economy is also hard. Inflation sounds easy, it is merely a matter of calculating the rise in prices. But which prices? The traditional answer has been to create a representative basket of goods after surveying consumers. But we differ enormously in our consumption patterns. The poor will spend more of their income, proportionately, on basics like food, rent, and heating. It will be of little comfort to struggling families to learn that personal computers have fallen in price. So it is hard to find one measure that reflects changes in the standard of living of all consumers. There are other problems with price indices. Consumption patterns are not fixed. If beef is expensive, people will switch to chicken. One of the biggest expenditures for many households is their mortgage payment, but when a central bank tries to tackle inflation, it tends to push up interest rates, increasing mortgage costs. Paradoxically, that means the bank's attempts to control inflation may push it higher in the short term. So central banks often target a measure that ignores mortgage costs. Central banks may also exclude commodities like oil and food from their target measure. Changes in such prices may be down to tension in the Middle East or a bad harvest rather than economic fundamentals. Another problem may be a one-off fall in the exchange rate, driving up import prices. This happened in Britain after the Brexit referendum of June 2016, when the Bank of England chose to focus on domestically generated inflation instead, rather than push up interest rates when confidence was shaky. When all these adjustments are made, a central bank may well be targeting a core measure of inflation, which doesn't reflect the actual change in the standard of living of a typical consumer. Another tricky issue is adjusting prices for changes in the quality of products, in other words, when we get a lot more features for the same price. This book's introduction recounted the changes in the quality of light from fires to candles to LED bulbs. A smartphone has more computing capacity than NASA did when it sent Apollo 11 to the moon. 8 A modern TV is lighter, less prone to failure, and carries many more channels than did its counterpart in the 1970s. Economists try to make adjustments for these hedonic improvements but may not get it right. All these objections also apply to the GDP deflator. So as well as overestimating or underestimating inflation, economists may be overstating or understating real GDP growth. Unemployment. Another much-cited measure of economic performance is unemployment. Again, this was hard to measure until the existence of the modern state and the introduction of unemployment insurance. Precision here is difficult. Clearly, school children should not be included, the same goes for the very elderly and infirm, or parents looking after small children. But it is hard to draw an exact line. People go on working after the official retirement age, university students work in their holidays, and parents and those caring for the elderly may want to work part-time, or even full-time if alternative care arrangements are available. A common measure of the unemployment rate is the number of people out of work and claiming benefits. But that is quite a narrow definition. Governments like to control public spending and thus restrict the right to unemployment benefit. They do not want people to choose state handouts as an easy alternative to employment. So they may disallow claimants who refuse jobs because of the inconvenience, the unsociable hours, the commuting distance, or the mismatch with their qualifications, and so on. The broadest measure of employment is the labor force participation rate, the proportion of people who are of working age and in employment. From this we can deduce how many people are not participating. As of June 2019, the official U.S. unemployment rate was 3.8%, but 37% of the population was not taking part in the labor market. 9. The existence of part-time jobs only adds to the complexity. Some people may be happy to work 15 hours a week because it suits their lifestyle, they need to pick up kids from school, for example. Others may only have a part-time job because they cannot find full-time employment. So there may well be underemployment as well as unemployment. A whole host of other data are published every month, all with their own problems of measurement and definition. Surveys of businesses and consumers ask respondents whether they are confident, or whether sales or new orders are better than normal, worse than expected, and so on. The results are inevitably subjective and prone to overanalysis. A fall in an index from 52 to 51 may look like a worrying decline but may prove to be a random event. A tricky task. Governments and central banks must attempt to set economic policy in the light of this data, a task that has been compared to driving while looking solely at a blurry rear-view mirror. Worse still, the impact of monetary and fiscal measures such as changing tax or interest rates may take a year or two to have an impact. By the time they take effect, economic conditions will probably have changed substantially. The difficulties facing policymakers are made even worse because the relationship between economic variables can change. Take the Phillips curve, named after a study by William Phillips, an economist from New Zealand, of the relationship between unemployment and inflation in Britain between 1861 and 1957.10. Phillips found that, as unemployment fell, inflation tended to rise. The logical explanation was that, as workers became harder to find, employers had to offer higher wages, requiring businesses to charge higher prices. In the 1960s, governments debated how much inflation they could tolerate in order to reduce unemployment. Then, in the 1970s, stagflation emerged, the simultaneous appearance of high inflation and unemployment. Milton Friedman and Edmund Phelps argued that there could not be a long-run trade-off between higher inflation and lower unemployment, and that there was a natural rate of unemployment. Trying to force the rate below that level would only lead to higher prices. 11. But the late 1990s and early 2000s showed another change. There appeared to be no relationship between inflation and unemployment at all. In America, unemployment fell from 10% to just over 4% while inflation stayed in a 1 to 2% range. 12 Again, this made the life of central banks very difficult. A tighter labor market should, in theory, lead to higher wages and thus inflation, and it required the banks to take action to preempt this possibility. But if the theory were wrong, then policy would be tightened for no reason. The endless search for perfection. Economists' failure to forecast big events like recessions has made them the butt of jokes. For example, how can you tell that economists have a sense of humor? Because they put decimal points in their forecasts. The statistical agencies are always trying to refine their data in order to improve its accuracy. And economists are forever testing the past relationships between variables to see which policies might work. The advent of the internet means that it is possible to gather much more information than previously about economic activity, for example, the number of cars parked at out-of-town shopping centers. In addition, economists also have more computing power with which to crunch the data. But we will never reach the stage where it is possible to accurately forecast the economic outlook. That is because economics is a social science and not a physical one. When a chemist forecasts the result of two substances reacting, the substances are unaware of the forecast's existence. But if people knew, for certain, that there would be a recession next year, they would become more cautious immediately. Consumers would cut back on spending, businesses would postpone investment and new orders. The recession would be brought forward, rendering the forecast inaccurate. Economists need to be allowed a little slack, at least when it comes to forecasting.